late, but we're going to go ahead and start anyways. Welcome, everybody. I'd like to call to order the regular Board of Trustees meeting for April 25th, 2023. Will you please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Trustee Ayers?
Here.
Trustee Hardy?
Yes.
Trustee Soriselli?
Here.
Trustee Murphy?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Grace?
Here.
Mayor Karspeck?
Here.
And Trustee Butler will be a few minutes late.
And here. All right. Next on our agenda is citizen participation. This is a chance for anyone in the audience tonight that would like to speak to something that is not on tonight's agenda. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, we have one signed up for Second Street. Kelly McCauley,
I'm back.
welcome. And just like everything else tonight, if we could keep our comments to 3 minutes or less, thank you.
Oh, yeah, well, as you know.
Could you please stand at the podium?
Thank you.
Oh,
And if you could state your name and address too.
Yep. Kelly McCauley, 227 North Second Street, Trailer 4. Once again, I'm back about Second Street. This morning, 7:15, must have been the town sent a bulldozer or some large machine, and you were grading our paved road because the potholes are so bad. You need to move up fixing Second Street. It's ridiculous how horrible it is. Has anyone at least driven down it? So the board would know. If you can please take time, just go down Second Street, see what everyone, it's ridiculous. Also, remember, it's your only affordable housing in Berthoud with all the new growth growing on. You have no affordable housing, and that's another thing I'd like for Berthoud to continue or to put on the agenda for more building coming, that we do need, low income, medium income housing instead of these multi-million-dollar homes going. It's great at HGTV, saw the beautiful part of Berthoud. That's great, America thinks of that, but we have all other, parts of town and all income levels. I walk all over town and no other street is as bad as Second, and it's been that way for years, so please, please do something about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Appreciate that. Okay, we have no one else signed up. Right, under general public comment. Again, thank you, Mrs. McCauley. It is on our minds. And we can move on now to consent agenda. Would trustees like any items removed from consent? Otherwise, is there a motion to approve?
I'll move to combine and approve the items on the consent agenda.
Is there a second?
Already seconded.
Okay. Trustee Ayers has moved on this. Trustee Hardy has seconded. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Murphy?
Yes.
Trustee Butler?
Yes.
Trustee Soriselli?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Grace?
Yes.
Trustee Ayers?
Yes.
Trustee Hardy?
Yes.
Mayor Karspeck?
Yes. All right. Next on our agenda is the acceptance of the First Street Corridor Overlay Plan. And this has been, we've had several meetings on this, so this will be kind of a wrap up of it. And we have Planner Ann Johnson here. Is that, oh. Welcome.
I'm happy to introduce,
Oh,
and
thank you.
then I'm just gonna turn it over to our planning team that's been working on this project. So appreciate the opportunity to get this back in front of you. This is something we've been working on for a little over a year, and this was a natural outgrowth of the comprehensive plan update that the town board approved several years ago. This was one of the priority focuses for town staff after the comprehensive plan. It was one of the implementation items identified. And as you'll recall, this is an opportunity to look at the First Street corridor to establish innovation districts and zones along that corridor and to really envision what the future of that corridor may look like. This is similar in scope and scale to the Mountain Avenue Overlay Plan, which the board approved back in 2019. And so, as you know, we've been going through kind of rigorous planning processes that have been going on for the last 4.5 years or so that are building on each other, and I think this is probably our last big corridor plan or master plan for the reasonably foreseeable future. This will set the stage for the next 10 years or so in Berthoud, we think, and then from there, we'll be relying on the comprehensive plan, and you'll hear a lot about the comprehensive plan tonight in the next agenda item. But with that, I'm gonna go ahead and turn it over to our planning team. Martin Landers from Plan Tools and Roger Sherman from BHA, and we have several other members of our team here, but I'll turn it over to them.
Welcome.
Well, good evening, Mayor, members of the board. I'm Martin Landers with Plan Tools, and I'm the project manager for the First Street Corridor Plan. And with me tonight is Roger Sherman with BHA Design, along with Aaron Bagnall with Soper Spartan Architects, and Kelly Ledbetter with FHU, who's our transportation planner. As Chris mentioned, the purpose of tonight's meeting is really to consider the acceptance of the First Street Corridor Plan, which we have been working on for about a year now. And what I'd like to do is begin by providing a bit of an overview on the project approach that we use, as well as the plan document. So with that, and can everybody see these slides?
There we go.
Okay, good. So the First Street Corridor Plan provides a vision and a set of goals for the growth, development, redevelopment, and design of the First Street Corridor. And the First Street Corridor is defined as that area that essentially is along that 2-mile stretch between Mountain Avenue and US 287, bounded by the railroad on the west side and about 300 feet to the east of First Street. So that's the entire study area that we were looking at. And I'd like to highlight this third bullet under the project goals, and that is to envision distinct and memorable spaces and places that add to Berthoud's charm and boost the concept of an innovation district along First Street per the 2021 Comprehensive Plan. The town's 2021 Comprehensive Plan recommended an innovation district along First Street, which is intended to be a distinct business district designed to attract and cultivate talent in a variety of industries, from startups to research and development, along with supporting urban residential uses. One of the comprehensive plan's action items called for the preparation of the First Street Corridor Plan as a way to implement this innovation district within the comprehensive plan. You may recall from our meeting that we held in December with the Planning Commission, we had a joint work session and we presented this project timeline. This project is comprised of 3 different phases: discovery, concepts, and direction. And again, we started about a year ago or so, and we've gone through a number of different tasks associated with each of these particular phases in the project. I'd like to highlight the public workshops. We held 3 public workshops during this project, essentially to gain public feedback on the plan concepts as they are being developed. There was also a project website that provided some information and materials, draft plan documents as they are being produced. So we can review the documents, get additional information, or contact us with questions during the project. The plan itself is structured into 7 different sections. What I'd like to do at this point is bring up Roger Sherman to talk a little bit more specifically about the heart of the plan document, beginning with the opportunities and constraints section.
Well, thank you. Good evening. Thanks for having us back tonight. Try and keep it brief. Let's see. So as Martin mentioned, it's broken, the report is broken into several chapters. And one of the early chapters, chapter 3, is focused on opportunities and constraints. And most of these opportunities and constraints were identified through the process in discussions with town staff, with you, with the members of the community, and just in observations as we toured the corridor. And they range from things like the impact of the railroad's presence on the connectivity from west to east, the potential for creating a full movement intersection, kind of exploring that possibility. Some of the right-of-way constraints that we needed to be aware of, so we could kind of custom design this project to meet those criteria, and many other items. And then the next chapter discusses plan concepts, and there were several different options that we considered and discussed with you and the public. And we developed ultimately a preferred plan, which I think all of you have seen before. And some of the document's set up in a way that highlights the different features on the map with this legend, and then talks about some of the key concepts on each sheet. And so one of the things that may be worth noting here is that this is a uniquely zoned part of the city that really these types of uses aren't allowed in many other places. And we're trying to create an enhancement to the city as development grows, where this project is not actually building anything, it's kind of guiding future development as it comes into the city, so that it will be cohesive and add to the town rather than being a negative impact to the town. And so one of the big ideas was that along those major corridors, we would, what we're calling higher visibility areas, we would require more strict architectural standards, and then some leniency in the darker purple areas to allow for less costly development, allow people to stay in the market or get into the market more easily. So those are darker purple areas highlighted here, but many others. And then the following sheets talk about each of those areas and provide descriptions of where they occur and provide examples of what the architecture might look like in each of those areas. We've also expanded the transportation concepts portion of the report to include detailed descriptions of different types of bike facilities. That was one of the requests in the last meeting. And so you'll see on these pages the photographs of the different, to really highlight what they do and where they make sense and what kind of traffic situations they make sense, and what maybe some of the pros and cons are to each of those. So that as time goes on and you start really going into detailed planning of these, you can factor these kinds of ideas into those decisions in the future. As I mentioned, the corridor is really, it really varies over its length, you know, from a pretty urban section on the south end to something that is kind of a transition zone in the middle sections, and then transitioning to more rural character as you get towards the town's edge. And so this plan reacts to that reality and tries to build on that. And so there, as I mentioned, the street road cross-section narrows in the south end, what we're calling the urban character area, because there are a lot of physical site constraints and access needs and things like that, so we didn't include a median in this section. We've narrowed the street cross-section so that we're not impacting those adjacent properties, as was raised a lot during the conversations with the community. And so this plan reacted directly to those kinds of inputs. The transitional character is the block between Water and Bunyan, and it's kind of highlighted there. So the maps really try and make it clear which concepts apply to which parts of the corridor. This portion of the corridor includes a raised median to control access a little bit more, because we're a little ahead of all of those kinds of new driveways and things that might happen if along that stretch of as it has in other areas. And then further north, we're showing more of a recessed or a depressed median to kind of reflect a more rural character. And in all zones, we're talking about water conserving landscape concepts being explored, and also using a large percentage of trees with seasonal interest to reinforce the town's character as the garden spot. And that would include things like flowering trees, trees with really vibrant fall color, trees with interesting winter structure, those kinds of things that could help reinforce that idea. We've focused on a few areas that are really unique and could add their own level of interest to the area. Those include the US, as I mentioned, the US 287 interchange, a linear park, which the plan includes in this area, and we'll talk more about that in a minute. some of the intersection treatments, what we're calling the Jackson parcel, which is just south of Northern Water on the west side of First, and then Bunyan Avenue. And we've got graphics that support and kind of illustrate each of those concepts and the key concepts that go along with them. And so the linear park, as I mentioned, extends from County Road 12 on the north to Peakview Meadows on the south. It's about 120 feet wide. The uses along its length could really vary from recreational to passive to stormwater uses, those kinds of things, and really create a nice, safe connection from north to south in this developing area. The Jackson parcel, which I mentioned, just south of Northern Water, between Water Avenue and Bunyan Avenue. This is an early concept just to say, as this develops, what are the important things that we could do or the opportunities that present themselves? And really those edges, having the green edges that add to the character of the town, the smaller buildings along the edges, maybe a green space, central green space that could serve dual purposes, such as a detention or gathering space, amphitheater, which was something that was suggested in one of the public meetings. It's also, we've added, based on Mayor Karspek's a comment at the last meeting, the potential for a future transit stop on this site. Bunyan Avenue, both east and west, showing the potential for adding multimodal. And when we say multimodal, we're trying to support other forms of transportation other than cars, right? People on bikes, people walking, and create a nice connection across the tracks on both sides, connecting to Bacon Lake and Sunny Slope Reservoir. And the 287 interchange. This is just saying, we're just suggesting that this town explore the possibility of creating a full movement intersection and what that might mean in serving this area and also reducing crosstown traffic for trucks and things that might be accessing this area. And with that, it's a brief summary, but Martin is going to talk you through the last chapter, which is more about what happens from this point forward.
All right, thanks, Roger. As Roger mentioned, the last chapter here is called Next Steps, and it really deals with the implementation of the plan document itself. This is set up very similar to what we did with the comprehensive plan, where we have an implementation matrix, and then we list a number of action items by particular topic. So this is an excerpt from that for managed growth. So under managed growth, there's the list of the various action items, and then each one of those is assigned a priority, a time frame for completion, an estimated cost, as well as any town partners that may be associated with helping out with the implementation of that particular action item. Give you an idea how that works then. For example, there's an action item here to update the town's development code as needed to support the types of development, architecture, and site features proposed for the corridor. Priority for that is a 2, which means it's vital. It's not necessarily critical, doesn't have to be done right away. It's not a life safety health issue, but it's something that's very important to the implementation of the plan. The time frame for that is considered short term, which is the next 3 years or so. The cost for that is $1 sign, so it would be within $100,000, less than $100,000. If it's more than $100,000, up to $500,000, we have $2 signs indicated. And if it's a big project, $3 signs of $500,000 or more would be associated with a particular action item. And then finally, we've got various town partners that would be determined as a part of developing the code update itself. So with that pretty well concludes our formal presentation of the plan document and the process that we use for this. We're certainly available to address any comments or questions that you might have at this point. We certainly look forward to addressing any additional refinements that you may have and finalize the plan document. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Trustees, questions?
Mayor Karspek, if I may just really briefly before questions, just to reiterate what this plan does not do, it does not change code And so what this is doing is establishing a vision that we would then use to modify code to deal with those zoning districts along the corridor. And it also doesn't, we look at kind of vision plans like what was shown for the Jackson Industrial property. The Jackson Industrial property will not build or develop in that way because the town doesn't own it and we don't build businesses, we don't build homes. What that gives us though is a framework to both show a developer who's interested in building, this is kind of what's been envisioned, and to give them some context as they make decisions underneath code language, which is not always very illustrative, but is very explicit and restrictive. And so this gives them some context to work within, but it also gives us the ability to evaluate how things could work along the corridor and to identify issues. And so when you see really specific planning looking documents within the plan, I just want to remind everybody that that doesn't mean that's how it's going to look. That's an exercise for us, again, for context and also to evaluate issues that we might be able to identify through that process.
Perfect, thank you very
Yeah,
much.
absolutely.
Do we have any questions right now?
Yeah, so, but just questions regarding the plan. I know you were saying that this is gonna have multiple levels of traffic involvement, so pedestrians, bike, vehicles, things like that. Is there going to be a pedestrian railroad crossing designation so that people can still walk over with trains?
Yes, that's the goal, is still to allow multimodal crossings at those points of interaction with the railroad. And obviously, the details of that would need to be worked out with the railroad at that time, but yes,
Okay.
that is the intent.
I know one of the last slides you had, there was a roundabout kind of designated just south of 287, where we can go up to 287, but we can't go south on it. Is that going to be developed as a part of this plan? Is CDOT going to be involved with this? Is that something we could see in our lifetime, or?
Let's see, can you pull that slide up for me again, Michelle?
No.
I think you're referring to. Is this the graphic you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so the this symbol really represents, that sometimes the symbols might suggest something that they're not really intended to. This is just suggesting that the interchange is something, an opportunity that we see to explore that possibility of a full movement interchange and creating a town gateway in that location. That's what that particular symbol is supposed to represent. The yellow symbols here represent opportunities for potential either traditional intersections or roundabouts.
Okay.
So at those two intersections. But we weren't suggesting one here, not that it wouldn't, if that's made sense up there, it might be worth evaluating as well.
But I think if I could add a little context also, one of the things that we talked about early on in this planning process was it would be a mistake to assume that 287 will never be a full movement interchange, right? It's partial movement now, you can go northbound or you can come southbound off of 287, but you can't go southbound off of First, right? It's a little bit restricted in its movement. It has some really challenging grades and there's some physical restrictions that would make it challenging, but we also wanted to make sure that in the context of a plan, what does that look like if it is an interchange, a full movement interchange?
Right.
And so that's really why that's there. It would require significant amounts of coordination with CDOT. There would have to be all kinds of reasons to do that, traffic warrants and other things. For the time being, it functions the way it needs to and that works, but we also wanted to say, thinking long-term, if there's an interchange here, what does that mean for the corridor?
Okay, so the intent is to make it a full interchange, but we don't know what that looks like yet, but we're planning for that to be modified when that gets to be on the table again.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just just suggesting the possibility of exploring that idea is what the plan is doing here. Yeah.
Okay. And I guess the last question, I know we brought this up the last time you were here, possible rail line for residents going north and southbound on that rail line, is that something that was considered in this as well?
Yeah, actually, the short answer is yes, and it's kind of out of our control, obviously, but we're suggesting that if it does happen, there are a couple of potential possible locations for transit stops in town that might make sense at this stage. You know, things can change as things are implemented over time, but yes, we're still showing a potential transit route along both Mountain and along the tracks, the railroad tracks. So that's and that's in line with the MPO's plan for the Front Range.
Perfect. Okay.
Did I say that right? Yeah, okay. Yes,
Those are the questions that I could think of off the top of my head.
okay, thank you.
Other questions? I had one, Administrator Kirk, you've brought up kind of a need sometime for a public works building. Is this incorporated into the ideas?
It's not specifically identified in the plan, but the plan would provide us the framework to do that if we wanted to. We're evaluating right now the idea of a public works facility at the Jackson Industrial Site and how that might change the nature of that development. And again, I think this plan gives us the framework to kind of work within, even if we were to be the so-called developer of that site, or at least a portion of it for a public works facility.
Okay. And yeah, I also had some transit questions. So that transit stop included rail, wasn't exclusive to bus.
Yeah, it's not specific, we don't know what the eventual form of transit will be, but it could, I guess the idea is that we're highlighting that as a potential location for a transit stop.
I think it's good to kind of have it a little more nailed in. I know the district that's now formed can enact station improvement districts that would help us out. So this is towards the rail then, or towards the rail.
Right.
Okay, great.
Yes, yeah.
Is there any plan for, I don't know if this was your question, but for a trail with the BNSF trail?
Yes, there's also a trail along the railroad as well that's highlighted, yeah.
Okay, that's all my questions.
In fact, there's still, well, the graphic's not up, but there's a green dotted line along that whole trail.
Okay, great, thank you.
Railroad.
I'm gonna open it up for the public,
Okay.
and then we can move back to you, Roger. Thank you. If there's anyone in the audience that wishes to speak to this agenda item, come to the front. Okay, I'll bring it back to the board. How does everyone feel? Start with you, trustee Ayers.
Yeah, I mean, thank you guys for taking in the comments from the community and from the different meetings that we've had with you. This looks great. I had some initial concerns about some of the issues with connectivity, but those were addressed in the new ideas that were put forth here. I think it's obviously comprehensive. It looks good. It's a good representation of the vision without locking everything down. I like how you have integrated the sort of transitionary periods or sections as you move north out of town to kind of keep that the rural to sort of suburban to the sort of urban that's next to the mountain overlay. It's very clear, so if anyone wants to come in and develop any of these properties, it's rather clear what the vision of the town is. So that's why I didn't really have any questions. I think it looks really good, and I think it's moving forward in a good direction, so.
Trustee Butler?
Yeah, overall, I think it's a great plan. We've mulled over this several times over the last year. I do have, I guess, one question, and this may kind of correlate a little bit later tonight, but to staff, just to confirm this is pretty compliant or coordinates with our current comprehensive plan.
Yeah, I guess the easiest way to say that is the comprehensive plan envisioned development along the First Street corridor, an innovation district, and some kind of broad brush strokes about what might that look like in terms of land use patterns and transportation in the future. This is the next step of that, kind of refining that down and saying, okay, what does that really mean?
Right.
Creating this plan, setting the stage to create regulatory code that then as building happens, then that plan can be realized. So this is, if the comprehensive plan was step one, this is step two, and then building some, code changes would be step three, and then actually seeing things built would be step four. So this builds on the comprehensive plan.
Right. And it wouldn't require us to update or revise the current comprehensive
Not
plan.
at all, no, this is absolutely a natural outgrowth of the comprehensive plan vision.
I was pretty sure of that. I just wanted to vocalize it.
Yep, thank you.
And with that, I'm in full approval.
Okay. Trustee Murphy?
I just wanna say excellent work again. Following up our Mountain Avenue corridor along with the 2021 comp plan. I think this is a really good addition. Yeah, I guess I had a question, from a staff perspective. What kind of timeline would we be looking at to follow up on these code updates?
I think it's relatively simple for us to turn these into code. I think we use the same consulting team because you'll all recognize their faces. They did the comprehensive plan for us. And so it was natural to hire that same team to then come and help us with this plan. We were able to turn the comprehensive plan into zoning code language really quickly within just a few months. And did a lot of that work internally. I think we could do the same thing here. I think within the next 12 months for sure. I think that 3-month timeline or that 3-year timeline is generous to staff, but I don't think it's necessary.
No, that's great to hear. Other than that, I'm really looking forward to the implementation. I support it.
All right. Trustee Hardy, how do you feel?
I'm liking the fact that we're just getting the whole north-south to match up with our main street. So because north and south is always seems kind of neglected up there, kind of, or let's just put it over there because it doesn't look good. But that's going to be part of the whole plan, east, west, north, south. We'll have it covered. Any main street through town, it's really nice.
All right. Trustee Sorcelli?
I'm in agreement with the rest of the board. I feel like I'm excited to see this come into fruition as well. The visionary of it combined with the community feedback that keeps it really agricultural feeling, but opens that gateway in a way that we can be proud of people to drive down First Street and feel at home. So I'm grateful for the design that's gone into this and the work to engage with the public in the process. So it looks great.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem Grace?
I like a lot of the options. There's a lot of vision in this that gives us flexibility and ability to adapt and change. You know, rail may or may not be a thing we can count on, but having that as an option and at least having it considered was huge. So thank you. Yeah, we've been kicking this can for a while. Let's do it.
Yeah. Well, I feel the same as the rest of you guys. And Trustee Hardy, I kind of tuned in to what you were saying too. It's good to have a plan for this side versus just kind of stacking stuff in. And rather than waiting for development to kind of shape this, we can shape it ourselves. So also, you'd like to thank BHA and the consultants that you worked with for this. And I know we've been working with you guys since before the comp plan with the Main Street overlay. So well done. Thank you very much. I also support it. Would anyone like to move on this?
I'll move to approve Resolution 2023-09, resolution of the town board of the town of Berthoud approving the First Street corridor plan.
All right, is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, Trustee Murphy has moved on this. Trustee Ayers has second. Is there any final discussion? Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Hardy,
Yes.
Trustee Murphy,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Grace,
Yes.
Trustee Butler,
Yes.
Trustee Sarcelli,
Yes.
Trustee Ayers,
Yes.
Mayor Karsman.
Yes. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we can move on to our next and final regular agenda item tonight. And this will be the Ludlow Neighborhood Master Plan and Rezoning. And this is a public hearing, so we'll have our presentation go first with the applicant. Staff will follow up and can also clarify, give a presentation. Trustees can ask questions, then we'll open it up to the public for your comment, which is your testimony to this. Afterwards, we'll close it, bring it back to the board for deliberation.
Mayor Karsbeck, for clarity, you said that the applicant would go first, but I think staff will go first and they'll turn it over to the
Oh, yes.
applicant, if that's okay.
Thank you. Yeah, that makes sense. That's how we always do it. Thanks.
No worries, yeah.
Welcome, Planner Johnson.
Good evening, Mayor Karsbeck and members of the Town Board of Trustees, and Johnson, Community Development Director with the Town of Berthoud. Note that the March 28th Town Board hearing was continued to this evening at the applicant's request. And tonight you're going to hear two requests. One presentation from a process staff standpoint, that's what you're getting right now. One presentation from just an application overview, which Will Charles is going to present right next. But the two applications that you're hearing is to amend the concept plan that was originally approved in 2010 and to amend the change of zone, which was approved as a PUD in 2010, And both of those amendments are proposing to follow the comprehensive plan that you adopted in 2021. So those are the amendments that you'll hear this evening. So for those in attendance, and as well as a refresher for all of us, this slide represents the process that we'll go through before a land use application even comes before you. The first step is that pre-application meeting. This is when the applicant works with staff, goes to lots of technical review committee meetings, talks and works with engineering staff, with water, wastewater, with streets to make sure that that the city infrastructure can support the proposal. Then the application is submitted. Staff reviews the application to make sure that all of the required components are submitted with that review. And then oftentimes there are several different rounds of review. I believe this one had 3 rounds of review. And that's going, they'll take a look at those initial comments. They'll incorporate the changes to the application proposal. Then they'll give us the second submittal. We'll do the same thing. It goes out for full review, referral review. So all of those agencies that review it the first time get to review it the second time, get to review it the third time too. Just to make sure that we're not missing anything. We want to make sure that everybody that will be potentially impacted have that opportunity to have a say. So then the third step is a public hearing or meeting. That includes planning commission and that includes coming before you. And then post-approval actions, conditions of approval, signing the documents, recording those documents, and then our records management that we do here at the town. So this is where we are tonight at step 3. There are several points to be made to benefit the members of the audience again and to just refresh it for us. So again, the hearing tonight has 2 requests. One amending the change of zone, or one amending the concept plan, which we call a neighborhood master plan now. And the second step is amending the zoning from PUD to urban residential and suburban residential. And after taking public testimony, then the applicant can provide their comments to public testimony. So again, at the town trustees meeting on March 28th, the town did allow individuals who were in attendance that said that they couldn't come, that they did provide some input at that time, and that input was provided to the applicant. This particular application, again, did receive 3 rounds of review by staff as well as referral agencies. And then the applicant also did have a public, they had a neighborhood meeting where they invited those within, I believe, 500 feet, and they can tell you the outcome of that public meeting. Tonight, again, the neighborhood master plan is the first thing on the agenda, and the purpose of a neighborhood master plan is to conceptualize the overall character of a future development. It doesn't contain a lot of heavy details, because what we're trying to do is determine, is this concept something that the town would approve and something that the town would want to see in the future. So again, it's conceptual. It's where the comprehensive plan, the zoning, and overall design are reviewed against that comp plan. And this phase of review for Ludlow is a comparison of that existing master plan to the new comprehensive plan. And it's the board's charge to evaluate what exists today, what there is approved today, and then evaluate that against the proposal. So the change of zone should be fairly simple. Change of zone are lines on a map that define where the different zone districts are going to be, and that should be simple depending on the outcome of the neighborhood master plan hearing. So if the applicant receives approval from you all tonight, the next step in the land use review process is quite substantive. They'll be required to record their change of zone and record their neighborhood master plan. They'll then submit an application for a preliminary plat, and that includes 80% construction drawings. So it's at that phase where on-site and off-site infrastructure drawings, engineered plans, all of those items will be submitted. And then if that is approved, because that will go to Planning Commission and the Town Board of Trustees, if that's approved, then the final plat will be the next stage, and that will include 100% construction drawings. So that's taking the input received at preliminary plat, that's bringing it back and finalizing everything, making sure it's all going to work. So the final plat can encompass all or just a phase of the preliminary plat area. And both the preliminary and final platting must adhere to either the existing or the proposed neighborhood master plan. So then going on to the next slide. This is the order of business for this evening, and I know Mayor Karsbeck already outlined this, but again, the staff makes their presentation. You get two. You get one from me on process, and then you'll get one from Will Charles on some details of the application. The second then is the applicant will make their presentation, and then the third will be an opening of a public hearing, and public testimony can be heard. Then Mayor Karsbeck has the option then to close the public hearing, and then the applicant can come up and discuss anything that was mentioned during public testimony, and then discussion and deliberation with you all. So I'm just going to give a really quick overview. The image that you see on the left, that is the 2010 approval. What you see on the right is the 2023 proposal. So they received approval of an annexation and a change of zone and a planned unit development in 2010. And the applicant can explain the potential uses envisioned during their presentation, but some of those uses in 2010 included single-family detached, single-family attached, multifamily, some live-work areas, group care and congregate housing. A mix of commercial and employment uses were approved, including consumer goods and services, education, places of worship, cultural uses, recreation, social and entertainment activities, storage, parking, and transportation uses, manufacturing, processing, and technology, and then public and institutional uses were all included in that commercial and some of those live-work areas with the 2010 plan. Now, because of the 2021 Comprehensive Plan update, we're here tonight at staff's request. So staff asked the applicant to come forward and amend their plan to be more in alignment with the comprehensive plan. So this is a large development, and it is something that you're seeing. This is the first one to come before you that truly adheres to that 2021 comp plan vision. So on this slide, it's a little small, so I'm going to walk through what some of those cells say. But this is an amendment. Again, the commercial and employment in 2010, 107 acres. In 2023, about 45 acres. Residential and employment, 82 acres. Now it's just under 50 acres. And that includes some attached residential as well as that employment use. The estate residential was 34.8. The large lot residential on the south side is about just shy of 19 acres, but then there's an additional 60 acres of some other residential uses on the north side of that greenway or that flood area. Open space was 51 acres. It will now be about 81 acres. Rights of way increased substantially to 28.5 acres to 54 acres. The total number of residential units originally contemplated were 1,264, and now they're saying somewhere between 1,200 and 1,800 depending on density and market demand. The acreage, overall acreage has not changed. So again, what you see on the left is what's approved today, and then what you see on the right is what is being proposed to change. So again, the proposal was brought forth to you this evening at the request of staff to bring a project into more compliance and conformance with the 2021 comprehensive plan and the town's vision of how future development should go. And let's see here. As a reminder, should the application receive approval this evening, the next step is again going to be that preliminary plat with 80% construction drawings, then the final plat with 100%. And at that point in time, it's agencies such as, town water, town sewer, town stormwater, the school district, the fire protection district, all those agencies have already reviewed this application, including as current as yesterday, I did have a meeting with the school district to make sure everybody was informed. They make their plans based on the growth of communities within their service district, and they're very well aware of this development. So when they look at it next with the preliminary plan and final plat, they'll be looking at where should we have a school bus stop, or where should we have a potential turnaround for the school bus. So that's just an example. We'll get into all those details with next phases. So at this point in time, I'm gonna turn it over to Will Charles, who will walk us through some highlights of the development, and then we can go to the applicant for their presentation. Do you have any questions for me regarding process before I move to the back?
I do. Is it important to have the resolution first before the change of zoning, or could we flip those?
It's probably best to do the neighborhood master plan first because you're approving a concept and a vision of what you'd like to see. The zoning then can be it should be very simple. After you've approved the concept of what you'd like to see, those zoning lines on the map just adhere to the master plan.
Other questions? Okay.
Right. Thank you.
Welcome, Will.
Hello,
Or welcome back, I should say.
thank you. While she's pulling that up for me, these are two neighbor notifications that came in just at different times that didn't make it into the packet. So I'll go ahead and pass out one on this side starting and one on this side starting.
Is that all right, Attorney Smith?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
They've been supplied to the applicant as well.
Yes, the applicant has received both of those.
Will, I'm sure you know the drill, but if you could state your name and business address, or
Yep.
your personal, whatever.
So Will Charles, I'm a consultant with Baseline Engineering out of 112 North Ruby Drive, Golden, Colorado 80403.
Thank you. Perfect.
Appreciate the time tonight. But yeah, we'll go ahead and get started. So, as Ann mentioned, the project is Ludlow Farms, currently zoned that PUD with the same name, 306 acres, with the request tonight being that neighborhood master plan and rezoning. So probably one of the least pretty pictures you'll see tonight is this of the zoning map for the area. So it's all zoned that plan unit development, so that TAN. As you can see, there's that residential across Bertha Parkway to the east, where it is that R1, R3, a little bit of commercial along Mountain Avenue, which is that northern street. And then you have 287 to the west with that little bit of commercial up there as well. Getting into your comprehensive plan, the future land use map, you can kind of see that there is that suburban business, wrapping with that Mountain Avenue overlay, which is that street on the northern portion of the picture. Then it goes down into that urban residential, where it kind of leans more towards that 287 as well as up towards Mountain Avenue, and then as you go further south, it kind of blends more into that suburban residential zone district. So on those higher impact roads of 287 and Mountain Avenue, you have those higher impact zone district classifications, and then it kind of tapers into the lower ones. So getting into the plan, I'm sure you'll see this picture a couple times tonight, but again, you have that Mountain Avenue on the north, 287 on the west, where it has those higher density, higher commercial uses, and then it kind of tapers into lower density residential as you move towards the southeast. So getting into criteria, there are 5 for neighborhood master plans. So the first one talks about the future land use map and the comprehensive plan, as well as meeting the comprehensive plan. So we kind of talked about that future land use map already in previous slides, but you can kind of see how the plan meets with the intent of that future land use map. And then these 4 bullet points on the slide are different goals and objectives from your comprehensive plan. So the first one is related to intersections and maximizing neighborhoods and employment centers. Next one being safe and efficient connected multimodal systems. So throughout the the bike lanes and the pedestrian access, as well as the road network itself, with that connection of Spartan Avenue from Berthoud Avenue to 287 to create a more efficient transportation system. The next one being providing a mix of housing, goods, and services that meet the varying needs and budgets of the community. As shown, there is a little bit of everything in this plan. As shown, there's the townhomes, condos, as well as a large number of single-family residential, whether attached or detached. And then the last one being recreational opportunities such as parks and open spaces, which are provided on the site. And this next picture will kind of show a little bit of that as well. So you can see this one is from the neighborhood master plan. It has kind of everything besides the green spaces muted. So those greens being sidewalks, and there's the pink and blue trails and corridors. And then additionally, just for clarification on this picture, because I am not very good at cropping and photoshopping and all that, but the little piece to the left is the furthest south portion, south of that wetland. So if you imagine, that would just be kind of connected to the bottom of the picture on the right. And so those are those ones that would connect into Heritage West for a connection, and then majority of the traffic on that one would go out to Berthoud Parkway on the east. So the third criteria is related to traffic utilities, pedestrian standards, things such as that. So as mentioned in Ann's presentation, this is not only reviewed by planning staff, but it's also reviewed by outside referral agencies such as the water district, sewer, the school district. And so with that, a traffic study as well as a conceptual utility plan was submitted and reviewed as part of this. And then as well, it was reviewed against the various plans and codes of the town. So the next one is negative impacts on adjacent land uses have been identified and satisfactorily mitigated. So as Ann did mention, on April 6th, the applicant voluntarily had a neighborhood meeting to kind of go over any sort of concerns that were still out there for the community, as well as anything that came up during their planning commission meeting. And I'll let the applicant touch on how that meeting went and how well attended and everything like that. But they did have that meeting to try to address any outstanding concerns. And then as well, just as far as, again, going back to your plans and concepts, the way the plan is designed is to have those lower impact uses closer to the existing residential you have in your community, and then that proposed commercial and higher impact uses closer to those similar areas in your community as well. And as well, they are providing multiple access points to not overload any of the streets. And so then the last one is a need desirability within the community. And again, you'll probably see a couple of these pictures multiple times tonight, but on the left is that existing plan unit development that was approved whenever the property was annexed into the town in 2010, 2011. And then on the right being that future land use map. And so you can kind of see how the plan kind of morphed from one to the other to get to where we are today, to be more in line with the comprehensive plan's goals. So the next slide, or I won't read these all twice for you. So these are just the criteria, all 5 of them together. And then a really short and brief on the rezoning. Again, my copy paste skills are not the greatest, but on the left is the northern portion of the site. On the right is the southern portion of the site. So that urban residential being those areas again along Mountain Avenue and 287. And then the suburban residential would be a majority of that along Berthoud Parkway, and then bordering those heritage neighborhoods to the south. So rezonings are a little bit different than the other ones, and so instead of needing to meet all the criteria, you just need to meet one, so it's an or. And for this one, the one that staff identified for how the applicant meets it would be the second one, so to rezone an area or extend the boundary of an existing district because of change or changing conditions in a particular area or the town generally. So as Ann mentioned, PUDs are something that the town is trying to phase out and get away from as far as development. And so doing this rezoning, helps with a more consistent style of development and a clearer path for how to get development done in the community. So staff identified number 2 as the criteria that they're met. And then just as far as at the Planning Commission meeting, Planning Commission recommended a motion to approve not only the neighborhood master plan, but also the rezoning. And that is it for my presentation. I can answer any questions you might have.
Questions? Through the applicant, are we gonna have a view of the comprehensive plan for this area?
Sorry?
Is there any time during these presentations that we'll have a view of the comp plan for this area?
I believe, so the future land use map is the pullout from your comprehensive plan.
Oh, right here on the right.
Yeah, the one on the right. And I can get you one with actually a legend, so it's a little more,
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, thanks very much.
Yep. And then I think I'll go ahead and close this and pull up the applicant's one. They're numbered. That helps.
Do I tap something to go forward?
Yeah, I think it should just be left and right.
All right. Mayor, Board of Supervisors, I'm Kevin Mulshine, 5139 Old Ranch Drive, Longmont, Colorado. And I appreciate staff's background on this project, so we know which parcel we're talking about. But before you can really talk about the town's vision for taking this parcel forward, you really have to look back at the past on this parcel. And I'm talking like way back in the past. The parcel's owned by the Ludlow family. Mr. Greg Ludlow is here today. 137 years ago, Mr. Ludlow's great-grandfather came to this town and opened a dry goods store on Mountain Avenue. He also became the first mayor of Berthoud. That was F.I. Davis. His son, Ovid, also became a mayor of Berthoud. And they expanded into other businesses such as packaging, but also farming. So 90 years ago, they purchased this parcel. So they've owned the parcel for 90 years consecutively. Now, in that history, to understand, take it even forward from there, is in 2010, they brought an annexation plan to bring it into the town. And that annexation plan was approved, and it received some pretty significant, as you can see from the charts, pretty significant entitlements that are land use rights that Mr. Ludlow and the Ludlow family possess on that property today. That was 2010, but then you roll it forward, 2021, that's when the town took an awful lot of input, went through a long process and said, you know, we have better vision for your property, so we have a comprehensive plan we want to adopt. Therefore, the tension, the difference between the existing rights which exist with that property and the comprehensive plan. Now, as you might wonder or might suspect, a lot of developers, a lot of builders over the years have gone to the Ludlow family and said, can we develop that property? It's an honor for us to be able to help bring it to life and bring the vision to the town. Because really, the reason it has been developed, Mr. Ludlow has two very high hurdles for a developer. Number one is that the parcel, whatever's built there, needs to enshrine the rich history of the town in a very public way. And his number two hurdle, which is a kind of a tall order, was he said, I want you to be able to work within the confines of the town's comprehensive plan to respect the process they went through in 2021. And that's why we're here today, and that's what's taken over a year, is working with people like the Berthoud Historical Society on plans, and also working with engineers on making sure we can take that 2010 plan and turn it into what's really the town's vision of the parcel in the 2021 comprehensive plan. So I hope you don't mind, but Don Hinson's gonna come up next to walk you through exactly what that neighborhood plan will look like and what the vision for the community is. And as I say, it's not our vision, it's really the vision from your 2021 plan. So thank you.
Thank you, Kevin.
I think, my name is Don Henson, 700 Ken Pratt Boulevard, Longmont. I think Kevin had a couple slides that he missed. There is Mr. F.I. Davis, the first mayor of Berthoud. There's a store. And we're back to the property, and Mayor Karsbeck and trustees, I want to thank you all for allowing us to address you tonight. We talked about the background of the property. There's the plan before that was approved in 2010 and 2011. Development was approved then, could have moved forward, but Greg wanted something unique and different for the property. This divided the property in 9 separate parcels that he could have sold off to 9 different developers and developed. We talked about the annexation and the zoning. You did go through a comprehensive planning process, and many of you here were part of that. And that was an 18-month process. And if many of you remember, you started it in February of 2020. You had all kinds of public outreach. You went through not 1, not 2, but 3 public workshops. And the final plan was approved in July of 2021. And that's where the community came together and said, this is where we want to grow, and this is how we want to grow. You laid that plan out. And when we started talking with Mr. Ludlow, obviously he had the existing plan. We met with staff, and staff said, you know, we've got a comp plan now. The existing plan doesn't match the comp plan. Surely you can move ahead because you've got a PUD that's vested. You can move ahead with that development. But guys, we'd really like you to embrace the comp plan. So we agreed to go through that process, and that was another year process to get to where we are right now, is to develop the neighborhood master plan. And in fact, in your one of your goals in the comp plan was to update the zoning map to be consistent with the future land use map. So staff was correct, and let's say strongly encouraging us to go through this process. Now, after we reviewed the comp plan and realized it was going to be a big change to bring the existing PUD into compliance with the comp plan, we said, you know, guys, Greg wants something neat for the property, want to celebrate the history, and this is really a legacy because this is right there in front of Berthoud. So we took a step back and we spent a lot of time. One of the first things we did was to get a better understanding of Berthoud. We spent quite a bit of time getting to know the town. And we understood from reviewing the Mountain Avenue plan that the town's priorities included the look of the entry corridor to the town from 287 and providing opportunities for a bright, vibrant retail and commercial corridor along there. A mix of housing types was important. We reviewed several of your town board meetings, and one of the biggest priorities we heard, we want a mix of housing types. We don't want monolithic developments. We want a mix of housing types. So we heard that loud and clear. Also, we could not ignore the synergy with the location in Wagner Farm Park. I mean, there can be a lot of synergy between those two, as you'll see in a little bit. We found that Berthoud's very proud of the rich history. You have a very active historical society, and you've got an agricultural heritage. You celebrate that with the Gordon Spot of Colorado. A few sessions with Mark French at the Cornerstone Cafe and a tour to Little Thompson Valley Pioneer Museum brought that history to life. And I'm going through this because this is what gives you a strong sense of community. And that's what we really are creating here, and that's a community. We want to provide opportunities for all segments of the population, from children through seniors, to live, learn, work, and play, and interact on a daily basis. We do not just develop 9 parcels. We're looking at how the various elements from the different housing types, the parks, commercial, interact to create a livable community with a high quality of life. And I make that distinction because this is not a generic subdivision, and you'll see that as we move through the presentation. This is our vision plan. It's the land plan you saw earlier with a little bit of color to it on what we envision for the community. And we thought, what better way to preserve the history and strengthen the sense of community than to create a historic trail that celebrates the history of Berthoud. We call it the Legacy Trail, that follows a meandering creek bed spanning the length of the community and then surround it with a community park where people can interact with their neighbors. And as you will shortly see, the plan provides for some pretty dramatic views, with the Main Street entrance overlooking the wet pond on the north, all the way down to the amenity center that anchors the south end of Legacy Park. This is the a blow up of the Main Street entry. We envision that to be part of the village center, which is consistent with your Mountain Avenue plan. It'd be flanked by restaurants, retail, and commercial fronting Mountain, and probably in the second layer, maybe some office, employment, live over work, residential, dentist office, what have you there to complete that village center plan. And one of the other interesting developments that we had when we were doing our studies on this is the connection of Spartan to Highway 287. What we found was this connection will be needed by the town whether this development moves forward or not. You need another connection to Highway 287. And it will benefit all the citizens of Berthoud, not just the residents here. And as we looked at this connection and thought of commuters on 287 passing by every day, we knew they'd stop for a cup of coffee, some gas, a sandwich, somewhere along 287. And it made sense that Berthoud should capture some of that revenue. So we planned a small commercial node around this intersection to allow that to happen. We kind of call it a voluntary toll booth for sale tax revenue for the town. And speaking of transportation nodes, one of the things your comp plan talked about, and this plan shows, is the higher intensity uses are planned around the two transportation nodes, namely Mountain Avenue and Highway 287. This, to us, is what we always do. It's just good common sense planning. But in reading your comp plan, it's a lot more sophisticated term, transect-based development is what you call it in your comp plan. So we have embraced that. And you know, you can't have a community without people. So as we began to plan the community, we did as we always do. We envisioned it from the eyes of the people who will be living there. We think that may be the best way to communicate our vision and our goals for the community. So let's step a little into the not too distant future and envision what could be by spending some time with the Smith family. Emily and Michael Smith and their two kids, Olivia and William, new residents to the community. They just finished soccer games at Wagner Park and are headed to the beginning of the Legacy Trail at the corner of Berthoud Parkway and Mountain Avenue. There, they picked up some ice cream cones, and at the first station of the Legacy Trail, they read the timeline of the Little Thompson Valley from the 1850s through the 1900s. They strolled past the promenade to the food hall where Emily found out who would be playing on the plaza tonight. From there, they wandered to the village center on Main Street to the pond overlook, where they enjoyed the view over Skip Rock Pond down Legacy Park. Legacy Park is obviously the centerpiece of the community. It stretches entire length from the village center to the amenity center. And for a matter of scale, it is half a football field wide and 7 football fields long. So it is a big linear park that your previous consultants obviously saw our plan because they put it in your other concept plan. And we as we said, the park has a legacy trail which meanders paralleling the creek bed with about a dozen stations along the way that have displays that celebrate the history of Berthoud. And you'll see a sample of one of those stations in just a minute. We are currently on our second draft of the station subject matter with Mark French of the Berthoud Historical Society. We look forward to continuing to work with them, and we really appreciate their involvement because they know Berthoud's history more than anyone. The trail then led to Skip Rock Lake, where William always tries to beat his record for the number of skips. They then walked onto the grassy area in front of the band shell, where they met Emily's mom, Sarah, who just bought a condo in the community. She loves being close to Legacy Park, where she walks daily and makes many new friends. Babysitting the grandkids, volunteering, and many activities available at nearby Wagner Park keep her busy. They also see Sarah's neighbor, Josh, who just graduated the academy and was hired as a Berthoud firefighter. He's a third-generation Berthoud and happy that he did not have to leave town to find an affordable place to live. They continue down the trail, meandering along the creek bed and stopping at each heritage station to examine displays, such as the chuck wagon display. Olivia borrows her dad's phone and scans a QR code to learn that cattle ranching was an important part of the history of the area. Emily says hi to Stan, who is walking the trail. Stan just joined Emily's architecture practice and lives with his wife in one of the many townhomes near the park. They also see Miss Garcia, Williams Elementary School teacher, finishing up a yoga class. She lives in one of the right-sized Mission Homes cottage homes that is perfect fit for her lifestyle. They also pass by the Johnson's home. It's an attic-loaded, single-family detached. He has a dental practice that he's moving to the village center. They then follow the trail further to the daycare. Many parents appreciate the convenience of having a daycare located within walking distance of their home. Now they're almost home. The Smiths live in one of the single-family detached homes overlooking Dry Creek. They love the fenced backyard where the kids can play fetch with their new puppy Max. But before they head home, the Smiths walk through the amenity building, past the pool, spray ground, and pickleball courts to Sunset Terrace. There they close out the day, enjoying another beautiful sunset over Long's Peak, happy to call Berthoud home. And I appreciate your indulgence in letting me walk through there in the eyes of a family, but that's how we look at a community, is we look at it, how those people interact, what they do, from the grandmother interacting with the grandkids to just the whole deal and the interaction with the businesses and that sort of thing. But now Kristen will review some of the submittal documents with you, and then I'll come back to wrap up.
Thank you, Mr. Henson.
Good evening. Kristen Turner with TV Group, 444 Mountain Avenue, Berthoud, 805-3113. There we go. All right, well, I will be brief, but I did want to go through some of the technical components of the submittal documents with you. So you have now seen this a couple of times, but just to start with the existing comprehensive plan that was recently approved in 2021. You'll notice that it does show urban residential along, I call it the upside down L. So putting that higher intensity uses along Mountain Avenue and 287. And then you'll notice that it calls for suburban residential or a lighter intensity along Berthoud Parkway, the existing residential. And as you move to the south, we continue with that per the comp plan. And next to it, you'll see our plan, and what we've done is added that zoning line so that you can see where it falls in relationship to the approved comprehensive plan. And I would note that, again, we are trying to match that comprehensive plan by showing our highest intensity uses along Mountain Avenue and Highway 287, that upside down L that kind of wraps there. And then you notice that we show lower intensity uses, more single family type housing as you move towards the east in the existing residential and as you move to the south. Again, you've seen these, but it is the existing approved plans on your left that shows what is currently permitted, higher intensity uses along Mountain and 287, and that lower intensity use along Berthoud Parkway, and then our plan on the right. I did want to point out a couple of similarities between the plan as well. You'll notice some of the street connections that are shown on the existing approved plan, which are very similar to the street sections that we're showing on the proposed neighborhood master plan as well. The largest exception being that we are proposing a large linear park through the center of the site as an organizing element rather than a road that runs through the middle of that site. But you'll notice that the uses are very consistent in the locations, and then reducing as we move to the east and to the south. And you've seen this slide before and touched on this earlier, so I won't spend too much time on it again. It's hard to compare exact apples to apples because we called uses differently with the older plans than what we call them now. But in general, it's a very similar breakdown for that commercial employment. On the existing plans, it did include residential components in that area.
The residential and employment that we are proposing on our plan, the largest size lots that we are proposing along the southern section of this is consistent with the approved plan. Open space, you'll see, is significantly increased with an additional 40 acres being proposed with this neighborhood master plan. Right of way, you'll see that the numbers are definitely different, but the difference there is because the approved plan doesn't show any of the internal road network, and the neighborhood master plan shows you a little bit more refined layout, and so it does include more of that road network that would show up regardless. All right, shall we get into the good stuff, the plan? Hopefully what you've all been waiting for. So I just wanted to touch on some of the highlights of this plan. All right, get all my papers set up here. As you know, the purpose of the neighborhood master plan is to kind of show you the big idea for how this site could develop. We do include a lot of detail, but we don't include all of the detail. One of the things that I wanted to point out is that we are proposing multiple product types here, residential product types. So single family detached in different lot sizes, different product sizes, townhomes, single family attached or duplexes, condos, multifamily. The intent of this is to provide a lot of different housing types. This is going to provide for different housing types for people in their housing life cycle. So regardless of where you might be in your lifetime, we're hoping to be able to provide a product type that works for you here. So if you've just graduated from school and you're looking for your first place, or if you have a family of 4 and you'd like a large house with a large backyard, or maybe your kiddos have recently moved out and you're ready to downsize, to have that type of product type here as well. So that mix of diversity that will appeal to a lot of different folks at different points in their lifetime. It also provides the opportunity to have different price points in the community. I think that's something that we have heard over and over again, not only in Berthoud, but all up and down the Front Range, and kind of as a larger national issue about being able to provide housing that's attainable for folks at different price points. I also wanted to point out that Central Park feature again. So you'll notice that we're trying to draw folks in at the center of the site right along Mountain. And that spine travels all the way down the project. It kind of empties out into a larger amenity area just south of Spartan, which then connects to that very large natural feature along the south side of the property. So let's take a quick look at access points for this site. We are proposing 11 different access points for this property. Good planning will tell you to, within the constraints of appropriate intersection spacing, to provide as many access points as you can. It helps to disperse traffic. It helps to give folks different opportunities and paths for how they enter and exit the site. It helps to relieve pressure on the existing roads, ensuring that we don't have everybody funneling to 1 or 2 locations. And so we have used that opportunity to provide different access points on all 4 sides of this property. All right, back to some of the parks and open space. So we have grayed back the development here so that you can just see the parks and open space and it stands out a little bit more. This is the top half of the site, and I will show you the bottom half of the site in a moment. We have an extremely robust trail and pedestrian system that is proposed for this property. It includes a mix of trails that move through the open space areas and also the detached walk system that would include tree lawns and trees and separation from the road. Overall, this community is proposing 17 miles of pedestrian connections, which I think would just be an amazing feature for both this community and the town as a whole. Here's that south side of the property as we move north to south, and you'll see that Central Park that starts at Mountain, runs all the way down south of Spartan. Let's see, can I? Oh, here we go. Okay, can you guys see my mouse, or can only I see it?
We can't see it yet.
Turn on a little laser pointer for me.
Does this work?
No, on the PowerPoint itself.
Oh. So here's that linear park that travels down through the center of the site. And then what that does is it terminates at a larger amenity area. This would include a pool and a clubhouse, sports courts, things like that. Open space area, and then connections to a trail that's proposed that would run along that natural feature and then down to the south. I also wanted to point out site identity elements for this site. We are proposing above and beyond what would be required for the site. This is a large property, and we're looking for the amenities that make sense for this community, as well as any neighbors who may come and visit these spaces as well. So as part of this neighborhood master plan, we're proposing a pool, a community building, pocket parks, high-quality play equipment, a robust trail system, alley-loaded housing product, a pollinator palette to be incorporated through the entire property, not just in one location. I'm sure I'm forgetting some on there as well, but the complete list is part of that neighborhood master plan package that you have in front of you. All right. And then I wanted to take a quick step back from the Zoom and kind of show you where the site fits into the overall plan for Berthoud. So here is the Ludlow site. And it's almost like a little puzzle piece for your trail and pedestrian system that is already either built or approved or coming. So as you can see, what we did is we added in the trail system that's either approved or built nearby. And then what we're showing here is that port trail that you have planned to run, your plans show for it to run through the property. We're proposing that it comes in along that drainage way, which is consistent with your plan, and then drawing that trail up through that central park feature and connecting to the north, which is then going to provide those opportunities to connect to the west as well as to the north and to the east. And what you're getting with this little puzzle piece is kind of that missing link. So you'll see that you've got this trail system that's connecting all the way from your boundary with Loveland at the north end of town, comes all the way down through 287 in this area, connects through this property, and then continues to the south. So it will really help to fill in some of those gaps, and I know that the trail system and pedestrian connectivity is really a goal of this community right now. So we feel strongly that this would be a really great benefit, and in the meantime, that system would come through these amenities and that park area as well. The overall park that's proposed is about 13 acres. If you were to look in your code at the different types of park, that actually exceeds the size of a community park. So it is a rather large park, especially for a residential subdivision, but one that we think is appropriate. All right, so a little bit about the park design. We do have a pocket park that is proposed in the northeast corner, right up in here. This is a smaller park area that would include play equipment, shade structures, a little amphitheater, turf areas for folks to be able to just hang out, throw a frisbee, and some trail connections that would come through and connect. Then as we move from the north end of the site here, we've got that linear neighborhood park that does include multiple components, including a loop walk, a shade pavilion, an amphitheater and turf space, restrooms, pickleball courts, the community building and pool. You can see those components are kind of weaving through the site. This kind of white line that you see here is that port trail that we're proposing moves through the site. This is the southern section of that park, and then it terminates at this larger amenity area that would have more of those courts, splash areas, pool areas, and those type of components. So that is about it for me for today. What I did want to finish with by saying is I think that we've shown that the plan is in compliance with the current comp plan, previous approved plans as well, the land use code. This is a larger property, and I want to acknowledge that, you know, we have heard from both the Planning Commission and also in the neighborhood meeting that we hosted that this is a really big property. I would encourage you to look at this as an opportunity. Not every town gets the chance to take a really large property within their GMA and evaluate it as a whole. And by being able to look at this whole property, we can look at it holistically, we can plan for the whole thing, rather than looking at it in little pieces and having it develop in little smaller chunks, which may or may not connect nicely. So this gives you the opportunity to look at a plan and say, how does the overall system work? Do we like how this is working? You know, the bigger components of looking at your buffer space, your park space, your amenities, kind of envisioned to serve this entire community rather than in smaller pieces. With that being said, I would also say that with these larger communities, and you've probably seen them in town and in other places as well, they take a really long time to develop. So I absolutely appreciate some of the concern that comes along with looking at a larger property, and just want to kind of put into perspective as well, something like this you've seen in other properties where for years and years and years, we or other groups may be bringing forward final plats for smaller sections of this at a time. So the ultimate approval of the entire subdivision can take a very long time, and obviously construction and full build out for a property like this could very easily be 10 plus years. So I think it's always important to keep something like that in mind when you're looking at a larger property and that impact to the community. It's a big idea now, but the actual construction of things takes a long time and slowly grows as your community grows. So with that, I will leave that unless you have any questions for me. And I think, Dawn, did you have a few more slides? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You know, when you as a town board approved the comp plan, you approved the development of essentially the whole town, your future land use map. But when you approve that, you never envisioned it to be all built out in the next year. And so I would, in a similar manner, this part of your comp plan that you laid the groundwork for development, we don't envision it being built out in a year. I know we heard loud and clear, it's too big, it's too big. Well, it's already been approved, but I think more than that, this is a long-term project. So, you know, probably maybe 8 to 12 years, just to guess. Let's split it at 10. You're talking 1,500 units is where we end up. That's 150 units a year over a 10-year period. So it's not like you're going to have this mass construction out there all at one time. This is a long-term legacy project. And also, I want to reiterate that with the existing plan, I commend Mr. Ludlow for resisting the temptation, because you know what the real estate market's been like, especially 3 or 4 years ago, and people knocking at his door right and left, and he could easily sold one piece to a D.R. Horton, another to a KB Home, another to another developer, until you had 9 different parcels with 9 independent developments on them. You didn't have that cohesive integrated plan of development that we have developed. So I think that's important to understand. And also, the existing approval, not only does it have a residential component to each parcel, but it also has a commercial component to each parcel. For instance, parcel number 5 you see there next to Berkeley Parkway, allowable use in there is for a fast food restaurant with a drive-through. We quite frankly don't think that's an appropriate use in that location. We don't plan to put it there. We've shown on our plan it's all residential. We believe in the concept under the neighborhood master plan as opposed to the existing PUD of putting the intense uses up on Mountain and also along 287. So I think that's one of the contrasts between the existing PUD and the new plan that hopefully people will take comfort in, that the new plan is a lot more specific. And when this neighborhood master plan is approved, that's what goes there unless you as a board decide to amend it. And as we were talking about that, Planning Commission, we heard some residents, along Berthoud Parkway had some concerns about the height of the buildings adjacent to them. So we held a neighborhood meeting. We voluntarily held a neighborhood meeting, had a Q&A session, and that concern was brought up again. And we do want to be good neighbors, so we're willing to commit tonight that any dwelling units constructed along Berthoud Parkway south of Welch, because we don't want to get into the village center, but south of Welch, will be limited to single-family detached, not to exceed 2 stories. So hopefully that puts some of the concerns of the residents at ease, that they're not going to have a 4-story self-storage building like could be done under the old plan right next to Berthoud Parkway. We do want to be good neighbors. Now, one of the other advantages to having a project of this size is that you have the critical mass to fund large infrastructure projects such as the linear park, but also to tackle the connection of Spartan Avenue to 287. No one of those small parcels on the left has a critical mass. They couldn't afford to build Spartan out and to connect it to 287. You get 300 acres in that critical mass, you can take on projects like that. Same with the intersection improvements that are going to be required on Mountain Avenue, and I know Mountain Avenue is an important to the town. You've got a critical mass. Instead of having just the parcels that border Mountain Avenue, we got 300 acres we can spread that cost over. Additionally, the linear park and the amenity center, again, you wouldn't see that in the plan on the left, you would on the plan on the right. So we talked a lot about the comp plan, so let's see how we measure up with the comp plan. One of your key strategies is employ transect-based development. We've done that. Another key strategy is to protect the open lands. We've got the preservation along Dry Creek. We've done that. Create a sustainable balance. Businesses near major roadways, neighborhoods, employment centers, access to residents. You've got the Mountain Avenue plan, which you build out, will have services that the residents, not only, it'll serve the whole town, but the residents in this project, they don't have to get on 287. They don't have to get on Berthoud Parkway. They don't have to get on Mountain Avenue. It's right there. And that's a village concept, and that's what you have. So that one's done. Develop and maintain connected multimodal transportation network. You heard Kristen talk about all the transportation improvements. Retain and enhance the vitality of downtown by supporting the historic character, adaptive reuse, and so on. One of the things, teaming with the Berthoud Historical Society, especially with those 12 stations, or it may be 14, could be 10, but wherever we work out, and especially the QR codes, that connects everybody that scans that QR code to the Historical Society's website. That can be a draw to come down to the museum, to come downtown. So I think we check that box. Mix of housing, goods, and services. We already talked about that. I'm not going to spend a lot more time on that. Recreation, we also talked about that with the linear park. So out of 7 strategies, we checked the box on all 7. So we took your comp plan seriously, and we really made an effort to embrace it. So in review, development was approved in 2010 and 2011. Your comp plan confirmed it in 2021. We're updating the zoning to comply with your comp plan from an existing zoning and approval that's already in the books. Variety of multi-generational housing. We're bringing infrastructure, amenities, and a sense of community that will enhance the quality of life and be an asset to the town for generations to come. we really believe will be a legacy for the town of Berthoud, and we're excited about it. So, in conclusion, do we continue under the current approval with 9 separate parcels with the existing PUD or ODP? Or do we approve revisions to the current approval that embraces the town's vision in the comp plan and additionally creates a legacy asset for the town? We respectfully request your affirmative vote for the revised neighborhood master plan. Thank you, and at appropriate time, I'll answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Henson. Do left to right, let's do right to left this time. Trustee Sorcelli, do you have any questions right now?
I think the biggest question I have in my mind is the connection of 287 to Spartan Avenue and just what the vision is for that, with that being a CDOT road. Are you picturing a intersection with lights and having it be a 4-way, or I guess it'd be a 3-way intersection? I just have concerns about that, so I didn't know if there was any vision behind how that was gonna come to fruition.
Our preliminary studies and discussions with CDOT on a preliminary basis will be a full signalized, full access intersection there. And just to add a little more to it, that's needed, that will be a reliever for Mountain Avenue and 287 to give you another access out.
And then, has there been any conversation, and this might be a staff question as well, about the pedestrian walkability of Mountain Avenue and County Road 17? If we are gonna connect Wagner to this property, I have concerns about, obviously this is more like down the road planning, but are we thinking about how we're gonna need to make that more pedestrian friendly if we're crossing from Wagner to the Ludlow?
Yeah, I mean, I think the simple answer is that part of the transportation planning efforts that we go through on every development, including this one, would look at the safety of those intersections and improvements that would be needed, whether that's enhanced crosswalks or different signal timing, signage, all the things that go into traffic and transportation planning. And if I may, really briefly, with respect to 287, irrespective of this project, we're already working with CDOT on an evaluation of that corridor, really from County Road 40 all the way to Loveland. We've asked for and signed MOUs with them to conduct speed studies through there. We have concerns about 287, and it's because of the high speeds and because of the intersection conflicts that exist throughout that corridor. And so we're already working with CDOT irrespective of this project on some of those issues. And this may help to solve at least one of those, slowing traffic down before it gets to Mountain Avenue.
Thank you. I think that's a significant question with increasing the population in that area where we already have so many traffic concerns, so thank you. And then I think the other question I have is regarding the commercial along Mountain Avenue. Are we going to try and do more boutique shopping there? Just, I don't know how to frame the question as well, but I know that there's commercial development along Mountain Avenue that may not be as pedestrian friendly right now. The 7-Eleven and automotive stores aren't necessarily pedestrian areas of town, so I'd like to know with a vision for the commercial on this property, if it's going to be similar to that, if it's gonna be more downtown-esque type boutique shopping. Is there a vision for what that would look like?
I think your vision was laid out in the Mountain Avenue plan, and it requires the buildings to be set up towards the street, like you're talking about, be pedestrian friendly. And as far as boutique-ish, obviously, that's a very broad term. That's something that's market driven, but in answer to your question, we want to theme that area. So it's not gonna be a bunch of chopped up, like we'll have some architectural controls in place. And the idea is to create a downtown look there. That's with the Main Street, I don't know if I can go back far enough. With the Main Street, it's hard to see on that one, but we even have angle parking on the way in. So our goal is to put 2 buildings right there on the corner So it creates that Main Street feel that you're looking for.
I appreciate that vision. One last question is the neighborhood at the south and this connectivity to this trail, does this connect to the Hillsdale Trail that's across the County Road 17?
I think it does.
It does.
Yeah. So visually, when we zoom out and we see where this lines up, I just wanna know the visibility, when you're on Hillsdale looking west, obviously you see the mountain range. Are you gonna be looking at this neighborhood instead at the south?
No, I think that's actually really the beauty of the way this is structured. Some of that is because of the natural environment, right? Dry Creek that runs along the center of that open space corridor creates a situation where we're gonna push development back, and they've preserved that open space rightly, as they should. And so we were happy that was just something they proposed that we would have required anyway. And what that does is it lines up with Hillsdale and it lines up with the Rose Farm open space at the southern end of their subdivision on the east side of Berthoud Parkway, to create basically one long linear open space from 287 all the way across through Hillsdale. All of those spaces are connected.
Can you put that on the screen?
Now that, because of the topography, those houses will be on a hill above that Dry Creek open space area, right? There's a reason why the Dry Creek runs along the bottom of that, those landforms. And so inevitably, you know, you will see some houses on the hillside. There are houses on the hillside already in Harvest Ridge, south of there.
You were asking about the trail connection. It's about there, and we have a lot of preservation land. In fact, more on our side than is on the opposite side of the street. So, you know, we've got a wide area there that's nothing but a view corridor all the way through.
And were there trails designated through that space as well, or is that just the view corridor?
No, we have trails on both sides.
If I may, Mayor Karsbeck, I wanted to touch on one thing, and I think Trustee Sally brought up a good point. The development where, you know, I hate to pick on specific businesses, but it's easy to identify location with Christian Brothers and Ziggy's and 7-Eleven. That commercial subdivision was approved decades ago. It was zoned C2, which is highway commercial. We can't then downzone that property against their request, and so that property was approved for auto-centric development. They had to do that, and the designs had to be done within the context of our Mountain Avenue overlay plan. It's why Christian Brothers is oriented towards the street. It's why we required them to put their garage bays on the back side of the building and the parking on the back side of the building, try and at least preserve a little bit of that street frontage and not feel so auto-centric. But it was zoned that way long before our time here. This and part of the challenge with a project like that is there was no neighborhood master plan that articulated a vision that then we could hold those developments to in the future, right? Anything that's allowed in that zoning district and is designed and built within our development code and building code can go on that site. What's great about this neighborhood master plan process, in my opinion, and as you guys know, my staff and I proposed this to the board a few years ago, but was to create a binding vision that would last over those decades, to provide context and clarity for what that zoning really should look like when it gets built. And so the neighborhood master plan sets a vision that is expected to be adhered to even 10 years from now if this development is still underway, or 15 years from now and if the developer at that time, even if it's a different developer, if they want to change that plan, they have to come and get approval from the town board to make significant changes to that plan. That wasn't the case, for instance, with those C2 zone properties. And so I think what I'm trying to articulate is this process gives us a lot more clarity about what the future would look like of this site. It becomes somewhat binding, and that the preliminary plats are expected to adhere to and look like these layouts and expected future uses. And then our code gives us the controls we need to then deal with ultimate site plan and architecture and landscaping and all those things that we've been changing codes for the last really 5 years consistently to try and update and capture all of these issues that we've heard concerns about.
That's very helpful. I think that's all the questions I have. Thank
Trustee Hardy?
Oh, we've got a short list here. Finishing a thought. So one thing that comes to mind, growing up here and seeing that farmhouse out there in the barn, was there any thought or consideration of integrating that farm and barn into a park?
You know, there definitely was. We had our architect look at that and look at the feasibility of being able to do that. And he just didn't think it was doable, and he also mentioned that the farmhouse didn't have any significant architectural elements to it that were significant. But one of the things we are looking into is there are 2 silos out there. We have purposely located our neighborhood park around those silos. We don't know that they can be saved at this point, but as we get more into our studies, we'll have an engineer look at that and see if they are structurally safe to save. Our goal is to save them, but obviously, if we can't do that in a safe manner, we won't do that. But that's why that park is located in that location.
Because what made me think of that was just some questions I had from others in just the harvest development to the south, where they still incorporated the Johnson property as kind of a park. So it's just kind of neat to kind of keep with that theme there.
We actually thought if we can save the silos, they're a little more iconic, and so that's our goal. Like I said, the jury's still out, but if there's a way we can do that reasonably, that's our goal.
And then is the Spartan connection to 287 a sure thing, just because we've had some issues with County Road 10E coming onto Spartan, not having a full on-off north-south both directions because of the curve and visibility issues. Does Spartan have any connectivities at the bottom of the hill and on a curve? So I'm trying to foresee maybe some of those same roadblocks in a sense that we're getting up at 10E.
I wouldn't say anything's a sure thing when you're dealing with multiple agencies, including CDOT. But Ruth Rollins is our traffic engineer. If you'd like to ask her any questions about that, and our studies have shown the town needs it. And believe me, it's a very expensive intersection. The last thing we wanted to do was be tasked with dealing with CDOT and that intersection. Our studies showed that the town needs that, and so instead of fighting that, we incorporated it. But obviously, you guys all have a seat at the table there, and if you decide you don't want it, then
Oh, no, it's needed, but just next to working with the railroad and our rail cross items in town, CDOT's probably our next most difficult to work with on getting intersections and connectivity that way.
I agree, and it's not just CDOT, it's FDOT, it's whether state you're in, it's the state agency. I will say we've had preliminary, or both me and Ruth Rollins, our traffic engineers, have preliminary discussions with them.
And what's been their feedback?
And the feedback has been not so much is there going to be a connection, but the location. And that's one reason it's if you look in the first plan, it's way up the hill and the grades didn't work out. So it's pushed about as far down the hill as you can push it after reviewing it with CDOT, because that's the best location for it, for intersection separation. And there's also some grade differentials there so that it can easily tie in engineering-wise.
And when do you think you'll have confirmation that CDOT will approve an intersection there?
I'll let Ruth address the permitting on that. She knows it better than me.
Good evening, Ruth Rollins, P.O. Box 1164, Fort Collins 80522. That was one of the first things that we looked at is Spartan and where can that go? And so I had conversations with Tim Villebrand at CDOT, and he actually contacted 3 different district engineers because we've got some super elevation there also. So they gave us a window of where Spartan can go, and that's where Spartan is. Now, they have made a caveat, they're not approving it yet, and they won't approve it until we get through this process and they look at the traffic numbers, and that's when they start that approval process. But this property does have, the previous plan had approval for an access onto 287. So,
So I was just wondering to see how serious that was with CDOT and when we'll see final approval on that, cause I don't wanna get down to stage 4 and we have 1,500 homes going in and we're like, oh, sorry, you can't build it there cause CDOT didn't go through with it. So I'd like to see that sooner than later, if possible. Let's see, where was I on my list? The Legacy Trail, part of the parking lot, when you're showing the upper part, it looks like the trail actually comes into the parking areas of the shopping center. So that just looked like a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah.
With sidewalk pedestrians, sidewalk trail and parking lots. Being a bicyclist myself, to me, that just seems like a pocket pool dodging thing of tables and chairs and people walking around versus having something a little bit more dedicated as a trail.
If we could you,
Yeah, we have the picture up right now.
okay, yeah.
But I'm envisioning restaurants and cafes and tables and chairs and sidewalk signs in this area, and I wouldn't wanna ride my bike through there in order to get to a more dedicated trail.
And your point is well taken. That portion of the trail is not intended for bicycles. The bicycles would either use the street or they would use either Main Street or they would use the minor collector there. And I'll tell you why that is. Ms. Sorcelli was mentioning about boutique commercial and that sort of thing. If you're trying to do commercial today, you gotta have entertainment. You got, that is actually a pedestrian promenade through there where you are correct. There'll be tables, outdoor tables and that sort of thing. And that's to create activity and to create a sense of entertainment and that sort of thing. So the trail in that way, in that particular portion of it, is never meant to be a trail like you're part of the overall trail system.
But Kristen showed an overall picture of how this whole trail system interlinks with each other. And if this is gonna be a gap in that overall trail plan, I would think we would need something more dedicated to make that trail plan more solid.
If I may, I think one of the things that Kristen did not include in her map is the existing 10-foot wide trail along Berthoud Parkway.
Okay.
If you recall, on the east side of Berthoud Parkway, connecting down from Wagner Farm Park, that trail extends all the way down to Dry Creek with the very small section that is being constructed right now at Rose Farm Village. So there is a dedicated 10-foot wide concrete pathway all the way from, well, what will be at some point a connection all the way up at County Road 14 all the way down to Hillsdale. That trail is nearly complete.
And will that be on both sides or just on the east side?
The 10-foot wide trail would be on the east side. We don't build trails on both sides of the road. That would be unusual for a lot of reasons. So it would have a standard sidewalk and pedestrian pathway on the west side, a concrete trail on the east side, bicycle infrastructure on the street, consistent with all of our street standards. So there'd be a lot of bicycle and pedestrian options throughout this entire corridor.
I'm just trying to figure out how to get to this nice bike trail that they've got in their linear park next to a pond and a fake river. To get from the corner of Wagner Farm to that pond part without having to dodge. You know, I mean, there is down the street here and over here, but then you're riding on the street. So I'm just trying to figure out something more like that. So just idea.
I do think it's important to remember too that multi-use trails like this aren't intended really to be like high-speed bikeways. And so the idea might be that, if you rode your bike down the pathway at Wagner, you could hop onto the road and take the on-road bike infrastructure if you were in a hurry. You could hop off and walk through the pedestrian paseo, walk your bike. You could duck off into the parking lot and ride through that way. Or you could take the concrete trail down to this minor collector across the street and head over to the park that way. And I think the same would be true within the linear park. I wouldn't expect that to be a high-speed bike corridor, but someplace where you might go and have a leisurely ride from place to place, and because it will be a multi-use path and it will be running through parks where you might have people throwing frisbees and, yeah, and people walking dogs and all that good stuff.
Okay, so then how wide is that trail gonna be in that linear park then? Is that
10 feet.
10 feet. So that's gonna be holding pedestrians and bicyclists.
You know, as Chris mentioned, the intent is not to be a high-speed trail, but to be more of a recreational, you know, a trail through a park type thing. So
I'm just thinking of my time riding my bike on trails in Boulder and along Boulder Creek, how that all works out. So, I guess going into that park now with the artificial pond and the artificial river, my thoughts are, why not use the actual Little Thompson to create that same kind of environment? And then, is the park sustainable, and what's its demand on water gonna be? I mean, we always talk about water here, and does the farm have enough water rights to sustain an artificial reservoir, two actually, one at the top, one at the bottom, and to keep a river flowing?
Well, actually, the one at the bottom, if it were on there, that one will be eliminated because grade-wise, it did not work out. The one at the top, it's not gonna be a flowing river, it's a dry creek going through there. So the only water you have is right there at the wet pond. And it's small enough so we don't expect a big demand on water.
So the river is just a dry creek?
It's dry creek, it'll in periods of flow, in fact, it's part of our drainage system that will allow us to do some of the rain gardens and some of the newer drainage techniques in there. You mentioned sustainability, that's one of the things we're using that for, is for that.
Okay. Just thinking water conservation and building another thing, water demand. So where is the water coming from? Is it existing water rights on the property? You gonna have to bring in water rights?
There are some water rights existing on the property. We've had discussions with some of the ditch companies around, and there may be an opportunity when it needs supplementing, is doing it with non-pot from the ditches, but that's still very early in the process.
But you have enough water currently to withstand supporting all the commercial and residential's planned? Or are you gonna have to obtain more?
We'll comply with the normal code that you guys have right now.
Okay, so you don't have enough yet?
No, we don't have enough for all of that.
Okay, all right. What ideas do you have for the affordable housing? We talked about varieties of housing. Will there be opportunities for apartments to be built that have studios and one-bedroom apartments in it? What about having housing options that are for the senior years? I just put my dad in a really nice brand new apartment up in Fort Collins, in Old Town, little one-bedroom apartment. Takes Medicaid and Medicare and classified him as a Section 8, and it's multi-housing within that apartment where he's living there on a Social Security, but then there's also families that make less than $50,000 a year, $40,000 a year that are living there with their new babies and small families. Through Birth, basically work with, I dropped the name of the company that's doing it, but it's like a housing authority, but it's not the housing authority. Will there be any opportunities to work with some of the local housing authorities, like maybe in Loveland, that could come in and create an environment of housing for that situation?
You know, you mentioned the condominiums, and that is great for single people starting out, also great for empty nesters and that sort of thing. We've also, as you heard, we're having discussions with Mission Homes about getting them in there to do some of their stuff. As far as any of the other, we haven't ruled anything in or out. We're just at concept neighborhood master plan right now, but I think you can see by the variety of housing and we're trying to cast our net very wide to capture as much of the housing demand as we can.
Okay. Do you have anybody that you've been working with that does apartments other than small homes?
We've worked with apartment developers in other towns, yes.
Okay, because we only have the one apartment complex that I'm aware of here, really with Center Point.
Yeah.
But I know that also drives up a lot of concern that apartments drive too much density, but we also need that kind of housing. So sometimes in order to get the housing that we need, we have to deal with the density. next question. So are you drawing a line on the homes? I mean, right now, there's a lot of homes going in Berthoud that are $700,000, $900,000 homes. Are you gonna draw a line where the biggest house or the most expensive type of housing product you'll build will be under a certain threshold?
No.
So I could see on the very south end, you guys building some of the higher end homes to kind of go more in line with the high end homes that are being built just to the south of that. But north of the river, I would love to see, I guess this is more of a comment than a question, but it's kind of tagging on to my question, but I'd like to see some more affordable, smaller homes that are priced in more like the threes, if possible anymore. I know construction costs keep going up. I look over here at Greg and maybe he rolled his eyes over there. I couldn't tell because he was ducking behind somebody, but.
Yeah, David can talk to
the
about
days of
what it takes to get a
$300,000
$300,000 home, and that's one reason why we're having discussions with David about that, is because we want to catch that range. And you know, there are a lot of 40-foot lots. Unfortunately, we can't meet your garage code with a 40-foot front-loaded lot, but we got a lot of opportunities for 40-foot alley-loaded lots.
And that was gonna be my next question.
It does raise the price a little bit as far as front-loaded though, but that's what you guys have asked for, so we've embraced that. And yeah, I mean, to get the density we need to support the infrastructure we're doing, we've gotta have a lot of smaller lots. Now, we tried to be sensitive and put the bigger lots on the periphery, but yeah, our goal is to build for the some people call it, I don't think working class is any appropriate anymore. I think it's sustainable, but our goal is to build homes for the average person, but also to have a wide variety of people living in the community.
Yeah, because there's gonna be a lot of commercial up here, and a lot of those people that are gonna be working on those commercials are gonna be making minimum wage or slightly above. They're gonna be in that maybe $18 to $20 an hour price range for wages, which is only $40,000 a year. And so you can't buy much, if anything, on $40,000 to $50,000 a year. And so it'd be nice to have some complementary housing or some apartments or workforce housing down in that area.
And you just addressed a problem that's nationwide, it's a shortage of housing.
And we're not building that yet, so.
And we're committed to doing that, and that's why our wide variety of homes from a one-bedroom condo, or it could be an apartment, all the way up to a home that a family of 5 or 6 could live in.
Just a quick comment,
Yeah.
not to be rude, but we might wanna keep it to questions so that the community has time to give us feedback before we have our discussion.
Yeah, I think some of my questions might be, or comments were maybe in the form of a question, but you already answered the garages and alleyways and some of those areas. On the old PUD, this was listed as an enterprise zone. Is that still the case with the new rezoning?
It's still within the enterprise zone. It's already, the enterprise zone isn't just one property or one development. It covers a kind of a wide swath of town.
All right. And then May kind of touched on this before. It's close to me as well, but the commercial strip centers being in there, is there gonna be enough variety and opportunity that it won't just be big, large franchise type businesses? Will there be something in place that will allow smaller businesses to affordably rent and start a business in there?
That's our goal, is to pursue those. And that's one reason I mentioned that promenade along there that you can't ride your bike on. But it is because of that. That helps promote business, and if you can create that pedestrian traffic through there, that helps, and it helps the smaller businesses.
And how closely related are you guys working with the commercial developers on that? Is that something you're doing, or is it something you're gonna outsource to some other party that's more of an expert?
We will coordinate with the commercial developers, because quite frankly, our name's on this project. And so this sets the tone. Anything built there affects all of the homes we're selling. So we have a vested interest in making sure that's nice. In fact, we view that area as more of amenity, because the nicer it is, if we could attract something like a food hall here, where at night you have somebody sitting on a stool playing a guitar or something out there in a little promenade area that you saw. It's things like that to create energy, that allows you to do things like that, as opposed to your square box commercial.
Okay. Has there been any talks with Bert's Corner, AKA Quick Corner, and incorporating them more with some better continuity in? Because before we had 287 kind of dividing this project and that corner. It's kind of a little sliver up there on the corner. I'd hate to see it kind of get lost, and is there any sort of works or talks or conversations being had with them? And
It's funny you mentioned that. There was a realtor who's a good friend of the owner there that just contacted us today and said, let's work together. So we'll be having some discussions with them.
And then what street improvements are going to be made on Meadowlark Avenue? You show several access points along that. I know it's not part of inside of your development, but are you going to be doing any improvements on that road and making it better?
That'll all be sorted out at the preliminary plat level.
Okay.
It's a little early in this process to do all of that engineering until we know we have a plan that we can engineer.
Okay.
We gotta get to the starting line before we can start, and that's where we are right now.
If I may, really quick, just an answer to your question also. Meadowlark is planned for a signal. That was part of the West Side Crossing project at the northeast corner of 287 and Mountain Avenue. So they'll be expanding that intersection and constructing a signal there, and then any additional intersection improvements that'll be needed to support this development will be dealt with during those planning phases.
Okay. Another one is on the far south. There's no trail connectivity at all crossing the open space there. The only place to cross, it looks like, will be over on Berthoud Parkway. Has there been any consideration of creating a loop trail down along there, kind of like what we have on the east side of Berthoud Parkway, that would have access points to cross that Little Thompson?
I'm dying to cross that, but I haven't put it on the plan because that is a floodway through there. And we have to make sure that we can put something across there that meets FEMA's requirements and all. We purposely didn't put that crossing on there. We wanna have it, but we didn't want it to be a requirement because we're not sure what FEMA's gonna say about what kind of structures we can put across that. So we had to stay out of there for now.
Okay. So we might see something more later on.
I would hope so.
Okay. And then I saw the trial going down to like the pool and rec center or community house. Does that trail go across Spartan, or was it planning on going under? What was your plan there?
Right now, it is crossing Spartan. If we're able to do it with a kind of a culvert underneath, there's some great issues because you have Spartan up here and then you gotta connect to 287 down there. So again, that's more of a final engineering type thing. If we're looking at both options of surface crossing and underneath crossing.
So Spartan Avenue with the proposed CDOT 287 access, Spartan's gonna become very busy. So
It would require some type of enhanced pedestrian crossing with some flashing.
at an intersection possibly, or, cause even out on Berthoud Parkway where Spartan crosses, is there potential of having not even?
That could possibly be signalized, yeah.
Okay, cause we'll need to slow down some of that traffic before it gets in front of the high school and all that stuff.
Yep.
And that's about it for questions.
Alright, Trustee Murphy?
Well, I'd like to thank Trustee Soriselli and Trustee Hardy for asking a lot of really good questions. I had a few in addition. Talking about phasing of the project, should we approve the neighborhood plan tonight? Is it going to be broken down? How many phases are we talking, or are you guys going for full prelim plat?
It will be phased. As part of the preliminary plating process, we will have more detail in probably the easterly portion of it. The westerly portion in the preliminary plat will be a lot of parcels you see with future development on them. But as part of that preliminary plat, we'll be nailing down the alignment of the streets of the collector roads and that sort of thing. We haven't worked out a phasing plan yet till we get further into engineering and quite frankly, till we get a little further along with the different builders who will be building in there and where they're looking for product type. That's all part of the phasing.
Okay. So it'd be fair to say that you are generally planning to phase this project?
Definitely.
Okay.
if it's a build out like that, we have to phase it.
Moving beyond that, you brought up the open house, and some, changes, addressing view sheds with 2 stories along Berthoud Parkway. Were there any comments, brought up by citizens that you also took under consideration or made changes based on?
There were some comments, I was not there, maybe Kevin, could you
Maybe Kristen.
address that, or Kristen? Okay.
Bounce around, but we'll get you an answer.
Sure.
So there were comments about the 2 stories, also the comments about that the neighbors would prefer to have single-family detached along Berthoud Parkway, and so that's something that Don brought up earlier. There were a lot of questions about the school, if the school district was requiring a site here or not. So we did actually reach out to the school district and ask for confirmation and got written confirmation that they had reviewed the plan. They did confirm that they did not want a school site here, but that was a concern, so we were at least able to address that. There were general questions that didn't necessarily require plan changes. So general questions about traffic, and Ruth can talk more about, the potential improvements around here, but folks did want to understand, will there be improvements along Berthoud Parkway? Or do you intend to build this with the existing road, which absolutely is not the case. There will be improvements at various intersections and along all of the perimeter roads as well. Those were some of the keys. I'm sure there are a few more, but in terms of plan changes, I think I've hit the ones that we need or followed up on based on that conversation.
Talking traffic, one intersection I wanted to bring up was Berthoud Parkway and Mountain. We've had past discussions about possibly putting in a roundabout. I don't know if you've had discussions with staff on the possibility of putting one there. It doesn't appear from the plan that it necessarily accommodates some of the recommendations, such as dedicated right turn lanes. What are your thoughts on that? Was it discussed? Is it a consideration, or is it expected to be a signalized intersection as is, more or less?
Yeah, so we have definitely had conversations. I'll ask Ruth to come up and give you the specifics of it. Particularly with Berthoud Parkway and Mountain Avenue, there's safety concerns that needed to be incorporated into those decisions. But I'll let her fill you in, and it probably makes sense for her to just give you kind of that high level of the improvements that would happen around the perimeter of this site, because I'm guessing that other folks may have questions about different intersections as well.
Hello again. So I did look at that intersection specifically as a roundabout and keeping it as a signalized intersection. I would strongly recommend you keep it signalized. In a roundabout configuration, you need auxiliary right turn lanes on every single corner. And the federal government a couple of years ago came up with a software package where you put in all the volumes and it says, okay, you should do this or you can consider this. And this is one of the first times when it said to me, came back and said, no, don't do a roundabout at this location, mainly because of pedestrians and bicycles. And you've got issues no matter when you cross major streets, but I strongly recommend that you guys keep that signalized. It would have in the long range future, a left, a through, and a right turn lane on each approach to that intersection eventually. But I would recommend that you keep it that way.
Okay. And one last question, just for clarification on the water situation. In compliance with our standards, which is the option for dedication versus cash in lieu, the board is currently considering kind of a hybrid option as in the interest of the town. With this development, is it entirely proposed to be cash in lieu? Is that what you are looking at, or are there any additional rates that are being brought to bear for this?
There are some additional rights that we're looking at for non-pot system. For part of that, it's really early obviously with the non-pot and the shoulder season and all, there are a lot of things to work out that may or may not work, but that's one of the things we're looking at.
Is, well, I'll just hold out. It's more of a comment. That's all I've got.
All right,
Thank you.
Fun of a question with Jeopardy.
Trustee Butler.
Thank you. For the sake of time, I'll be pretty brief. I'll kind of fire away if that's all right. Some things might be just kind of housekeeping clerical, but just want to confirm, no residences will be built in the 100-year floodplain along the Dry Creek
No.
corridor? And that's been reviewed, I assume, with the updated FEMA maps?
We have Galloway looking at that right now to determine exactly where that is, but no homes will be built in the floodplain.
Okay, thank you. Probably a question to staff. The one, I guess, biggest difference that I noticed between the previous PUD, approved back in 2010 versus this new master plan today is perhaps the amount of commercial space. I know we've got new categorizations, how we label that, but do we think that in the future, long-term build out of, obviously Mountain Avenue looks like it's got some commercial fronting, but along the 287 or Spartan build out, is this enough commercial?
That's always an interesting question, and it's difficult to kind of crystal ball what that really looks like. As you can imagine, the nature of retail has changed a lot over the last few years. We don't know how that's gonna impact future commercial growth. The notes on the neighborhood master plan, if you'll recall, the commercial areas along 287, there's a note on that neighborhood master plan that says these commercial areas may grow and change based on market demand. And so there's some mixed use areas adjacent to that commercial node on 287. I would foresee a case where, hey, if there's a lot of interest for office space or retail commercial development above and beyond what is kind of planned in that little node on 287, that neighborhood master plan would give us the flexibility to say, let's expand those commercial uses into that mixed use area. Along the Mountain Avenue corridor, I think some of the question really comes down to what types of retail uses might be located there. I think if we're envisioning smaller walkable shops, I think there's a lot of space here. If we're envisioning larger big box stores, there's not. And so I think some of that also depends a little bit on what the market drives. If a 120,000 square foot retail store came in and said, hey, we really want to locate here, I would suspect that Mr. Henson and the development team would want to evaluate that opportunity, and the town would want to consider that. It might require an amendment to the neighborhood master plan. We'd come in and walk through that with you. But
That
I think,
is an option if.
yeah. I mean, that's the neighborhood master plan process is not a. It's binding in the sense that when you submit plating, it's expected to look like the neighborhood master plan. It's not binding in the sense that it can never be changed. But there's an amendment process that would have to come before the town board to do that.
Right.
So if, could these commercial areas accommodate a 120,000 square foot big box store? No. If that's something the town wanted to consider and the developer wanted to propose, because they had somebody on the hook that was saying, we're ready to do this, there is a process for us to evaluate that and amend the neighborhood master plan accordingly.
Okay. I think you know where I'm going. I just want to make sure we have that future opportunities along, this is prime, I think, location.
Yeah, it's a great commercial corridor, right? When you think about what makes retail corridors, it's high traffic locations, and the highest traffic locations in town are 287 and Mountain Avenue.
Right.
And so we would expect commercial development to occur, specifically retail commercial development to occur along that corridor. Is the town prepared for a 120,000 square foot kind of big box store? I don't know. And I don't mean prepared like in the philosophical sense. I mean, just from a market demand standpoint. We've certainly got interest from large big box stores in the past in this area. They've not moved forward yet, but it doesn't mean they couldn't here. But again, that would require them to come in and amend the neighborhood master plan and go through that process with you.
Okay, thank you. Next is, I guess regarding commercial, I see there's a small commercial pad located next to or inside the community amenity center space. What is that, or why would you
That's the daycare I mentioned.
Okay, I'm sorry, I missed that.
That's the daycare, and that's the reason it's there, because it's, even though it's a commercial use, it needs to be within the neighborhood and integrated in the neighborhood, so that's why it's there, and that, again, that's, when we say live, learn, work, play, that's embracing that, is making things convenient for the residents that live there.
Right, that makes sense, thank you. Question to either staff or the applicant. Setbacks along Bertha Parkway, we went through a lot of discussion, obviously, to make sure that Bertha Parkway can expand as necessary, with the road improvements as well as setbacks from, obviously, this curb to the property lines or the backs of these, looks like, probably some fences and residences. What is that setback, do we know?
The Berthoud Parkway, and I honestly, actually, our traffic engineer that's here tonight might know off the top of their head. I can't recall if that's a major collector or it's a major collector south of Mountain Avenue. And so our standards require a certain amount of right-of-way to accommodate everything that we expect to be included in there. The roadway, tree lawns, sidewalks, trails, utility easements. That's a pretty wide swath. I think for major collector, it's over 100 feet.
Right, sorry to interrupt, but we reviewed this quite a bit with the Harvest community to the south. Is this gonna be consistent?
Yeah, I mean, we would expect there to be some buffer along a major collector. We wouldn't want to see or even propose that you have development, within 10 feet of the edge of right of way, right? That there would be some expectation that there would be a buffer along that corridor when they come in for platting.
Okay, all right, thank you. Probably back to staff or applicant as well. How do we fix Meadowlark and Matt Avenue with the quick corner? This is, I know, a general question and a little outside the purview of this, but I can't help but think about that corner.
What do you mean in terms of fix? I mean, that's a loaded question.
It's very loaded.
I don't want to interpret it wrongly and offend anyone.
But I mean, just driving by it doesn't pass the eye test today, and it's certainly not going to in 10 years when this, project is only finished. So what is our town's plan to address that? Hopefully the applicant can work together with that property owner. I know I'd be overstepping it. Please
Well, yeah,
correct.
that's outside the
Okay.
scope of this hearing, I think, tonight.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm happy to share my thoughts with you about that. I'm happy to discuss it during reports tonight if you'd like, but I do think it's probably outside the scope of this
Okay,
hearing.
fair enough. Is this going to be a metro district, metro tax district?
For this amount of infrastructure and for the quality of life amenities we're in there, we expect to be back in front of you to ask you to consider a metro district. In the annexation agreement, one was contemplated way back then, and there's language in there about considering a metro district if it's feasible. But we would really love the opportunity to have that discussion. I know you guys passed some policies recently, and whatever your concerns are with the metro district, this isn't your normal metro district. When we do them, we use them for some of the infrastructure, some of the parks, some of the improvements that add to the quality of life. So that is our goal.
Thank you. And then our new policy on that, this would apply?
100%. And they're aware of that, and then we've been communicating with them throughout that metro district policy process, so they understand the concerns that the board has had and why we drafted the policy the way that we did. I'd like to believe, but I never cease to be surprised. But I'd like to believe that they understand very much what it is the board's looking for in evaluating service plan proposals, and I think this could be a good model based on my conversations with them, what they expect to propose to you.
Look forward to that. Thank you, that's all I've got.
Trustee Ayers.
You guys talked about the time frame a little bit. Obviously, this would be a long-term project. Administrator Kirk, what I guess, if this were to go forward, what would the relationship to the development of the phases of this be in relation to some of the other newer developments that are going on in the area. The development that's proposed in south of Heritage Ridge, to the property that's going over Meadowlark, how are those going to interact time-wise?
That's a tough question. I would have expected the Trails at Creekview project south of Rose Farm to already be under construction. That development was approved by the town board a couple of years ago. And they're not. So, you know, a lot of that's driven by factors that are completely outside of our control. Market factors, financing, developer priorities. So from a construction standpoint, I'm not sure I can answer that question.
Okay, I guess I'm concerned about the construction phases of these kinds of things sort of overlapping and causing unforeseen either traffic or damage to the roadways and to the infrastructure that's already there if, say, 3 different major construction projects were going on at the same time, which it seems at this point kind of likely.
So one of the things the town did not used to do was require developers to improve roadways adjacent to their projects, especially along major collectors. My opinion is that was a mistake, but I wasn't here then. Our engineering standards require developers to both evaluate and upgrade roadways adjacent to their properties, even if that asphalt already exists. Berthoud Parkway is a prime candidate. It is on our list for asphalt maintenance and rehabilitation in the next 2 years. So that if none of these projects build, we obviously know that we need to do some maintenance work along Berthoud Parkway. But if these projects build, they will be upgrading the roadway and improving it, not deteriorating it. And part of our responsibility, we have engineers and construction observers that go out and monitor projects, ensure that public infrastructure is not damaged. When it is, they're required to replace and correct it. That process is not always smooth. It's not as if one day a construction truck drives over a sidewalk and breaks it and it's fixed the next day. I wish it was. It would save us a lot of time and headache. But I believe strongly that our current team and our current standards and policies get those issues fixed. So it is possible that there's, you know, anytime you have a number of construction projects going on in the same area, you're gonna have some overlap and there's gonna be some necessary coordination. Our engineering team and our inspectors are the ones that are tasked with coordinating those efforts. We meet every Thursday with that whole team to talk about all the different projects in town, the different issues that are going on, to try and eliminate those kind of conflicts and damage to our infrastructure.
Thank you. And I apologize, my questions are gonna be kind of scattered here. On the master plan document here, there's a quartet of the sort of yellow-orange housing sort of in the center section that have no alleyways. But every single one of the proposed blocks around it do have alleyways. Is there, I guess, to the developer, is there a reason for that? And to Administrator Kirk, is that correct?
You want me to address that first, or do you want Don?
I can address that.
Okay. Sure, go ahead, Don.
The comp plan and the urban residential zoning require all residential to be alley loaded. When you get into suburban residential, that requirement is not there. So, and I think with good reason. And the reason being is, especially with smaller lots, when you have an alley loaded, it's hard to give people a backyard. And some people are okay with that. I mean, they alley loaded, they look real good, but you don't have a backyard. But you get a family with 2 or 3 kids, and they can't afford a real big house like toward the south, but they still want something they can live in with a wife and kids and 3 or 4 kids. So they want a yard, and that's borne out that a lot of families want a backyard. So when we talked about a variety of housing types, we're giving people a choice there. So some of the ones you'll see, some are alley loaded and some are not in the suburban residential. which is allowed. Now, in the urban residential, everything has to be alley loaded.
Okay. So these were the properties that you were talking about that are garages or whatnot on the street access as opposed to in the back?
That is correct.
Okay. You guys talked about the sort of compromise to limit height on these single-family properties on the east side. Do mixed-use height restrictions, is that the same code as for the urban development in the code? And what specifically is that? Because I'm kind of worried about, it's wonderful to limit the family homes so that the view corridors are protected, but that I'm also concerned about the view corridors for people driving along the street or walking along the street, if that makes sense. How tall can the buildings in the mixed use be?
In the red zone on that
Yes.
far west side?
And the north side along Mountain.
I'm not sure, I know off the top of my head.
Is it
I
30
can pull it up. It would allow for taller buildings, absolutely. I think it's important to remember though that the farther a building gets away from you, the smaller it appears on the horizon, right? And so if you have a 4-story building that's a quarter mile away from you, it's not blocking your view of the mountains, right? And so I think the concern is primarily when you get something up close to you, that you limit those heights. As you get farther and farther away, they start to disappear on the horizon, right? And they don't block the view in the same way. And that's part of the thought process, I think, of planning and allowing more intensive uses farther to the west, and limiting the height on the east side.
Okay, thank you. I think I already know the answer to this question, but I'm gonna ask it anyway. The wetland, does that count towards the 10% open space that's listed as part of the development?
Yes, so all of the open space as part of the plan is counted as part of that calculation. 10% is the code requirement. This project has about 25% open space.
Thank you. I think I know the answer to this question also, but I think I'm gonna ask it anyway. Currently, there's the ditch that runs across the north side of the property. That is required to be protected. Yes?
The irrigation
Yes.
lateral? Yes,
Will that go, sorry to interrupt, will that go underground? Will that be piped, or will it be channeled somewhere else, or?
we haven't gotten that far, but generally in other projects, when we've had irrigation laterals like that, we piped them.
Okay.
And that's in cooperation and under review with the ditch companies. They take a big interest in that, so we have to keep them happy.
Thank you. Next question. From your presentation, you guys, thank you for taking into account the sort of historical properties of this section of the town. I'm wondering if you have considered doing anything with some of these open spaces, and I apologize if it's marked here, I can't see it, to sort of promote the more agricultural character of this plot for the residents in the park, such as community gardens or, because I know you guys have the little stations like the placards, but is there any thought or decisions that went into maybe including actual agricultural spaces or obviously not agricultural because it's a residential development, but just something that's outdoor space that is focused on those agricultural elements as opposed to just sort of historical markers?
We really haven't gotten that detailed into something like that, but we can certainly take a look at that. I'd probably be interested in talking with you a little bit more offline about you giving me a little more detail on what you're looking for.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. Like Trustee Hardy brought up, I believe it was, I'm also kind of concerned about the connection to Wagner Park, especially since the bike trail ends and turns into a pedestrian promenade, which is great. But would you be amenable to possibly extending that central corridor park straight through to Mountain and maybe creating some sort of open space on that northern section so that there could be a bike or pedestrian open space that would actually connect to Wagner Farms so that if people are coming in and going from the rec center or from Wagner Park, they don't have to get on the street infrastructure and ride their bikes or ride their bikes, especially on the street infrastructure, to get across that catty corner to the park. Does that make sense?
I'm not sure I'm following. How would they cross Mountain Avenue?
Well, they would have to cross at a crossing, but I'm concerned about them having to get on the street in order to jump through that, I don't know, 100-yard section there, because the bike and the pedestrian infrastructure turns into a promenade, which you said was not purposed for
bicycles.
Right. So if a group of kids or a family or something like that wants to ride over to the rec center, or they want to ride over to the schools on the other side of Wagner Farm, they have to get on the street to ride at some way, shape, or form, especially in this northern section. Because I understand that the trail in the southern section is proposed to go across Berthoud Parkway and link up with the trail system that's on the east side of the road. But if you live in the condos up here or the townhomes, there's no way to get from there to the other parks on the other side of the street without actually riding on the street. So would you be amenable, or would you?
I think the as far as you're talking about extending the linear park all the way up to Mountain?
Or some sort of, not necessarily the entire linear park, because I understand you said it was probably 50 yards wide, but just to have some sort of bike or ped open space infrastructure that would allow people, especially in this northern section of the development, to get to Wagner Farm or to get to a crossing point where they don't have to ride on the street, where they can have a separate detached trail.
Well, I think, and I could be corrected on this, but if it's not, we could commit to it that as far as Berthoud Parkway goes, you have the trail on the east, the 10-foot trail, but we could put a buffer bike lane on Berthoud Parkway till it gets to the first collector road, and then a bike lane on the collector road over to the park. That would probably be the most practical solution to that.
I think that is all. So thank you. And there were a lot of letters submitted, and you guys have already addressed that all of the separate districts have reviewed those, have reviewed the project, like fire, et cetera. Administrator Kirk or you guys, specifically, because most of these have been addressed, schools, water, traffic, et cetera. When the sheriff's department looked at this development, did they have any concerns about enforcement with the increase in population and traffic and et cetera?
Not that I know of. The sheriff's department as a contractor to the town doesn't get a referral in the same way that like the fire district does. But, you know, I know that they would expect to have additional deputies assigned to the town as it continues to grow. That'll be a necessity because of everything that's already approved and under construction and what might be approved here. And we will deal with that in our contract with the sheriff's department. And again, I think it's a little different in that we contract with them to provide the service that we feel like we need.
Okay.
And they make recommendations to us, and we work through that each year to talk about the number of deputies and all that, the types of resources that are available to us. But we have very direct input and control in that process, unlike the fire district or the school district where they make their own independent decisions. We're not contracted with them. They have a different level of review, if that makes sense.
That does, yeah, thank you. That's all I had for now. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Grace.
All right, I actually had a really long checklist and I've been picking it off. So I guess let's go from the top, kind of actually tying off to what Trustee Ayers was saying. There's a lot of community feedback. A lot of these questions are based off of that. So just kind of teeing off from this. In terms of traffic concerns in general, obviously 287 and Spartan, big concern. To go to the other side of that with Spartan and Berthoud Parkway, was my understanding it was supposed to be a roundabout there where Spartan kind of crosses Berthoud Parkway. Is that currently in the plan? Is that gonna be a lighted intersection?
You know, at this level, and we've heard that, we're not opposed to a roundabout there.
Okay.
It probably, our studies have shown either roundabout or signalized intersection there.
Sure.
As we get further into it and look at the engineering, that determination and coordination with the staff will be made.
Okay. In terms, I know in the packet, which is online for everybody to read, there's about 150 pages of traffic study that you guys put with us, which is great. Incredibly detailed. Is there any executive kind of summary to come back on that saying approximately 1,500 homes, peak hours of traffic, this is what we're gonna see, this is what we're anticipating, and this is what we're planning for?
About page 127, my eyes glazed over when I read it, so I'm gonna let Ruth answer that.
So can you want an executive summary of?
Right, just in general, I mean, 1,500 homes, it's a lot of people, it's a lot of traffic, it's a lot of interactions, there's a lot of people worried about excessive wait times at lights, of accidents, of people getting hurt, you know, just things that generally happen when population goes up. Is there kind of a study that you've said, yeah, we've looked at this is how we're addressing it?
So we looked at all those access points and also Meadowlark, you know, the access points along Mountain, 287, Berthoud Parkway. And we do a long-range forecast, right? So we're looking at 2042, okay, at the time that we did this. So 20 years in the future, we factor up traffic, we take into account these other projects that have been approved, and then we look at how are these intersections gonna operate then? Because we wanna satisfy certain thresholds, right? We don't want the whole thing to just fail. So that's what that the 150 some pages of the traffic study did. There will need to be some improvements. I mentioned the one at Mountain and Berthoud Parkway, roundabout or a signalized intersection at Spartan and Berthoud Parkway, the signalized intersection at Spartan and 287. And then not a ton, well, and Meadowlark and Mountain was already slated to be signalized. CDOT also has that as a signalized intersection.
Sure.
Gateway, the main entrance into this, we're proposing most likely, Don can correct me if I'm wrong, it works as a roundabout, so most likely that would be a roundabout. But all of these were satisfying levels of service. The only exception was the westbound left turn at 287 and Mountain. And that's because when I ran that analysis, I know that CDOT's gonna want more green time for 287. So I could have switched it and made that work, but that's not really how it would operate in the future. So there'll be some delays there, but it'll still work between there and Meadowlark with the signal there. So that was the whole analysis. That's the purpose of it, is to have appropriate operations there. So that's kind of the executive summary.
Well, that's great.
Okay.
And I guess more specifically is Berthoud Parkway, are you planning on widening that at all? Right now, 2 lanes is pretty narrow.
So that would be a major collector.
Sure.
And major collectors are still 2-lane roadways. There would be some left turn lanes into the project site. There'd be some separate right turn lanes into the project access points. So those improvements would be made. But it would remain a 2-lane roadway as Mountain would remain a 2-lane roadway. Spartan would be a 2-lane roadway.
Okay. I guess, well, that answers that, I guess, as best as it can. I guess the next question I have is based more on infrastructure, specifically power. I know bad thunderstorms like the hail we got today sometimes knocks power out. There's a substation we have up north, but I also know that that tends to knock things offline. Is that something infrastructure-wise is gonna be addressed with adding in this volume?
She also has a PhD in
Yeah,
electrical engineering.
I'm like,
I'm not sure who I'm talking
whoa. I did not do well in my double E class, no.
We haven't looked into that, quite frankly, at the neighborhood master plan level. When we get to the preliminary plat, there'll be some communication with the power company, and I'm sure the demands and any kind of infrastructure upgrades will be part of that discussion.
Okay.
The power companies dictate design of their infrastructure, just like we dictate design of our infrastructure. And so they will require that to be designed and installed in such a way that that they will be able to utilize it in the future.
Got it. Okay. Next one, just looking at the map, the northwestmost corner of mixed use, that orange, kind of where the quick corner is, currently there's no buildings you've kind of superimposed over it. Is that going to be continued to be commercial? Because currently it's just kind of a big open field listed as mixed use. Is that going to be built out as time goes by?
Yes, the portion along Berthoud Parkway will be commercial, and probably the rest of it, we hope, there'll be demand for commercial there. And the reason I say that is because we can be patient there. We've got a lot of residential to build already, and so we can be very patient there with that to try to get some more commercial in there.
Okay. And speaking of commercial is actually my next question. I know a lot of the concern was we don't have enough commercial here. We have one grocery store, it's not big enough. We have a lot of fast food places, which are okay, but seem to have issues on hours. My understanding is a lot of commercial typically follows the population. That's why you don't see, McDonald's in the middle of nowhere. You'll see it around a decent population center. So with this population growth here will actually help drive commercial by what you're kind of approximating here.
That is correct. We're not commercial developers, but we dealt with them and we've talked with them about, what does it take? And generally, the feedback we've gotten, and it depends on the developer and the user, different stores have different criteria, but it seems like you have to hit a minimum of a 20,000 population to support a grocery anchored center. And that grocery anchored center, to give you an order of magnitude, would be, because I know there's some concern about commercial, be 120,000 square feet. That's a grocery store and the ancillary commercial with it. We got opportunities to here, if you figure 10,000 square feet an acre, I think between 30 and 40 acres, so that's 300 to 400,000 worth of commercial. So, you should be thrilled if we ever fill all of that. I mean, that's a lot of commercial. Give you an order of magnitude, a regional mall is about 1 million. So if we fill 300 to 400,000 worth of commercial, you're talking, a third to a half of a regional mall. There's more there. That's why some of it's called mixed use, because it may be more than just retail. We may get some employment centers in there. So it's non-residential, and if we can get some live-over work where somebody wants to live over their art studio or something like that, there's a commercial component in there for that. So I hope that kind of puts in perspective that we've left plenty of opportunities for commercial.
Awesome, thank you. This next question, how fast do you anticipate this project to take? Say it was approved, no real problems, how long do you think it would take for a full build out? Say 5, 10, 20 years?
As you've seen the way the market ebbs and flows and interest rates and all, that's a hard thing to pin down. I will say that if we walk away tonight with approval of this neighborhood master plan, time we do preliminary plat, final plat, engineering, and get even the first phase built, you probably won't see any homes occupied until sometime in 2025.
Okay.
My best guess would be after that, 8 to 12 years. Take the middle range and say 10. So you're talking 2035. So, you know, depending on what the market does, we go into recession, it could be a lot longer. That's part of the downside of not taking 30, 40, 50 acres, developing it, getting in, getting out, and moving on, is we have to be prepared to weather some of these financial storms that you go through. In the end, when you do a master plan community like this, it's worth it to us. It's worth it to ride back through and see the kids playing out there and seeing the grandmothers so that's kind of what we do.
Well, actually, speaking of kids, I know the question was, is there currently a plan for a school to be here? And the answer was, Thompson School says, we're looking at it, but this is currently not the location.
Correct.
That's my understanding. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I guess then the next question I have, and this can be for staff as well, what is the plan to support an influx of families and kids to this community?
In what way?
In terms of supporting with infrastructure? I mean, I know it's a school district issue, but I guess it's just the concern here is we're building 1,500 homes, and I know it's a school district problem, but them not saying, we're not working with you, we're gonna work somewhere else. Just kind of following up on what the plan is for them next.
You know, I know this was a big topic of conversation last week in the meeting that the town board had with the school district. I don't know that I could articulate it better than they could, but I think I'll try to summarize, and that is, you know, they have a master planning committee. They're monitoring growth and development throughout the entire district, not just Berthoud. And they have school site plans. They think accommodate the short, and when I say short range, I think in that kind of 10-year time frame with some expansions to our existing schools. There's good reason to do that. If you build 2 schools, you have twice the overhead. And so they can do it more efficiently with slightly larger schools. But they are evaluating all of those options. What we do when we go through and review developments, we send them out to what we call referral agencies, and the school district is one of them. We send them these plans. We ask them to comment if there are concerns that they have with being able to provide services that they're required to provide as the school district or as whatever other district referral agency that these get sent out to. In a lot of cases, they don't respond at all because they don't have comments. We specifically asked them to respond in writing this time because of a lot of the concerns that were expressed during the planning commission hearings and otherwise. And they did respond back and say, we don't believe this is an area that's necessary for a school site. They already have a school site planned north of here within the town in a different development, and a school site planned on the east end of town in the Farmstead development. And we're working with them to preserve both of those sites through those development processes so that then they can build schools as they need, if they choose to do that instead of expand existing. As they mentioned during the meeting last week, the high school has lots of excess capacity. The middle school is nearing capacity, and the elementary schools are at or over capacity. But I'll also remind that they also said they don't typically build new schools until they are significantly over capacity, and for exactly the reason that I described earlier, which is you don't build 2 schools that are half full. And so if you're at 100% capacity, it doesn't make sense to build a second school and then have twice the overhead and half full schools. So they wait until those schools are at 120 or 125% capacity intentionally. And there's obvious good reason to do that financially. And so we work very closely with them. I meet with the school district every 2 weeks. Ann Johnson, our community development director, is meeting with them as well, and their planning staff. And so our goal is to coordinate with them on helping them achieve their goals within the context of the development that's occurring.
Okay. Well, thank you. I'm just making sure that we're not reacting and we're trying to be as proactive as we can.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, of course, all of these issues matter.
Sure.
And we review all of them during the development review process. You know, I know it gets said a lot, not by the board, of course, but, you know, I read Facebook, that, you know, there's an assumption that the town just washes its hands of issues, and that really couldn't be further from the truth. It doesn't mean that everybody agrees with the decisions that are made. We're certainly happy to be transparent about how those occur with you, with the community, whatever. But the idea that we just kind of throw our hands up and say, well, somebody else will figure it out, what do we care, is really, couldn't be further from the truth.
Gotcha. Mr. Mayor, should I move to extend the meeting?
Yes, please.
I move to extend the meeting until we conclude the standard docket items.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem Grace has moved, Trustee Murphy is second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We have a law that says we have to end at 9:30. Not anymore.
Next big question I had actually was a very interesting one. The post office currently seems to struggle handling a lot of our neighborhood needs. Is there currently any works, and this could be also for staff, is there any currently projects in the works to expand that post office capabilities?
I'm not aware of the post office, any imminent plans for the federal government to expand the post office. They're aware of the concerns. I know Mayor Karspek is really involved in that issue as well. We've talked to our elected representatives at the federal level about some of those issues. I think those conversations will continue. There are some town projects where we may be able to create space that they could utilize, but we can't force the federal government to expand the post office. So hopefully we can kind of give them an option on a silver platter that they might take, but I don't believe there are any imminent plans to expand the post office.
Okay. I guess the last one I have for the developer, the open space land to the south where the Dry Creek bed goes, is that land going to be maintained by you, or is that just left open to be just what it is right now?
I would suspect we'll do some improvements in there, maybe some, because right now it's an agricultural field. So, we will need to go in there and do some plantings and clean it up and make it a park-like. I don't mean park as in cutting the grass or anything like that, but create a natural area in there. So we'll be doing some seeding, maybe some strategic planting along the way, maybe some trees or other things to make it a nice area.
Yeah. Okay. That's all I have.
All right, thanks. We just passed the Metro District, Mr. Henson, some guidelines and standards on that. One of them is to have a requirement of sustainability, I believe. What do you, so while I got you here, are you gonna propose for sustainability aspect?
I would like time to prepare for that when we do our Metro District, but I will say as far as sustainability goes, if you look at the footprint of a single-family home on an 80-foot lot with a yard, and then you look at the footprint of even a 2-bedroom, 2-bath condo, and you look at how much water that uses on the yard, the street frontage, that sort of thing, density is one answer to sustainability. So I'm sure there are others, and we'll be prepared to address that.
Okay, thanks. Next is Spartan. If you go north, I think the next one would be this minor collector would kind of tie into Arapahoe. Is that correct? Or are they kind of offset from one another?
I would have to look at the map a little.
Aligned.
They are aligned. Okay, thanks. And then after that, there's no street so this would kind of just dead end on Berthoud Parkway.
Be a T intersection, yes, sir.
Okay. And then after that, we hit Welch. And then we have this Nielsen Greenway that on the right, on the other side of Berthoud Parkway, goes all the way through town to the railroad tracks. And then here, it looks like it'll just hit the dry basin. And that trail can support bikes. Is there any way or any thoughts of kind of having a trail along the dry basin area? Because I just heard you say the Paseo will be just strictly walkable.
Yeah, we mentioned before about maybe doing a buffered bike lane along there.
Along the road.
Along
Okay.
the road, correct.
And that would be, okay, that makes sense because Nielsen ends there. Okay, thanks. The mixed use area on the north, I know you've talked about it, the potential of live work. But with the mixed use on the very north here on the back side, these are individual units. You're just saying that this would have to be commercial, but there's an option for living upstairs?
As far as that area goes, it depends on how it builds out. If we're 10 years from now and we've covered the front and we have it in the back, then, and there's no demand for it, then, obviously, we'd like the opportunity to put in some condos or something there.
Okay. With, I kind of have Trustee Hardy and I have different views on the water aspect. So with the dry, when you see all this greenery, you assume this is gonna be irrigated. Is that linear park gonna be irrigated?
Yes.
Okay. Just wondering there.
And that's a two-edged sword, cause we want green space, but we don't want irrigation. It makes it tough, you know, and as developers, we wanna give people a quality of life, which there's, you know, there are a lot of people there, so we wanna give them some open space. So there's a balance there. I agree
Sure.
with you there.
Sure, and then, yeah, I like native grasses too, so you mentioned you had that on the south side. In the width of, the recreational trail, you did say 10 or 8 along the linear?
I
All these blue
believe
trails?
was it 10 feet?
It's 10.
10, through
okay.
all the blue section here?
Yep.
Except for the north end?
Yeah, when you
The
get,
Paseo,
Yeah.
yeah, and then we call it the promenade, and really, that promenade was just to show a connection, how you would get from Wagner Park down to the park. It was envisioned as a pedestrian promenade from day one. We didn't have any visions of bicycles going through that particular portion of it. It's actually to help the commercial, because we all want commercial, and if we route that promenade through the commercial, and you get somebody wants to stop for a sandwich or an ice cream or whatever along there. So that's the reason it's routed through there is to try to promote the commercial.
And that would line up roughly with the alleyway on 7-Eleven? I'm only looking at Chris, because you might not know.
It would roughly line up with the internal roadways behind 7-Eleven and.
Okay, that alleyway. That has a median buffer of rock.
It does,
So you
yeah.
couldn't
there-
get across right now.
There is a current median there, and I think based on its proximity to the intersection, it would be tough. It wouldn't be impossible, but to create an unsignalized pedestrian crossing at that kind of alleyway, we would expect people to go to the intersection rather than cross mid-block, if that makes sense.
Sure.
And I do think, you know, a lot of what's been talked about
I
tonight,
see.
I think Mr. Henson addressed it, I think it's something we'll address with them in the next phases, would be a trail along that extension of Welch connecting over to Berthoud Parkway. I think that's a absolutely reasonable point. Either via buffer bike lane or a trail to provide that bike access where you wouldn't want to whiz them through the pedestrian paseo, but where you'd still have that access to the intersection of Mountain and Berthoud Parkway. I think we can work together to figure that out. That should be relatively simple.
I think even higher up too, but that's a comment. In the Lucas standards, the Laramie County street standards, the right in, right out, where are these being proposed?
I don't know that we've evaluated that level of detail within the traffic analysis. The preliminary traffic study at this phase, we're looking kind of high level. As preliminary plats come in, you know, we establish driveway locations and those kinds of details. We would expect to identify right in, right out. You know, like Welch would absolutely, the expectation is Welch would be a full movement intersection, right? We've talked through some of that. But you know, like up where it says townhomes, you know, if that were developed as townhomes, there might be a right in, right out access into that property. You know, between the two roadways, but those get dealt with at plating or at site planning phase typically, if that makes sense.
Sure, okay. Kind of like at the 7-Elevens, problem is they take a left anyways.
Yeah, and you know, that's a real challenge with right in, right outs, unless there's a center median, the little, I call them pork chops, but the little kind of Y-shaped islands, people just drive around them. I mean, they do it at Gateway Park all the time.
Yeah.
And so unless there's a physical median barrier in the middle, like the you know, the little internal roadway that comes out of the 7-Eleven, Christian Brothers, that property, you can't turn left there, you'd have to jump over the rocks, right?
So you
that-
still definitely can.
You can't. That sounds like a personal experience, Mayor
Well,
Carlsbad. No.
Hey, the previous police chief said he even did it, so I'm not in bad company here.
It is possible, but it's less likely in those conditions.
We've dealt with those in the pork chop's the answer.
Well, I was just encouraged, okay, I'm gonna get to comments later, but Fort Collins has a different view of the Lucas standards, and I think somehow they get around, I'm not positive on this one, the right in, right out.
They don't.
They don't, so they
no,
require it
and-
to?
Yeah, for what it's worth, we adopted the Lucas standards, not the Loveland or the Fort Collins. And so we actually have the ability under our code to evaluate each project based on its unique demands and its unique site conditions. And so if the Fort Collins standards within the Lucas work for a project, we can utilize
Okay.
those under our current code.
You can get a little creative there.
We can, yeah, it
Okay.
gives us some flexibility.
And finally, to Trustee Sorcelli's point with the kind of boutique, less auto-centric, you kind of have these listed as individual, each building has its own site. Do you have any flexibility or desire to, some of these might combine, so it could be more of a strip, so people could rent out a smaller space and?
Yeah, this is conceptual to give you our vision of what we foresee there.
So that is your vision, is to do single buildings?
No, our vision is, that's not meant to be, some of those buildings may be 3 or 4 units.
Okay,
So,
inside of it.
It's just a matter of you need some space between them for, your AC compressors and some other stuff like
Okay.
that. So every so often, our goal is to create a streetscape and to create kind of an old town type
Okay.
look.
And that parking lot would be constructed by the Metro, or when the final commercial is completed, or how does that work since they're all combined?
We haven't gone that far yet. I really couldn't tell you. I would suspect our Metro is gonna be spent more on the linear park and some of the nicer amenities around there, so,
And I think from a development standpoint, we would expect those commercial areas to be subdivided and built by a commercial developer. And in similar fashion, like the West Side Crossing, where they are planning 7 pad sites at the West Side Crossing with shared parking and access and shared stormwater infrastructure and all those things. Those get managed in the future by a property owners association that's, all those commercial properties are a part of. And so that's typically how those are done, either on a kind of master commercial developers
That makes sense.
piece or on a site-by-site
Well,
development.
it makes sense with the opportunity to divide the buildings, and you're gonna clarify that, okay. With the Spartan connection on this linear park, there's a consideration of a stop or some kind of pedestrian crossing, so that, okay, you can get through there. And that was it, okay. Thank you for your time. Trustees, any final questions before we turn it over and open up the public hearing?
We have a 5-minute break.
Can we have 5 minutes? I'll call the meeting back to order. Thanks, folks. Trustee Ayers did have one more question before we open up the public hearing.
Yeah, sorry, just because I think, once again, I think I know the answer to this question, but, Administrator Clerk, in the letters, many of the concerned letters that we got in the packet, a lot of people are concerned about water and going through, the past few meetings, dealing with water. It's my understanding that the town is in a healthy position for water, especially if a build out is going to last for multiple phases over 10 to 12 years, as they're saying.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that statement. We are in a good position with water. We've been actively developing water resources. We're currently developing water resources. As the board knows, the last meeting we had just a month ago to talk about water policy, maybe it was 6 weeks ago, I don't know, time feels like it's gone by really fast. The board directed us to prepare a hybrid policy for you to consider. The developer's aware of that. We may be adopting a policy that requires a portion of water to be dedicated and a portion to be purchased via cash in lieu. We'll be bringing that back to you in June as our expectation for you to consider, with, a couple of options. But all in all, none of the projects that are underway right now, with the exception of one that I'm aware of, have dedicated water to the town. And we've collected cash in lieu as development occurs, and we use that to buy new water resources and to develop water resources we already own. And so, in short answer to your question, I think we're in good shape with water. I would fully expect us to continue to be in good shape. If we're not, I would fully expect you to fire me and our utility staff. So, that's probably the best way I could answer your question.
Thank you, I just wanted to make sure that that was addressed on the public record, so thank you.
Any other questions, trustees, before we open it up? All right, at this time, we'll open up the public hearing. This is a chance to offer your testimony. We do have several people signed up. If you did not have a chance to sign up after these ones are done, you can raise your hand and I'll call you forward. And once you come up, if you could state your name and your address, and if we can keep the comments to 3 minutes or less, since we do have a number. And yeah, we need it audio-wise. I know you've written it down, but we also need it on the audio, so that's why you have to say it out loud. So we'll start off with Greg Ludlow.
Can I close this, okay?
Yes.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, trustees. It's been a long time getting here. We started in 2009 talking to Mayor Tom Patterson. And in 2011, as they noted, we annexed to town and with PUD zoning and substantial entitlements.
Mr. Ludlow, do you mind stating your name and address for the record?
You did ask me to do that. Greg Ludlow, my home address is 1909 Sundance Drive,
Perfect.
Longmont.
Thank you.
The farm's 229 Berthoud Parkway. As mentioned, we've had numerous opportunities. We could have sold parcels off out of these 9 parcels that the farm was divided into, and we didn't want to do that. We've waited for a comprehensive plan, which I believe these people have provided with their linear park and Spartan extension and answer to attainable housing with the deep mix of products they're offering. I would add that we also had a farm in Longmont, and they bought the residential portions of that and did an exemplary job with it, including not on our place, but they've also done a wonderful small house village for vets in Longmont. I would point out that we had our entitlements in place 2011. I think it's probably well before a lot of people who have objected actually bought their homes here. Some neighbors seem to be unaware that we're annexed and have entitlements in place. Same for my former farm tenant who spoke at the neighborhood meeting the other night. Unfortunate. I would like to read the section out of our annexation agreement that addresses metro districts, if I could. Given the size of the property and the range of permitted uses, the property coordinated development of the property shall require installation of major infrastructure, public improvements to serve the property, including but not limited to street, water, sanitary sewer, storm sewer improvements, many of which be required to be installed early in the phases of the development of the project. In accordance with the terms of this agreement, the parties contemplate an infrastructure provider may be organized for the purpose of, among other things, financing, constructing, and installing public improvements. If the owner desires to establish a district, the town shall in good faith coordinate and cooperate with the owner at the owner's expense in analyzing the feasibility of special districts and in good faith to consider formation of same. I would repeat what you've heard several times tonight, that Kurt Freeze asked the applicants to conform with your comprehensive plan. They've done that. He asked them to change the zoning. They've done that. I would encourage and expect your approval of this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up will be John Keller.
Good evening, John Keller, 311 Cheyenne Drive. My property backs up to Spartan Avenue, and I'm just across Bertha Parkway from that proposed development. I'll start out by telling you I have no issue with Mr. Ludlow and his business partners developing their land. Good for them. Free market economy. Wish them best of luck. I think what falls short here is the land use process that Ann Johnson went over earlier. I don't think it is robust enough for a project this size. I think, I know from attending the planning board that there is a soft communication out to all the service providers saying this is gonna happen and we want your input. I think that's a mistake. I think for a development this size, which is proposed to be somewhere between 6,000 and 8,000 people, which would increase the town population by 50 or 60%. I think the town should take a more proactive, comprehensive approach in herding the cats with all the service providers to make sure that none are left behind. I've heard a couple of the trustees tonight talk about concerns with policing, schools, water, post office, the fire district should be included in there, streets, traffic, all these things. I think the town should have a committee or someone appointed to herd all the service providers to make sure they're not left behind and make sure that the town, both the new development and the old development, have the adequate services that they need. So I think it'd be prudent of the town to proactively manage this development, again, for all the service providers. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Next would be Gary Maggi.
I'm gonna shorten it up too, but Gary Maggi, 417 Chisholm Way. I've been in Berthoud since around 1975 or so. I own Remax Town and Country here in town, and I've also had the pleasure of acting as the Director of Sales for Mission Homes Colorado, where they endeavored to bite off a little corner of the affordable issues in our society. So much has changed in Berthoud over the years, and I realize this is a big visible change to the town. When I moved here, HP had just started up in Loveland and Fort Collins and Greeley, and IBM moved into Longmont, and then that's really when Berthoud kind of transitioned from being a farm town to a bedroom town, which it more or less remains to this day. My support of the Ludlow project stems from what I see as what's missing from our community today, which is a lack of diverse housing supply. Since the town has poured thousands of dollars into this comp plan, this is really the first major project to come along that can really put it to use and is actually embracing it. In recent years, we've experienced a lot of new home construction, and much of it has been fairly homogeneous. Most larger home builders prefer 60-foot front lots, and many projects that have been approved and developed recently have been designed accordingly to cater to that market. With those larger lot sizes and larger format homes, the median price point here has increased such that the American dream of homeownership is out of reach for many. On the other end of the spectrum, retirees that have deep roots in this community are unable to find a smaller replacement home so that they can spend out the rest of their years in their community with their family and friends. And I've got just a few statistics that I pulled from the MLS. Jeff Butler is going to fact check me on these, and I just know it. But I basically went back to May 2022 and tried to identify those homes that have sold within the town of Berthoud. And I understand this won't be 100% accurate because a lot of the big home builders don't necessarily report their sales to the MLS. But I came up with 312 sales transactions in the last basically 12 months within the town of Berthoud. The median price of $560,000. So of those 312 properties sold, only 31 were less than $400,000. 31, 10% of the sales were less than $400,000. And at today's rates, a family or individual would need to have a household income of about $106,000 a year to afford a $400,000 loan. I'll also just point out to toot Mission Homes' horn a little bit, 17 of those 31 homes were Mission Homes that were sold within the last 12 months. 8 of the 31 were townhomes and attached homes. So anyway, this project goes a ways towards taking a bite out of that affordability gap and offering us a more diverse housing stock and hopefully
Mr.
more
Maggi, we've
diverse
hit our 3
population.
minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry to be such a stickler on everyone here tonight. Next up is Dave Coons.
Good evening. Dave Coons, 1643 Mount Maker Avenue in Gateway Park. Just want to start out by saying I'm not opposed to this. And where I want to go with this is on, I think what we need to do is separate our emotions. You know, I was a farmer, I'm in construction, there's a lot of emotions involved in all of this, and I think a lot of the comments from the community reflect that. And I want to try and keep this to facts as best as I can, because I think that helps everybody. That being said, I want to, 2 assumptions. We're here tonight, one assumption, because there's investors involved and investors are in this to make money, and they should. I don't have any problem with that. They also should be doing this to improve our community, not impact it. And my understanding is that there are Colorado statutes on this, right? With impact fees and development and what the developers should be held accountable for those impact fees. I think there's a lot of demonstration in the documents that the majority of those capital facilities that can be impacted are already under review. One thing that I did not see anything on is school impacts. And there are municipalities in this state where they require school impact studies. I didn't see any of that in the documentation provided. So, you know, Chris, I think, you know, you commented that there was mistakes made in the past about not holding developers accountable to construction of the roadways around their developments. So why isn't Thompson Valley School District here? Why aren't they a part of this process, and why is the developer not submitting how their development is going to impact Thompson Valley School District? Should be a part of this discussion. It's not. It's separated. Whether that is because people aren't talking or not, there's no visibility to that. And maybe that is why we have a problem with birthed schools, is because that has not been part of the discussion to this point. I think the other thing that I did not see in there in the traffic study is the development on the west side of Gateway Park. If this was done in 2022, those traffic counts are not accounted for. The dirt bike track that's going in on the north side of the community, it's not built. No way those are accounted for. I did not see any of that in the calculations that were provided. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Steve Anderson.
Good evening. I'm here to speak for the Handy Ditch. This development works out really good. We manage the.
Mr. Anderson, do you mind stating your full name and address, please?
Oh, Steve Anderson. I live on 5054 Halston Place.
Thank you.
West of town. In Berthoud. I just want to put a positive statement in for this development, especially because of the contract water, the Welch contract water that is on this farm, and the non-potable system that they plan to set up for the irrigation, the open space, and the lawns. That's a very big benefit. It's also a big benefit for the town of Berthoud and Big Thompson School District, because they also own part of this water right that runs through the Welch lateral. And they've offered to put much of this ditch underground, which will make it much more efficient. And the fact that this water is not going away, is going to be used for the non-potable system, will keep that lateral alive. It used to be one of the, used to be probably 40% of the water that we ran to farms through that lateral. And the years in past, the amount of water that we've run has been less. So this is going to be a big benefit for the Handy and the ability to use the potable system for irrigation water. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Tom Patterson, former mayor Tom Patterson.
Good
Good evening. Tom Patterson, 935 10th. And as one of the founders of Habitat for Humanity, very interested in affordable housing, always have been. And to some degree, that is addressed with this subdivision. I was pleased to see that. I think there's a misconception on the part of many people. The school district has individuals who do nothing but work on the figures that impact them every year. That's their responsibility, and they're on it. They require a fee from everyone who builds a new home. I'm just saying, to me, what I have seen from the Ludlow subdivision offering is fantastic. It's better planned out than most I've encountered. The one thing that I really like, in a time when everybody else is going to xeriscape, their water feature is like a welcome mat coming in from the west. It's beautiful. So to me, there are many aspects to this subdivision that are marvelous. I'd like to see it succeed, and you have, as a board, made a lot of very good decisions, and I'm deeply appreciative of you and your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Dave Melanson.
Dave Melanson, 1312 Gateway Park Drive. I'll ask you to please excuse me because I have an early appointment tomorrow, so I'll be leaving right after these remarks. You folks are meeting champions, by the way. Ultimately, none of a piece of farmland should be zoned urban residential. It's rural residential, suburban at the very best. Calling it urban means we don't really understand where we are. I do understand the issue of schools overhead, but having any student crammed in at 125% capacity would be neither safe nor educationally acceptable, the money notwithstanding. So some better coordination with the school board is required. Berthoud's population as of 2021 is estimated 11,717 persons, 2.54 persons per household. Here we're planning 1,200 to 1,800 homes. That's between 3,048 persons and 4,572 persons. At the upper end, we're talking the entire population of Berthoud, just about in 2010. This one development is going to have a 26 to 39% impact on population. Let's just say a third for round numbers. This one development alone, it will be overwhelming in both size and impact. Of course, it will be over a few years, but this will be by no means the only development coming to you. If it were, that would be a lot easier, but it's not like every other valve is going to shut off. It absolutely will be a legacy for the town, but of what kind? Certain aspects will be an asset, mostly for the folks who live there, but for the town itself, mostly what it's going to be is more rooftops, and a lot of them. Overall, what the town needs is just less. Less density, less of just more rooftops slaughtering the town. It's nothing against this development, but it's just like watching a tsunami wave come at you, standing there and saying, I'll be able to survive when it hits. Not really. Thank you much.
Thank you very much. Scott Bansoff?
Scott Banzoff, 1206 4th Street, 525 3rd Street, and probably a few other places. You guys are kind of blessed. So I've been on as an elected official in planning and zoning for about 32 years.
We've seen lots of projects and that type of thing, and worked with Greg Ludlow when we were trying to do this. Period of time when Berthoud was struggling to try to get some building permits. Those were some years that we maybe had 12 building permits. We were in bond default, and we were dipping into our bond reserves to make our payments. Trying to stimulate some things in our community. Lots of economic development talks and that type of thing. However, that was about the era that this was. And so his PUD was done in such a way to try to be flexible, and they've mentioned that tonight, how it had kind of 9 parts. And we're just hopeful that that would be flexible enough so that we could get into the market and be able to please maybe an employment developer or residential use or whatever. You guys are blessed this evening because we have a master developer that is taking a look at that whole thing, and is comprehensively bringing together amenities that tie together, that are available to the higher density that's there, so they don't have to have their own backyards, but they have a nice lateral park. They're adjacent to the commercial. Those are all great things, and it's all really good land planning and going to be a unique subdivision for our community. We have also, in the past, so I've sit and listened to all the comments, and I know the planning and zoning has struggled with this, all the emotional comments about the things that are outside of our control. The town can forward this on to the agencies and how they process it and their processes for adapting to that, but there's always lots of that stuff that's kind of slung through the fan, and trying to come up with every answer. Even you guys this evening have asked for really definitive answers that would probably be available at the final plat stage, but they're kind of coming out, and I think we as humans, we all want to know all of those details up front, but it's part of the process, and so you have to have faith in what you guys have set forth in your new comprehensive plan. It's great that this developer is willing to retire that PUD and adopt all of the new concepts that you have, and one of those is the housing variety, because Berthoud is a very cultured community, is what Gary has mentioned, and so I think this project will be a grand step forward in offering that variety. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Kelly McCullough. McCollum?
Great.
McCullough.
I get to follow them. Kelly McCauley, 227 North 2nd Street, Trailer 4. I'm just wondering, the water, you're saying we're good, and the state and the environment, everyone's saying we're gonna have water issues. First of all, this is a big project. Please read your contracts. I think you should talk to the Superior, because I used to live there, and they got screwed with building. You're just, you should really reach out to that board, and their builders came in and promised all this. Is this builder going to do all the open space and the parks and stuff? Or is that gonna be at the end of the 20 years, and then you're gonna have all these people in houses, and they're gonna bitch and complain that they don't have their open space, or, the businesses. Also, are these businesses gonna kill the old town? I know you're revitalizing that. Also, is the open space that they're saying it's whatever percentage, is that they're including the drainage ditch? That couldn't be built on, I don't think, anyway. So what is the real open space that they have? And can they put in writing that it's gonna have affordable housing? It's nice to say, oh yeah, we're making it affordable, but they're not putting it in writing and saying, hey, this percentage of these apartments and townhouses are gonna be affordable or houses. So you really should look into that too, because it's easy to say, oh yeah, we're gonna have some for the older people in this. Superior has tons of houses. No one can live there once your kids are grown and you have a big house, you're empty nesters. So maybe, keep that for, if not this park, or building future buildings that is coming into town, and open space. Like maybe if Mr. Ludlow would like to have a legacy, he could leave, you know, a larger portion of that farm for an open space as Wagner. We look at Wagner and it's like, wow, this is great, it's open, and Ludlow is gonna be condensed.
Ms. McCullough, we've
Berthoud-
reached our time.
Okay,
Caleb.
thank
you very
you.
much. Next, another former mayor, David Gregg.
Hello, Mayor Karspeck and trustees. Happy to be here. I'm going to speak to you tonight. Oh, David Gregg, 340 Mountain Avenue. I'm going to speak to you tonight from two perspectives, very different points of view. First one is as a Berthoud business owner. I am owner and co-founder of Mission Homes Colorado. I know some of you are aware of what we do. I don't know if all of you are, but we are Berthoud's hometown affordable and attainable housing builder. To put it as succinctly as possible, we build starter homes. And we just completed last fall 88 homes in the Prairie Star community. Primarily, the vast majority of those buyers were first-time home buyers. So we're very proud of that. We were thrilled that this developer approached us to say, would you be part of our subdivision? So when they talk about their desire for variety, their desire to have different densities and product types and price points, they're very serious about that. The alternative would be what exists right now, what is approved and vested right now, which is these 8 parcels, which could be sold off to anybody. KB is Richmond and D.R. Horton. And what you would get is a whole bunch of mini Vantages if you left this alone and didn't approve what's before you tonight. Instead, what you have is this opportunity to get diversity into the housing mix in town. It significantly lacks it right now. And the other perspective I want to have is that as a former trustee and as mayor, I started on the board in '02, and I was on the board. I was Mayor Patterson's pro tem when this project was initially annexed and vested, and we were thrilled when this came in. This offered so many opportunities. The connectivity and the opportunities for employment and commercial and retail along the mountain corridor, the continuation of the open space in the parks of Hillsdale and the trails. And perhaps as important as any of those is the connection of Spartan. We knew back in 2010 that linkage was critical to relieve some of the traffic stress off of Mountain Avenue. So in fact, we can look at, and people can talk about traffic and Spartan and all these kind of things. The connection of Spartan through to 287 will actually help with the traffic in town. And that was something we knew way back then. We knew we needed diversity of product way back then. We haven't seen it. What we've seen is a lot of projects with kind of a monoculture of $500,000 and $600,000 homes. And that's not who we are. That's not who this developer wants to be. They want to see the diversity, and I think that's very exciting. We're very excited to be invited to be a part of this.
Thank you. Next is John Terrell, or Terrell? Sorry that I'm butchering names here.
We used to work at Starbucks. My name is John Terrell, 1621 Mountain Avenue. 102 East Colorado Avenue. I'd like to speak in favor of the project. Some of you guys may have seen me walking around town. I clocked, and not bragging, about 3,500 miles last year. And I can tell you firsthand, we need more trails. That area in front of Ludlow Farms is, if the weather's bad, I got to go through the neighborhood. So, you know, I like the idea that they're bringing more of that. I'd just like to see some focus on the roads. Obviously, I know there's a lot of traffic coming in, and the 1621 Mountain Avenue property, lots of accidents that happen at that intersection. I know it's a kind of a small area there, but I like to see a little bit of focus on the roads. But I think the project's wonderful. I'd love to stay in Berthoud for everything, from grocery shopping, Thai food, Italian, you know, and we deserve that. There's no reason why we should give our money to Boulder County or Fort Collins. Berthoud is wonderful, and I think it should be shared. We can't keep it all for, you know, the small town growth. It's going to grow. And I think if it's done responsibly, the water's been brought up. I think the xeriscape is wonderful. If that can be more of something that's adopted, don't see why we couldn't have this and then some more. But I think it's a wonderful idea, and I hope you guys vote in favor of it.
Thank you, Mr. Terrell. Finally, Jim Markey.
Hi, Jim Markey, 97 Sioux Drive. Berthoud Parkway is my backyard, and then urban residential is that backyard. So that's a concern of ours, as it was a concern of ours at the public meeting that the developers had a couple weeks ago. Basically, the feathering of density, instead of kind of going from west to east, is really northwest to southeast. So there's that chunk just west of the car wash and Christian Brothers where there is some urban residential, and then right below that's kind of suburban. We had a lot of concerns with making sure that that seemed like an even flow there from our existing neighborhood that way. It was nice to hear, and thank you actually for taking some of our comments in that developers meeting. For the two-story single-family home along Berthoud Parkway, because that's I think kind of a new thing since maybe that meeting. Is that the entire length, or is that only the suburban? Because there's that urban residential part.
It includes the urban also.
Hold on, I'm sorry, we can hear the yes, quite, not your fault, I didn't explain it.
Okay, sure, they can answer
We'll have it
after.
answered afterwards.
Yeah, because right now it's listed townhomes, condos, whatever it is. I can't remember whatever the pink housing area is with the orange block. But some of the other concerns we had from there was also just not knowing what the setbacks were gonna be on the west side of Berthoud. Sounds like maybe it's 100-ish feet, based on a comment that you made earlier. It's kind of hard to tell whether that's, comfortable or not. Some other people had concerns about some of the feeder roads that feed onto Berthoud Parkway that end in the T, having headlights shine into their houses, and it didn't really sound like there was a very satisfying answer to that. It was kind of a, well, somebody has to be downstream of the headlights. Looking at the full neighborhood as just a coherent master plan is certainly better. Some of the parts better than the individual parts. And the ties to the historical society are pretty cool. I think it's mainly just the density of the surrounding areas around that trail with all the historical parts. That's really the daunting part of all of this. And I think I would say, please don't totally divorce the emotions from the neighbors that are, sort of the emotional pleas from the neighbors, because if you had multi-story buildings, anyone who would have, I think we all expect there to be development. When we moved there, we didn't expect that to stay a field. That would be glorious if it did, but I think we kind of expected a less dense, gentler development. And I think anyone who would have some big sort of mini city in their backyard would be very concerned about it. So don't totally dismiss the emotions of the neighbors. In terms of housing affordability, it is kind of nice to see the housing diversity there to try to address some of that. I'm assuming that metro districting also means metro taxes, which I assume are higher than the surroundings, so keep that in mind in terms of affordability. I mean, I think we all think affordability is a very subjective term anyway, but that sort of makes it more difficult. And I guess in terms of the pitch, some of the businesses that would come in, the ice cream shops, the whatever's, the daycare, I assume you can't dictate that these things will actually go there as part of this beautiful, idyllic sales pitch. It's really just you build the buildings and hope that things that you want to go in there actually go in there. So keep that in mind as well. It may not actually be the idyllic town that you want it to be in terms of commercial access.
Mr. Markey, we've hit 3 minutes here.
Okay.
Thanks for your time.
That's good. Thank you.
Is anyone else that would wish to speak that did not have a chance or did not sign up? Could you please come to the front, sir? And state your name and address as well. Thank you.
Joe Nesvara from 1539 Buffalo Court. My numbers are gonna be a little bit different than one of the previous people. My expertise is in the infrastructure wastewater specifically. I cover the West, and I have seen communities just like ours saying, we can handle this. They can't, they haven't. I've seen the new subdivisions. I've seen the watermarks inside their sewer pipes completely full. Please consider this when you're looking at this development. Population as of 2022 here in Berthoud was 11,901. That means my treatment plant is treating almost 2 million gallons a day currently, at an average of 170 gallons per person as per capita. Now I understand 55% goes to irrigation and stuff, but making it simple math, we're adding 1,500 to 1,800 households roughly, maybe 12. As of 2022, it's 3.1 per household. That's another 4,650 to 5,580. That adds almost another 1 million gallons of water a day. That puts us at close to 3 million a day at max capacity. Yes, I know the treatment plant can handle up to 4, but I'm telling you right now, based on what I've seen in the west, how you get that water from there to the treatment plant is gonna be our issue. Please consider that as you go along through this. We understand this is probably gonna be mostly accepted. It looks cool and all that. The other concern I have is the traffic north of Mountain on Berthoud. Has that been addressed? Has that been concerned? And again, jumping back to the water, this doesn't even take into consideration any of the other developments we've got going on. So please, going forward, emphasize that infrastructure to be done properly. Right size pipes, right size pump stations, whatever we take. Because if we get a backfill, EPA, I've heard on average, is finding municipalities $1 million. So that can hurt us financially as a town. That's what I have to say. I know it's not a whole lot, but please consider that part because that gets forgotten. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? All right, I will close the public hearing here. Real briefly, I just want to point out and thank you. Since I started in 2016, I've never seen a more polite and on-time public comment. So thank you very much, especially in something so long as this. It's pretty impressive. So bring it back to board here. Please go with any thoughts, any final, Administrator Kirk, could we, yeah.
At this point, the applicant would have the opportunity to.
Oh, I was gonna have staff. Okay, yeah, absolutely.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's
You were
okay.
gonna have staff answer your question.
Regarding the water,
Sure.
capacity, but I think, actually, let's start with Mr. Marquis' question, because I did interrupt that. Someone was gonna respond to that.
I think Don was gonna respond to that question, but I think I can. I was making furious notes, so hopefully I captured everything. Wanted to confirm the one story would apply to the entire length of Berthoud Parkway, that restriction, including the townhomes that are just south of, or the townhome piece that is planned just south of Welch. I think the answer to that question was yes.
And you said one story?
That there would be a height restriction, 1 story or 2 stories?
That was 2.
2 stories.
If I may, that is correct. There is one block of urban residential that is at the dividing line. We're including that. We're saying that any dwelling unit constructed on Berthoud Parkway south of Welch, and Welch is where the village center separates to the north. Any dwelling unit adjacent to Berthoud Parkway south of Welch will be single-family detached and limited to 2 stories.
Thank you. Administrator Kirk, you had more, if you wanted to answer those? Oh, the average water treatment plant? I know you've written that down notes too, but.
Yeah, so our current treatment plant actually treats 3 million gallons a day, or has the capacity to. We don't treat 2 million, we treat a little over 1 typically. As you know, we're going through a water and wastewater master plan update right now that accounts for this project and every other developed or developable piece of land under the comprehensive plan. So one of the reasons why the comprehensive plan is valuable is it establishes kind of expected development area. And so we can say, okay, here's the types of development that we would expect to occur in this long-term planning horizon. And all these different land use types. And then those help us evaluate our roadway system on a comprehensive basis, right? Hence the name comprehensive plan. What types of roadways need to exist where to make the right connections to all these different major transportation corridors and those kinds of things. It's also how we use that comprehensive plan in our long-range build-out plans for water and wastewater infrastructure. That will be coming back to you in May, those water and wastewater master plans. We are confident that we have enough capacity for the next decade of development at the wastewater treatment plant. And there will need to be improvements made to water and wastewater infrastructure in order to accommodate all the development conceived of in the comprehensive plan. Those will be done partly in combination with developers who build infrastructure that the town either can't or doesn't want to build necessary to serve their developments, including major transmission lines, for instance. And then it also sets the stage for our own capital improvement projects that we either fund through a combination of impact fees as you know, we collect impact fees for water and wastewater infrastructure from every project that gets built in town. We save that so that we can build capacity. Right now, both of those funds have, between $12 and $15 million already cash in the bank for expansion projects. And that doesn't account for anything that's being built right now or that will be built in the next, 5 to 10 years. They will continue to pay impact fees. We would expect those to be updated and probably increased as part of our master planning effort that we're doing this year. Sorry, that was kind of a long rambling answer, but from a water and wastewater infrastructure standpoint, we are looking at that in a 20 and 30-year planning horizon to ensure that we have all the capacity we need, including transmission and collection lines.
Did you want to answer the other?
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
I'll keep going.
I can try to start at the top. I know you
Let's do
probably
that.
were keeping a list also.
Yours is gonna be better.
I doubt that. Let's see. I will just answer questions that were posed, and if you'd like me to answer anything else, I'm happy to try to do that. And I'm sure the developer would be happy to do that as well. The question about why is the developer required to kind of plan out schools or do school studies? It's because the district does that. As Mr. Patterson mentioned, they have several people in their planning department that are evaluating projects across the district and working with us in the city of Loveland, the city of Johnstown, and the city of Fort Collins, because the district actually spans all of those jurisdictions, on appropriate school siting and managing school populations throughout the district. And so we don't require the developer to do that because the school district's already doing it in concert with us. The district is also prohibited by state law from collecting impact fees for construction, which seems counterintuitive and kind of ridiculous, but that's a state issue, that's not a local issue. They do collect impact fees for water and for land. And they can also receive land in lieu of payment, kind of in reverse of the cash in lieu of water situation. So they have a whole department of folks that work at the district office that are constantly evaluating all those issues. Let's see. I was taking notes and writing down questions, so I have to kind of sort through my notes here. No, that wasn't a question. I guess I won't address that. Is the builder going to build the parks and open spaces early? I think was a question that was posed. Our current development standards require each phase to be, we require public infrastructure, including parks, public open spaces to be constructed for each phase of the development prior to receiving building permits. That did not used to be the case, and that's common practice around Colorado. It's also common practice to require them to build it all up front too. So we have adopted a policy of requiring those things to be built ahead of time so that we're not waiting, 6-10 years down the road to have a park built. Now that's per phase, and so there are some master infrastructure pieces. They wouldn't build the entire linear park 120 feet wide before they build a single house. So that wouldn't make sense. That will likely be built in phases as they work through the project. But again, each phase that's platted has to be complete within its phase, and all the public pieces of that phase have to be constructed prior to building permits being issued. So, and that includes sidewalks, and that's something that developers and builders hate, because sidewalks get damaged during construction, then we make them fix it, and so they have to build it twice if they don't protect them. But what we also don't want is those things to be built piecemeal as houses get built, and then you have the downturn in the economy, and you got a whole bunch of disconnected sidewalk remnants. So all of those things we require up front prior to building permit. There was a question about the open space. Does that include the Dry Creek corridor? It does. But again, that Dry Creek corridor would be approved to be recreational open space, not just, the intent would not be that it would just be, grass and weeds and inaccessible. There is a portion of that would be undevelopable, and we have standards in our code that say what gets to be counted as open space, and it requires improvements that are of value to the public. And so all of that is contained within our code, and we would expect them to meet those requirements.
I think what, and part of that question was, without that open space, would it still meet our requirements? It sounded like that was the answer.
I'm not sure I know the answer to that question, and maybe Kristen does off the top of her head, but again, the development is proposing more than twice what is the required minimum open space in
That's what
our
I
code. So, my suspicion is that they'd get pretty darn close if it didn't have more than what was required. The question about putting something in writing, creating or requiring affordability, that's not something we would typically do at this neighborhood master plan phase, but it may be something they want to do as part of the Metro District proposal that they might bring to you. And if you'll recall, one of the I think the creative pieces of our Metro District policy is that they're required to demonstrate public benefit to the town, right? We have all these different focus areas, and they have to choose at least 4 of them. Well, 2 of them are required, and they can choose 2 more from a list of 8 or 9. One of those is housing affordability. And so they would have to commit, in order to get credit for housing affordability in the review of that service plan, they would have to commit in writing to providing deed-restricted affordable housing. They may choose not to do that. They might want to bring other public benefits that are allowed in the policy, but that's one way that they might commit to that early in the development process. Alternatively, that would typically happen at the platting phase as they're creating lots that then might be developed by a housing authority or by a housing developer that works with housing authorities, or tax credit financing or tax credit housing developers, those kinds of things. So that would typically occur later in the development process, unless they commit to it during the Metro District service plan proposal. Let's see. The question about preserving it like Wagner, as you guys, as the town board knows, Wagner Farm is under a conservation easement, and that conservation easement was purchased. And then the town also purchased the property from Wagner. So that, you know, there's some transactions that occur financially to make those kinds of deals work, as the board is aware. Those are options. That's not an option that this property owner has taken. And so, you know, their project is currently approved for development regardless of the decision that you make tonight, based on the 2011 approvals. Let's see. I think that's all the questions I wrote down. I know there were a lot of comments, and I'm happy to answer questions the board might have.
What about setbacks on the west end?
Setbacks from 287.
I think either 287, Mr. Marquis was asking, or from Meadowlark.
I think there was some, Mr. Marquis did mention setbacks along Berthoud Parkway, and those we'll evaluate at platting. The 100-foot number is the width of the right-of-way. Actually, a major collector, I think, is 80, but there's also utility easements that are required on the outside of that, and fence setbacks, and so once you stretch that out, it starts to be over 100 feet wide. But that includes the roadway. That's not just buffer space. Our code requires some buffer space around subdivision developments adjacent to major collectors, and I'm sorry, I don't know the exact number off the top of my head, but that's something we would deal with at platting. And the same would be true on the west side by 287 and Meadowlark. It'd just have to be consistent with our code with respect to buffering of major roadways.
Okay, Meadowlark's considered that.
Meadowlark is not going to be a major collector or arterial, so that would be a little bit different along Meadowlark probably.
A little closer.
I would assume so, but I think that's a lot of that depends on the nature of the development. And you know, when we look at the plan, what we're talking about is townhomes and condos, and those are typically built with a little less setback from the roadway, right? It's a denser style of development. It's a more urban style of development. And along a corridor like Meadowlark that isn't going to be a super heavy traffic roadway, you know, we're not talking about thousands of cars per day along that roadway like we might over on Berthoud Parkway. We would expect a little lower setback, I think. And those again will get dealt with at platting and at site planning phase.
Mr. Feller's comments or question also, I guess, my question, I thought we had 2.1 per household. So are we getting to 8,000? What would the maximum count be by the town's average Right,
We
population,
typically plan for 2.6.
2.6, okay.
And, you know, I know everybody wants to know who the 0.6 person is, right? It's just an average number. But we typically plan 2.6 per single-family dwelling. Those numbers are a little smaller in townhomes and condos. I think that the ranges that were thrown out tonight, some of them are probably reasonable, you know, in the 6,000 to 8,000 people range. I don't think those are reasonable, based on what's proposed. But, you know, could it be between 3,000 and 4,500? Yes, I think that the answer to that's probably yes. But again, a lot of that is driven by market, it's driven by ultimate land use. You know, townhomes can be really dense or they can be less dense. They might all still be allowed within that zoning district. And so a lot of it just depends on the ultimate land uses that get built. That's why the range of kind of estimated building units is big, from 1,200 to 1,500. That's driven by what could be built there.
Okay, that's all I had. Traffic counts, and are these reflecting new developments like the one west of Meadowlark?
I'd have to ask, I believe it does include West Side Crossing.
Do you want me to come up?
Please, yes.
Okay. It does. I got the traffic study for that project, and that is included in the Ludlow project.
Okay.
So I added that traffic in.
Is Bike Park by chance?
Bike Park, I would doubt it, but we didn't do a traffic analysis of the Bike Park because relative to the more intensive land uses, you know, we're talking about maybe a couple hundred cars a day, not 1,000. And that, you know, not even at peak times. I mean, we're talking about, you know, over the course of an entire day at the Bike Park. So we didn't do an analysis for, you know, 15 cars at peak hour.
Okay, that's all I have written down from the audience. Trustees, other questions for staff or for the applicant before we move into strictly deliberation?
Quick question, Mayor Kirkpatrick. Directed at you, Administrator Kirk. I believe it was Mr. Keller that brought up, you know, that these conversations with our services are ongoing. That's between you and other parties along with staff and other parties. Do you have any initial thoughts on how we can be a little bit more transparent with how those interactions go? Or
Transparent with the providers or with
the public in general?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're happy to explain how the process works. You know, again, what we do is as developments occur, we have technical review committee meetings. Those are those kind of pre-application meetings that Ms. Johnson referenced during, you know, several hours ago at the beginning of her presentation. We do that as kind of a pre-application meeting. We invite all the utilities. We invite the school district, the fire district. Typically, the only ones that participate are the fire district, and that's often because like the other utilities, like the electrical utilities, they don't have a lot to say other than you're gonna be required to build what is necessary to serve your development. And so at the early phases, especially at a pre-application phase, there's not enough specificity to know what it is they need to build. And so those get done in a much more detailed fashion as the development progresses. And so, you know, they will review things like a neighborhood master plan because it gives them the opportunity to say, hey, look, there's gonna be a large demand here, and we know there's gonna be, you know, I'm thinking of a different large project in town, but where we went through the process to kind of pre-certify that site, where they were able to say, hey, look, we already know there's not enough, there's not sufficient transmission lines, there's gonna need to be a substation. They can start to identify some of those really high level major demands early in a development, but you know, when it gets down to actual distribution infrastructure and those kinds of things, they don't typically start to participate until we get into platting and site planning, which is down the road from where we're at today.
That helps. That's all I've got.
Okay, other questions? Under the existing PUD, would they, I think even in the 2014 comp plan, there was Spartan going through, would they be required to do that under the current PUD?
Yeah, the question becomes how does the intersection get funded under the current PUD? And so I think one of the challenges associated with the current PUD and one of the struggles that we have is that it's already subdivided into large tracts, and it's been brought up a few times tonight. Each one of those could be sold off individually and subdivided by a different developer. They haven't been, and thankfully, Mr. Ludlow has maintained that entire property as one development. Because one of those, say 9 pieces, tracks, they could come in and apply for a subdivision under the current PUD. They have entitlements to be able to do that. They would not be able to fund an intersection at 287. And so the only alternative then would be for the town to create a fee that's specific to that intersection, because it's not included in our road impact fee list. The road impact fee we wouldn't collect enough money to build that signal in the context of all the other improvements that we expect to build. So we'd have to collect a fee, we'd have to wait until we saved up enough money to do that, and then the town would be the one responsible for going and building that infrastructure. So in a master development scenario, it actually benefits us in that the master developer, potentially with the support of the Metro District and the financing available to them, could fund that infrastructure in a way that we would have to do very differently if it's sold off as 9 individual subdivisions.
So under that, if it was the PUD, there would be no metros with these subdivisions? Would be an option?
There could be,
But
it's not that there's, but they could all develop independently without.
Would there be diversity requirements?
Only within the context of each pad. And so, again, if each one of those development tracks sold to a different developer, we can't force them to abide by diversity requirements for the entire site, the way it's currently approved. They would have to meet our diversity requirements for their particular project. And naturally, when you have 9 different developers, you're gonna get a lot of diversity because they're not all gonna build the same thing typically, unless, one developer buys 3 or 4 of them, then you get a whole mass of very similar product, which is frankly what you're seeing in some of the older developments in town. That would be less likely in a master plan scenario.
Okay, would they have to abide by our new design standards, design guide?
In the existing PUD?
In the existing PUD?
Yes.
Okay.
Anything that isn't covered by their current PUD, they would have to abide by what's in our code today. If it's already been approved in their existing PUD, then we have to rely on that for kind of zoning and development standards. Does that make sense?
Yeah, right, I'm just trying to clarify with all I've seen is kind of the map of the existing PUD, but.
Yeah, and that's.
That's the requirements.
Yeah, the existing PUD zoned the property, it created a variety of land uses. Some PUDs have really, in-depth, detailed architectural standards and landscape guidelines. And, the Wilson Ranch project had a PUD and document that's like 324 pages long. Most PUDs in town were not that way. They were 1 or 2 pages. They don't have that level of detail. So anything that's not covered in that short PUD would be covered by our existing code. And that would be the case here.
Okay.
For most of our development regulations.
Other questions for staff? All right, we did right to left. Let's do left to right. Trustee Ayers?
Comments?
Comments?
Oh, at this point, I think we need to make sure that the applicant has a chance to address any concerns.
Oh, from the audience or from the
No,
board?
that the applicant gets to essentially have a rebuttal
Okay.
from any comments that were made that they want to respond to.
Okay, great.
Another night is getting long, so I'll be very brief. There's some concern about the wave of people and the population growth. I have a little different figures at 150 homes a year, even at 2.5 people per home. That's 375 people. The midpoint of our 2025 to 2035 build out would be 2030. The population, according to your comp plan, then is about 18,000. So this project would add somewhere between 2 to 2.5% per year to the population. So that's not 6,000 or 8,000. I think that number was a little optimistic. Regarding the school impact studies, I think your county manager or your town manager pretty much nailed that. Keep in mind, the project was approved in 2010. It's been on the maps, and those planning people at the school board, they look at those maps, they know. And the other thing, a tool they use is your comp plan. I mean, they've seen your comp plan, so, you know, to say that this is some mass of development all at once, whether it's developed as 9 parcels, you know, we didn't say when your comp plan was approved, we're gonna have thousands and thousands of homes built day one. This is just part of the normal planning process where you've got probably a 10-year build out. Regarding the utilities, Mr. Ludlow, even before he zoned the property, he and several other property owners facilitated one of your master sewer lines that actually runs along Dry Creek. It's a 24-inch line that the town has been using since, I think 2006, when they worked with the other property owners in the town to put that in. And as part of that deal, if the cost hasn't been retired, our development will share in paying some of that down. So I don't think you got to worry with that 24-inch sewer line. I think that was about it. I don't think I missed anything, but thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for the rebuttal reminder. I don't think we've ever done that before, so that's really good. Okay, trustee Ayers?
Yeah. Just trying to gather my thoughts and.
And we have 2 resolutions, so it'll be kind of, I guess you can speak to both or one or.
At this point, I'm just gonna speak towards the actual development proposal. I think the major issue, obviously on everyone's mind, is the overall growth of the town. Keeping the town with its agricultural, with its rural heritage. I think obviously that's important to everyone. The people who are concerned about the development and the people who are in favor of the development. And so it's a rather difficult decision to sort of weigh both sides of the issue. I think on that note, one of the points that I think is sort of the most telling on this development is that this is Mr. Ludlow's property, right? He has the right to do this. It has been cleared since 2010. It's his own property, and he can sell it and develop it if he wants to. It's up to us to guide that proposal in a way that is going to be in the long-term benefit to the community members, both the community members that are concerned with the development and such developments, and the community members that are in favor of such developments. And I think that, as has been said a few times tonight, the benefit of this development as a single development, while it is frightening in its size, it is a unified development. It does have a singular character to it, as opposed to splitting it up into those 9 PUD sections. So I think that's an obvious benefit to this, because Mr. Ludlow has an interest in selling this property, and that's, once again, that's his right. I would just, so I think that's going for it. The code and the developer working with local businesses, local bodies, to make sure that there is a mixture of home sizes, a mixture of home prices, I think is beneficial, once again, because those things get to all be centered around a singular plan, as opposed to each parcel being broken up and following those percentages in a way that might not be economically viable for those individual parcels. And so it's more likely to get, I suspect it's more likely that there are going to be a higher percentage of affordable housing in a development such as this, because the cost to the developer can be covered by those, just the numbers. The infrastructure, as a few people marked out with Spartan going to 287, that's a necessary connector for the town. Those individual PUDs, if those were purchased individually, would not be able to make that infrastructure, and so that would be a cost that the town has to take up. Some concerns I have and some, I guess, comments I would make. I'm concerned about the not just giving, and this is not meant to be insulting in one way or another, but not just lip service being done to the historical and the agricultural legacy of this property. And so I would ask that, or I would urge or ask that at least more attempt be made, or maybe to think outside the box to maybe make larger or more visible access of the people of the town to have a memory of the agricultural, the rural aspect of this land, as it has been, farmland since for the last 100 and X years. I can't remember the exact number. View corridors, I think, are incredibly important. A couple people mentioned that the view corridors coming into the town would be not abrasive, I guess, towards people. It wouldn't look, because of the setbacks and because of the architectural requirements, wouldn't be abrasive to people coming into town. But I would also urge that view corridors to the mountains be taken into account on Mountain Avenue, because that view going to Long's Peak is part of the character of the town. I mean, it's on the town seal, right? And so I don't think that it's fair to only have that view for the people in this possible development. I think that in as much as is possible, those view corridors need to be maintained. The comment that came up about the silos, I understand that they're old and they may not be structurally sound. I understand that, but I would urge that if they are not structurally sound, that there's be some sort of reproduction or some sort of memory be put into place for those silos. Those would be a good centralized location or a gathering place, as much as the lake that's presented here on our screens about that centralized park. I'm also concerned about connectivity for bike and pedestrian infrastructure, and so I would want to see in future proposals I think it's necessary to have separated or very specifically bike and pedestrian infrastructure that does actually connect to the different sections of town, specifically Wagner Park, the trails down by Spartan and down by down by Rose Farm, etc., that be set apart and preserved in a way that it provides a sort of detached corridor for bike and pedestrian travelers. I think I already covered, or I think I commented on the variety of home types. I think that is incredibly important, and I think it's necessary for any development and for any growth moving forward. And I think one of the things that I feel needs to be commented on also is this sort of back and forth and concern about density and growth in general. I understand that density is seen as a negative. However, I also want to make the comment that I also think that density is necessary to avoid sprawl. Someone, I can't remember who it was, commented on that we don't want the town to just be a sea of rooftops. Well, one of the ways to avoid that, I think, is to have these mixed use type of residential areas, so that you don't have just sprawling rooftops. You do have higher density homes, so that you can have more open space within the developments surrounding that higher density, which doesn't, it seems to me, isn't as dense as it would seem if it's just yard after yard after yard after yard of residential development. And once again, so for me, view corridors from both sides, entrance and exits to the town, and the single development, single character versus multiple parcels for a development of this size, I think are the two biggest benefits to this development as opposed to the PUD as it stands.
Thanks. Trustee Butler.
All right, thank you. I'm fading, so I'm gonna try to get through this pretty quick. I first wanna thank everyone for joining us. I really did appreciate, I think, as the mayor commented on having a civil conversation and, on both sides. I think this was a very productive session. So I personally appreciate that. To just add some comments in my response to the public feedback we got is, one comment I did personally hang with that Mr. Marquis mentioned, I think, is don't remove the emotion from this. I just want to let the public and also anyone that watches these videos, I'm not sure if they do, but we all live in town, so we're all very emotionally invested. I mean, as we drive by this property, daily. So I think I can say for the board that we all care tremendously about this. Another, I think, great benefit is the timing is, the town has been hard at work, and thankfully to some great staff in the planning commission and the board as well, with updating and overhauling comp plans and overlay plans and development guidelines and so forth. And the fact that this development, did have some approval entitlements back over a decade ago, the fact that it has waited till now, as Trustee, Ayers commented, yes, this is a huge project and there's a lot going on here, so of course we're all concerned and want to get it right. But I think that our town is in a much better place, and a project like this is in much better hands to more carefully be scrutinized and think through, a lot of the sorry, this is where my brain is fading. But the services, that we're all concerned with, making sure that we have the infrastructure and the roads and the water and the schools and so forth. I can attest that from my perspective, all those items are carefully deliberated, much more so than I think is transparent. As Trustee Murphy mentioned, I don't think the public is privy to how much energy goes into all of those factors. The things that, again, back to Trustee Ayers' comments, there's no double-edged sword with density, diversity, and affordability with also growth. And so there's a balancing act. It's not perfect. There's growing pains. We're all working through it. And I appreciate the productive conversations we had about that tonight. It's something that I think about probably more than I should. Regarding schools, I think we've kind of covered that quite a bit tonight, but I do want to add one final comment that there is a board meeting next Wednesday at Turner Middle School that's open for public engagement. I think as they name it. I would recommend anyone that has concerns about schools, that's your really appropriate place to add probably those comments. Moving on, these are my comments to the board, staff, and developer, is I would personally highly encourage non-pot water to be used for this project. I think there's a great opportunity that I would hate to see missed. The fact that this is one, project with the benefit or the blessing that we have to kind of look at this as a whole is great. So I would like our town to just take that in context as we review, the phases as it builds out over time, because this is going to take obviously a while to ensure that these amenities and infrastructures are built accordingly. As well as, I'm going to go back to a comment, a little out of context, but I'd highly recommend that we work with that corner of
the Quick Corner to see if there's an opportunity to coordinate with this project. And final, I personally, as a whole, support this. There's always room for, you know, tweaks and improvements. I think we'll figure that out through the process. I think it is great to see, again, the things that we've all commented on, that this really does comply with or embrace our comp plan. I think I want to compliment the developer and applicant for a well-presented project. This is one of probably the most in-depth initial master plan submittals that I can remember seeing for a while. So I appreciate that. And without rambling, I think I'll just leave it there, but I'm in support.
Oh, yeah, thanks. Trustee Murphy.
Yeah, I'll try and keep my comments brief. I'd just really like to thank everyone here. You know, it takes a lot of work to show up for this long, to listen to us drone on with our comments and stuff. Every letter I received, I really appreciated all the commentary. We do value it. And if anything, I want to see more of it from our community. Regarding the neighborhood plan, to the applicant, I want to commend them on trying to bring the zoning in line with our 2021 comp plan. I think being able to plan on this large scale does have a benefit, that we can, you know, look at this in its totality. One of the biggest aspects, and it's been brought up prior by other trustees, is the affordability aspect, along with tackling middle housing as well as density. As I've stated before, I don't think density is a silver bullet. Affordability is a really hard issue out here for everyone. There's a lot of factors that go into it. I don't pretend it's easy. I don't pretend I have all the answers. Even being an architect and working this problem for years. But I really appreciate that this project has really embraced density and diversity of housing options. I think it's something lacking here, and I think this project really strikes the balance that I think most folks in town are looking for. And just to add to that, going forward into the Metro District process, I'd really encourage the applicant to look at affordability as an option, and look at ways we can, you know, encourage that in this development. Beyond that, you know, talking about the school, I'm the father of 2 young kids over at Berthdale right now. This is really important to me, as it is for a lot of citizens in town. I probably reach out to the school board more than I should. They're probably tired of hearing from me. But I really want to encourage everyone here that really cares about our schools to reach out constantly to our school board and let them know how much we care about our kids and our schools here. So I won't stop supporting our schools. I think they're the heart of this community, and I hope you guys continue to reach out to our school board and let them know how important they are. And just going forward with this development, I share the concern with the size of this development and how it's going to impact the town. So I think it behooves us to really look through the planning phases of this development on what are the impacts, particularly with road and water. And I think we'll evaluate that as time goes forward. But I'm generally supportive of rezoning and the neighborhood plan.
Okay, thanks. Trustee Hardy.
Okay, yeah, so guess I'd like to repeat kind of what Chris said earlier, because I've been thinking this all along. It's just a kind of reminder to everybody that this is already an approved plan. It's in the works. It's been in the works for over a decade, and it'll be in the works for another decade or more. So our work tonight is more or less just getting them current, so that we can have the plan, the development built to today's standards and not from a decade ago. Because we've done a lot of learning in the last 15 years in this town of our development, so it'll be nice to have it built with our current standards. as well as, like has been said before, the 9 developments versus one major development. I'd rather see it as one major development because I've seen all our smaller developments that just don't seem to fit together. Streets don't match up and things like that, just poor development in the past by keeping them smaller. I'd rather see a bigger one like this that's fits in the puzzle better. One comment that always seems to come to mind is the rapid growth and losing our small town charm. I wanna play that card, Will, I'm sorry.
What?
I've lived here all my life. I'm third generation, I've got kids that graduated Berthoud High, I graduated Berthoud High, my mom and dad, or my mom and uncle graduated Berthoud High. So I've been here a long time, I've seen this town grow from less than 3,000 people to its current state. Been through 3 pools. I knew a lot of the farmers that farmed the land along the houses that have been built. Many of the people in this room have lived here less than I have, and I remember those fields before their houses were there. So growth is a concern of mine, and I'd rather see it done really well than done in small little pieces and done poorly. So I'm supportive of doing things right and doing them well, rather than not doing them at all, because we can't stop it. Because if we stop it, the county's just gonna build. So growth is gonna happen amongst us regardless of whether it's our decision or not, but I'd rather control it ourselves and have our input into it. And the thing that I keep hearing every year, I've been on this board for 5 years, planning commission for at least 6 or 8 years before that, is I moved here 2-3 years ago because of its small town charm. I've been hearing that for a long time. I've lived here 45 plus years. And to keep hearing that after every development that we're gonna keep our small town charm means we're doing something right. And I'd like to think that we're doing something right. So, and I think Ludlow wants to do something right with that by keeping this under his thumb so he can control it to doing this. So yeah, I think we're on the right track. And I invite all of you to keep involved with this and not just let this be your last meeting on this plan, because we're gonna have lots more meetings on this. And there's gonna be a lot more decisions to be made and a lot more input that can be put in. So stay informed, sign up for the emails, get the notifications, and pay attention to everything that we do. You're always welcome here, and I like seeing this room filled, because usually it's empty out there, and we gotta do our own little paper wad throw out there to get the lights to come back on out there, because there's no one out there. So I appreciate all you showing up and staying till 11:15. I appreciate you joining us, because sometimes I feel alone up here staying till 11:30 thinking, is it worth it? And I think it is.
Thank you. Trustee Sorcelli.
Wow, I feel like that comment you just made about the fact that people that moved here 3 years ago want this town to stay the way that it was when they moved here 3 years ago, and it's changed dramatically in the 10 years I've lived here. So you're right, I think there is some success in that comment in itself, that the comp plan, especially that we put forward, is that guiding direction for developments like this so that it maintains the charm and the feel and the agricultural roots that we all love. And I commend the developer in the presentation. It's rare on this board that my mind is changed and that I feel emotional, but with the presentation both occurred, and my mind was dramatically changed, because that farm is sacred territory. And just like Wagner, it's beautiful. It has memories for me of just walking through town and having those view corridors. But when I watched the presentation and you guys demonstrated the preservation of history and culture and the diversity and the amount of people that are gonna be able to enjoy amenities and increased infrastructure and increased economy, that actually made me feel a little bit emotional, because you didn't have to go above and beyond the call of duty the way that you did. You exceeded the comp plan and exceeded some of the standards that we've set that are really stringent for developers. We've raked them across the coals, and this exceeds those expectations. Of course, the concern is with a project to this scale, you wanna make sure that it's seen to completion. If it's a 10-year or more build out, that we actually see these things come through. So my biggest concern is just what is the phases in our next conversation? What are those phases? What's the accountability, and how are we going to respond to the economy and the changes with how that's looking? But overall, I think this will increase our local economy in amazing ways. I think we get sometimes there's a concern in the community that if we develop, we're hurting our local businesses, but study economy and the way that things work, if we're drawing people into town to spend money, to stay local, to support our current, bringing more people coming into town, we're actually booming our local small businesses and increasing the economy and that flow of revenue in our town and not letting it leak out into other places. And we're getting to put our fingerprint on it that says we want it to look this way and feel Berthoud and not like the neighboring communities. And so I would echo a lot of what everyone else has said. I think the diverse housing is so important. Even working at the fire department, I think 2 out of 25 firefighters were able to even afford to live in town. And that's just a small scope, but if there's a lot of people that are being priced out that have lived here their whole life. And I wanna see the diversity increase and for the board to support projects like this so we can see the diversity. And I agree the view corridors are incredibly important, as well as the agricultural themes. If we can preserve or maintain that and tie in with Wagner's theme of agriculture, that project turned out really beautifully as well, even though there was a lot of concerns about the rec center and how it was gonna look. It looks and feels very Berthoud. And I think that's the majority of my comments.
Right,
I'm
thank you.
tired.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm half tempted to filibuster to midnight just to say we did it. To keep it as abundantly short as possible. I was hesitant coming in to see what this was gonna look like. I was pleasantly surprised. Definitely am interested to see what the pre-plat and the final plats are gonna look like, especially in terms of infrastructure, but otherwise I'm in support of this.
All right.
Just like that.
Wow.
Just like that.
Mic drops.
Very good. So I just want to clarify, Administrator Kirk, with this PUD, they'd still have to abide by current design standards.
For architecture, for landscaping, for site planning, yes.
Okay, okay. So I think what we've learned a lot, I agree with that, but I think our standards would be here no matter what.
Yeah, our
Yeah.
standards would be there, but that it rearranges the kind of the layout of where commercial and residential is.
Yeah.
To be better, cause I think we've learned a lot in the last 10 years from when this was originally a PUD to what it is now.
Mhm.
And I think we're seeing those changes with this rezoning request.
Yeah, thanks. So I would prefer we keep it in a PUD. I just see a sacrifice of tens of acres of commercial is what we desperately need. I don't see a reason why, under the current PUD, we could bring in mission homes, why there wouldn't be a linear park. And I don't think there's anything wrong with taking more time and having multiple developers. I see the benefit of having a master plan as far as one straight street, but having a curvy street up to a current board or a future board to make those connections would be, in my opinion, worthwhile. I do see an effect on our school district by several, if we're going from 1,200 max in a PUD up to a much higher standard under this, it has a definite effect. But, I mean, you can go to the school board all you want, but it's gonna come down in 2024 to the people. It's gonna come through the ballot. And we have to get Loveland in favor of this, so there's gotta be some bones we throw to Loveland. But I think the school board's already in favor, so you can come to us or the school board, but ultimately it's gonna come through a ballot. And they have a master plan, a design group to decide in project in Berthoud and Loveland future schools by our citizens. And I believe there's a 10-member board and 6 of them are out of Berthoud. So we're well represented, but that's a good group to talk to as well, since those are also citizens. But ultimately, I do see this having an effect on our school district. And by having more commercial, it would make more sense to me that you would have a smaller number of people. And I'm not talking tens, I'm talking hundreds. And I think as we grow, we do lose our small town charm. We just have to redevelop ourselves into something else. But to call this nods to agricultural roots, I don't see a single thing. I mean, we could preserve a silo, but I think that's just a silo to me. I think if you actually want to do agricultural roots, you need an agri-hood, you need conservation easements on this property, which this doesn't have right now. So ultimately, I'd go with the PUD. I don't see a reason to change from that. I just see the downsides to it, honestly. If we had to build the intersection ourselves, Administrator Kirk already said that whether it be a metro district while they put it in, or we have to charge an extra development impact fee for that light, ultimately it'd be covered by some developer, not by the town out of your pocket, unless the future board just waived that. So I ultimately, I see no reason to go to this. But I appreciate Mr. Ludlow and your connections to the community, and you waiting. I think that's really great of you to do. Appreciate that. But I would stay where it is. We're gonna sacrifice a ton of commercial for this. Okay. We got 2 resolutions. Is there anything else trustees would like to add? I'll add that this, I agree with your points, trustee Sorcelli. This will add more people coming to the community, but this also adds pressure. I mean, unless we have some guarantees that this isn't gonna be another coffee shop, well, you got Joe to go right there. There's we added an O'Reilly's that competes with the Napa, so sure, we're gonna have more population, and we just gotta hope that they use this commercial. One final thing, I do have a problem with that promenade too. I wish we could just have that 8 to 10 feet wide. It doesn't mean you're gonna have bicycles racing through. It's just including more alternative transit. And this would be the only section, I believe, of this whole, well, this is not of that Berthoud Parkway Trail, but it would be weird to me to suddenly have to get off, dismount, and walk through. And I'd only hope that we could get the retail in there that would be romantic, that you'd want. Otherwise, you're walking past a gas station, and I don't see that as a huge benefit. Another thing is the multi-unit, the mixed use. I mean, we heard the developer say that might be a potential that would just be townhomes. So I'd like to see more guarantees and encourage the developer that even if you have to hold out to make this limited commercial we have work.
I'd like to point out that one thing that we learned at our school board meeting the other night is, you said 2024 is when we need to get the people to vote for the school board. That number that they threw out, the 75 to 25%, or 75% of the people in the area don't have kids in the schools. So we gotta convince the 75% of the population to vote for our schools. So the odds are stacked when we go to voting for things to fund our schools. So it's best to get out there and get everybody you know, even if they don't have kids, to support our schools and let them know it's a benefit. The other thing that I'd like to do is comment, is like, yeah, I did notice that the commercial did drop. It would be nice to see the commercial increase, and to obtain with the affordable housing aspect of it, I would love to see, if you do a metro district, put the metro district more or less in the commercial aspect of things for that fundraising, and keep the metro districts off the housing sections, so we can keep that affordable housing as affordable as possible without double taxation of them, if at all possible, because there are developments being built without metro districts, and I think it can be done if it's done creatively.
When we say affordable, we mean like more of attainable, not
Attainable,
official
affordable,
affordable
yeah.
housing. That'd be 30% of AMI, I believe.
I say affordable and attainable is one and the same thing. People think I'm talking about low income housing, that's deep restriction. Affordable to me is if you got a full-time job and you wanna go buy a house, you should be able to.
Okay, yeah, I just think there's some confusion because sometimes affordability is that official term that the federal government uses. So I guess if we are going through this, I'd love to have some conditions that if CDOT does approve of that light, that we do require that. If FEMA does allow a crossing over Dry Creek, that we make that a condition as well.
Or trails.
It's some way to get over Dry Creek without having to go around to Berthoud Parkway. Yeah. All right, anything else? All right, would anyone like to move on to resolution 2023-8? Am I doing that right? Yeah.
I'll make the motion.
All right.
I move to approve resolution 2023-08, a resolution of the town board of the town of Berthoud, approving a neighborhood master plan for a development known as the Ludlow development in the town of Berthoud.
Would you like to put any conditions on that? For the CDOT, or are we not doing that?
Is there a consensus that we'd like CDOT to require a light? Is that what it is?
If CDOT allows that light, that we'd require the developer to build it. I'm assuming he's doing it anyways, but I just want to make that final. Does that work?
I would like to add the condition that there's required light placed at 287 pending CDOT approval.
Okay. What about the FEMA edition?
I also agree with you.
Okay, then the FEMA edition would be if FEMA allows a crossing over Dry Creek or a trail, that we would require the developer to do that as well.
And I'd also like to include the addition that if FEMA approves, that there be a crossing over Dry Creek.
Okay, so we have a motion, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion, it's been seconded, any final discussion on this? Clerk, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Ayers?
Yes.
Trustee Sarasoli?
Yes.
Trustee Butler?
Yes.
Trustee Hardy?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Grace?
Yes.
Trustee Murphy?
Yeah.
Mayor Karspeck?
No. Okay, we have another one, ordinance 1318. Would anyone like to move on that?
I move to approve ordinance 1318, an ordinance of the town of Berthoud, amending the zoning map of the town of Berthoud to rezone Ludlow property previously zoned to planning unit development to suburban residential and urban residential districts.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Mayor Pro Tem Grace has moved on this. Trustee Sorcelli has seconded. Is there any final discussion or conditions by the board? Clerk, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Sarasoli?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Grace?
Yes.
Trustee Murphy?
Yes.
Trustee Ayers?
Yes.
Trustee Butler?
Yes.
Trustee Hardy?
Yes.
Mayor Karspeck?
No. All right, thank you, folks, and thank you, Mr. Henson and the applicants too for staying here almost to midnight. Appreciate your time. Have a good rest of your night. We are gonna move straight on to executive session, Administrator Kirk, right?
We're doing reports.
Do you wanna do reports first?
We'd likely come back. Let's do reports, you're right.
It's up to you.
Either way, yeah, let's do reports. We'll start out with Trustee Sorcelli. Let's give this a second here. That's good.
On the rezoning resolution, who seconded,
Yeah, Trustee Sorcelli. On the rezoning, yep.
on the resolution, the first,
On the first one?
on the first one, yeah.
The neighborhood master.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, that was that was the neighborhood master plan. Who made that motion there?
Sarasoli made the motion,
Who
who
was the
seconded?
second?
Yeah, I think.
Mayor Pro Tem Grace.
I seconded.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. I mean, I won't say no, I don't remember it because it's almost midnight.
All right, let's start out with Trustee Sorcelli.
Still early.
I can't remember if I have any reports, my bad.
All right. Trustee Hardy?
Yeah, do I have any reports? I did notice there's something about the sheriff's department got 50 new angel vests. I don't know if you guys saw that.
No. What's an angel vest?
Bulletproof vest.
All right.
Donated by an organization who specializes in that. I wanted to mention that.
Oh, you guys can keep that there.
We got 50 new bulletproof vests or something? Angel?
Yeah, the Shield 616 program donated, I think we total close to 110 vests to the sheriff's office for all the patrol investigators.
Okay, they don't currently have them, so these are for people that don't.
So during the presentation, they gave us 50 of the 100 and something. The rest of those are still in the manufacturing process and will be coming to us.
Okay, and these are you said investigators are people that generally don't have one anyways?
So they have a vest, and they have a set of rifle plates. These are just
Better.
improved quality.
Yeah, makes sense.
The rifle plates we currently have are steel at 9.5 pounds.
Oh, I lifted one.
So
I
they're,
can't, my screen
pounds
arms
a
couldn't
set.
get
These
that up.
now are 5.5 pounds per set, so
Which makes sense when you're wearing, what, how many pounds of gear already?
35 to 40.
Previous chief called it his Batman belt, cause it had everything on it. Sorry, Trustee Hardy, thank you.
No worries.
Angel vest.
And is there anything I thought I had something, but no, I guess that is all.
Yeah, all right. Trustee Murphy.
Yeah, I'll be quick. Thank you, Sergeant Williamson, for hosting us at the Larimer County Sheriff's Department. Really appreciated that. It was very informative, very entertaining.
Trustee Murphy came in with a 12 gauge and double tapped with Mayor Pro Tem Grace.
Anyhow,
Killer.
let's see what else. You brought up the post office earlier.
Yep.
I've kind of been following up on that. Kind of lost traction on that. Hickenlooper's office reached out to me, or one of the staffers, and
Great.
they were interested in it. I've tried addressing it with one of the regional managers for the post office, and they appear to believe that there is no kind of issue with our post office, so I was advised to basically send additional comments their way to notify them of the issue. So I would encourage any citizens out there that have had issues, flood them with paperwork.
Absolutely.
Imagining this is like the school district, if they get 125% of the complaints they normally get, that means they need to build another one, right?
Put it this way, I was frustrated with the response.
Okay.
Beyond that, we've got Arbor Day and our celebration coming up this Saturday, so I hope to see you guys there.
10 a.m., right?
Yeah,
Okay,
I believe
great.
it's 10 a.m. in Fickle, so that's all
Awesome.
I've got.
Thank you. That'll be exciting.
Yep.
And we're gonna raffle off a tree, right?
Cool.
And get some donuts and stuff. Cool. Trustee Butler.
Senate Bill 213, I think you guys discussed quite a bit at the last meeting. I don't know if you guys are aware, they made some revisions, but as a whole CML is still not in support. And I would agree with that we continue to maintain our stance with our resolution against that. Question to staff, where are we at with our non-pot plan, our townwide kind of, I know it's in progress.
We have a engineering firm on board that's doing data collection for us right now, and starting to build out the model for how we might build out a non-pot system. Our utility staff went last week and toured the handy ditch system, which would be integral to any non-pot development that we do. They also went and toured Greeley's non-pot system, because they have a pretty well-developed non-pot irrigation system so it's good for them to get some really specific feedback from Greeley about how that system operates, the challenges they have, the types of infrastructure they built, what's worked, what hasn't. So I'd say we're probably at about 10% of that project. I think based on the proposed schedule, it's about a 6-month effort to put that non-pot master plan together.
So how does the timing of that correlate with this project tonight?
I think it'll work well. The timing should be great. The non-pot resources that they would use at this project for irrigation are resources that we already own. They referenced the Welsh contract lateral. There's really only 3 kind of shareholders of that company anymore, us, the school district, and Mr. Ludlow. That's about all that's left. And so, you know, from a non-pot perspective, they will be a big part of our non-pot master plan. They understand that. They'll be working with us.
Okay, okay. Yeah, I highly encourage that. What about status on the landscape and xeriscape plans?
The landscape guidelines are done, and incorporated all the comments you guys made at the last review. We've honestly just been kind of holding them off because we had them tentatively scheduled like a month and a half ago, and then we kind of supplanted that with water and metro districts. We had them scheduled for tonight, but then Ludlow got postponed because they requested to be moved, and so we had to push those off because we knew we weren't gonna get them to them tonight. I think we have them currently scheduled for your next meeting.
Okay, good.
Either your next meeting or the second one in May. I gotta go back and look at our calendar.
Okay. And then, probably not the best use of our time tonight, but I'm gonna ask real quick, and if you wanna punt me, that's fine. Park restroom policy, I just haven't noticed, this is just personal use with, I know we have seasonal restrooms and aren't always open, 4 seasons, but then we use porta potties. Do we have a plan or policy around that? It just hasn't really seemed to be.
We don't build 3-season restrooms anymore, but the older ones in town were. I'm not really sure why, other than 3-season restrooms are a little less expensive maybe. I don't know, those were built before, but we only build 4-season restrooms now.
What's the difference? Is heating?
Yeah, it's
Insulation?
heating. It's heating and insulation that makes it sufficient not to freeze in the wintertime.
Do we have any plan to attack the graveyard one?
Yes. We budgeted money, if you'll recall, for kind of a cemetery master plan.
Yeah, okay.
And so.
Great.
We'll be kicking that off this year with the goal of saying, we're getting kind of to the end of plot sales in the currently developed area. That we own a big piece west of that, but before we go and kind of decide how we wanna develop that, we need to make some improvements at the cemetery. We also need to kind of see how all those will fit together with the new areas and what kind of areas we wanna develop. And the bathroom would be a big part of that, The facilities out there.
That's good. My last question is, back to the quick corner. What are your thoughts on?
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough one for this developer because it's obviously owned by somebody else.
I get it. But as a town, I think we should
It's
make some
also,
concerted efforts with that.
yeah, I mean, to the extent that we can support, we have very little control over forcing an existing business to do anything, right? So long as they're meeting our code requirements. Outside of, maybe some code enforcement when they put up, spray painted signs or things that they aren't allowed to do under the code, we have we can't make them reconfigure the building or, re-landscape, change access points, we just really don't have the ability to do that. Yeah, I think it's super encouraging, and actually I think one of the benefits of Ludlow developing is that there's good reason to redevelop that site now, where before, I think, if I owned that site, just keep operating the way it is if it's making money, and why invest more? But if this project moves forward, now all of a sudden there's a reason to coordinate that effort. So it sounds like the existing property owner's interested in that, we will absolutely support that effort.
Do you know, is that, I thought it was Yusuf who owns the gas station, do you know?
I honestly don't know.
Have we, as the town, had any conversations with them?
No.
So we don't really know.
No, and in fact, what Mr. Hinson said tonight was the first time I'd heard that they were interested in kind of coordinating with the Ludlow Farm Development, so.
I hope so.
Yeah, me too.
My concern is that intersection gets improved with all the limitations and sight lines, that's the challenge.
The, it's called the Heritage West Development, but the Hometown Liquors, you may or may not know, they had an approved site plan years ago, when the town annexed them back in 2018, right before I got here. They have plans to redevelop their site. They're actually doing some of that infrastructure work right now to expand their building, kind of prepare themselves for the next phase. West Side Crossing, the intersection there, yes, this will be kind of the last holdout. I think now there's enough momentum, it'll be pretty easy for us to, I think, work with them and the new developers adjacent to them.
Do we have any official leverage, or we just hope?
They can continue to operate their gas station just like they do today, as long as they aren't violating municipal code.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Ayers?
On that note, and I don't know if you know this question or not, but I noticed up in Loveland, those two gas stations on 14th Street just got, I guess the EPA requires them to redo their tanks every once in a while. Do you know if that's anytime close? Because that seems like a good way to kind of urge them to redevelop. If they have to remove their tanks and.
It's something we could find out. I honestly don't know the answer to that question.
How old is that?
Honestly, don't know. Okay. It's not new.
Yeah.
It's been there a really long time. Yeah. I don't know. Tim probably has a better idea than I do.
It's referred to as Bert's Corner originally. It's been there longer than me. But they have replaced those tanks.
Okay.
In the time frame that they've been there.
Okay.
Asbestos lined and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, when 287 had the curve there, it used to get hit at least weekly. These people used to go straight.
Yeah.
That weird three-way too, oh my god. I forgot about that. Every time you're in the school bus, that was life or death, man.
Try and go shoot west and go
Yeah.
to the corner.
Stop sign going the other way.
I just want to remind everybody that besides the Arbor Day, Skatapalooza is this weekend, Saturday at the rec center from 10 to 1. There's going to be a bunch of kids out there doing a bunch of activities at the skate park.
This weekend.
So that should be fun. And then something I forgot to bring up at the next meeting, some of the port members had some questions/concerns about the Vantage Trail that goes north by the ditch. It just ends. Is there any timeline for when that's gonna actually connect?
You mean at the far north end of their development?
It's just a solid, it's like they just stopped at a seam on the concrete.
Yeah, the trail will cross Berthoud Parkway at Water Avenue. That's part of our North Berthoud Parkway Trail Gap project. We are still trying to get through the CDOT processes for that grant funding. It should have been built last year. Our trail will
Not
cross
Birch
the road
Parkway.
and go, oh.
I'm
not
sorry,
Birch
the
Parkway.
north section going towards 10. It just,
Oh,
it
oh.
stops.
As part of their next phase of development, they'll be continuing that on.
Okay, so that will go up to 10 in their next phase.
Mhm.
Okay. Any time frame on that?
I think they're building infrastructure right now, so I would expect, in the next 12 months.
Thank you.
Off the top of my head, really am.
That's all I had.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Youth advisory meeting tomorrow morning, continuing the Scorch Fest planning. It's gonna be great, June 9 and June 10, just before the family camp out stuff there. It was also really good to go up to the Larimer County Sheriff's Office with Trustee Murphy and the mayor. Yeah, watching the mayor with a piece, yelling at a screen was probably the
I grazed your
coolest-
head, but you really put it, yeah. Don't wanna get too graphic, you're a better shot.
That's not true at all. That was really cool. It was really eye-opening. Lots of really good resources they offer. Yeah, that's about it.
Awesome. Yeah, that was fantastic. Thanks so much. That was a great idea to get the presentations in the morning. You just see the scope and the size of Larimer County, what you guys can offer, the connections that you make individually with Wellington and Berthoud and customize those. Geez, and then holding up that huge bulletproof vest, I could barely carry that. And, yeah, that training simulator was awesome. So it was just overall a great day. I'm sorry I had to leave early to go to DIA. Then turns out that Russian volcano came in. My sister's plane got turned back, so it was all for naught. And I wish I could have stayed the extra hour with Stephanie because that was fun being on all that equipment. Hope to do it again too. That was awesome. I did. Let's see here. Yesterday I went to Carrie Martin for a. They had a leadership day and they invited me and basically his parents and superintendent and you got to hear all what the kids are doing. And it was. I've never been there. It was really impressive school. I thought in kind of good shape or better than what we call the Berthoud schools. But really, one thing kind of opened my eyes is, I always kind of considered that out there, and then you realize how many kids are going to Berthoud or live in Berthoud that go there. So it made me think that we really just played Carrie Martin into our existing system. But I did note there was some parents there at the end that were wondering about how to get their kids in to Berthoud schools and why they're getting kind of pushed out to Loveland schools. Because as you know, even after that middle elementary, though, they I don't know the middle, but the high school they're going to Thompson Valley. So I think some parents that were thinking or promised by a realtor or someone that this is into the Berthoud school network, totally wrong. And I wish that the school district would have kind of considered community and not just geographics, but it is what it is. So hopefully that bond passes and hopefully there's more room. But Carrie Martin was awesome. I mean, all the kids knew their school song and school dance. So it was really cool to see.
Dance?
Yeah, they had a dance too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, hey.
It was like a Hawaiian thing, but hey, I've never
Okay.
seen anything like it. It was
I was just
kinda,
imagining a four.
reminded me of those like Korean companies that they all dance in the morning before.
Oh, right, yeah.
It's cool.
Builds teamwork.
Yeah, it did. Anyway, let's see here. I got a passenger rail meeting on Friday. I'm on the government subcommittee, planning subcommittee, and now the government affairs subcommittee. Realized that the planning committee, why I just recently got on that, they're deciding the when and the where of the stations. So luckily I could slide in there and hopefully make a good case for Berthoud. Though I represent the MPO, I'm trying to do kind of wear two hats. The MPO, some communities are trying to push to get it out to I-25 because obviously it's hard to tax Johnstown when they're not gonna really see any rail benefit unless they're driving out there, in which case they have to cross I-25 anyways. So it makes sense logistically to have it at I-25, but I mean, the way this district's set up, the governor's appointments are bolder, and a lot of them are on this BNSF track. So it'd be a long shot to convince all those people to move it over to I-25. The other option is to get Weld out of this, but that needs to go back to the state legislature. And Weld was really hesitant about being on here and kind of frustrated, but they recently said they don't mind being on here until, they see the taxes. They said something like that, like until we get taxed, and I was like, okay.
I'll take free stuff.
So Greeley's especially frustrated because they're way out there. I don't think I-25 will help them out anyways, but yeah, so I just want to let you guys know where that's at. So I have another meeting with that on Friday, and we're gonna start narrowing in on alignment, which has always been BNSF. even though the stats growing will actually make it go to Union, which should be Union Pacific, which is out in Weld side. We're still pursuing BNSF, which is our side, just because historically it's been planned there. And like I said, all the government appointments are along this side. So I'll keep you guys informed of that, and it's kind of increasingly important that I'm glad we had BHA had this transit stop in our map, so I can kind of point at that. Colorado Springs it's already developed theirs, an actual design of their station, and if we're advocating for stuff for Berthoud, it's great to turn around and say, hey, you know, we've already planned for this, we're already on the map, don't forget about us. Because there's a high likelihood that if they're in the state legislation, it says compete with motor vehicles or vehicles compete with motor vehicles on trips to Denver. And now the district's saying that means speed, and speed means as few stations and stops as possible. So probably Fort Collins, Loveland, definitely skip Berthoud, maybe one in Longmont. Also, that means going through Berthoud really fast. And a surprising thing is that we're cleared for 65 miles per hour. The train is through town. So we got to keep our fingers crossed that they don't go that fast. Obviously, they don't right now, but when they only have 3 cars behind them and they're on a race to get to Denver, there's got to be some stuff that, you know, advocacy that there is a community in the middle. We are getting taxed for this and not really seeing a benefit, and the other communities are. So hopefully this all changes and they kind of come to your senses and give every community along there a stop. That was the plan in the early 2000s, and this new legislation really, and I said compete with motor vehicles it's really tough. I think there's plenty of argument saying it might take 5 minutes longer, but it's more comfortable and you don't have to worry about parking, but you call that competition, but that's not the way that the district's handling that right now. Also on Saturday, the Latter-day Service, they always have a mental health awareness event, and it's in Loveland, and it's always amazing to go to. They invite R2J and mental health professionals. This year they're doing it at their Berthoud Temple, but it's not only mental health, I think it's all around lifestyle, and that starts at 11, and I think, let's see here, get that right. If you guys are interested in that too, I'll be going to that, and now I'll be going to Skatapalooza after that.
Isn't that like a preparedness?
Preparedness, yes, yeah, there was a
that's
preparedness
the
on
one.
that, that's right, yeah.
Yeah.
So that'll be good to attend. You're right, I thought they had a mental health aspect, but maybe.
No, it was perfect. Remember, I'm gonna be at a wedding this weekend, so I can't.
Yeah, no problem, I just wanted to bring it up. Well. Dark sky meeting, here we go. Arbor Day, okay, I got Arbor Day 10 to 11, and this will be 11 to 2. So yeah, I'll stop by there, but I'd like to see Skatapalooza too, and definitely Arbor Day, which is always a great thing to attend. I'm excited to see where it goes. We did have a dark sky meeting today with the Little Thompson Observatory and town planning, and so we're getting that back on track. Really, Ann and Brian Du Bois have been working on that for a while. They've been looking over our previous planners' notes and just verifying those are in line with what currently IDSA needs, this International Dark Sky Association, and we largely are. So the next meeting, and anyone's welcome to attend these, will be next month, but we'll have a member from the International Dark Sky Association present, as well as a member of the CU, I think it's CU or DU Observatory. So we're back on track, and largely it sounds like we're already in compliance. We need to do a couple more things. The big thing is advocacy, but that's what the LTO will do anyways. And they want to get into a memorandum of understanding with the town, so they can kind of take a good role out of this. So I thought that was really great news that we're largely on track and we're getting that started up again. MPO meeting on Thursday. Let's see here. Nothing really big with the MPO going on right now. We're still going off the same 10-year plan. I did hear an update regarding SB 213, regarding our Senator Barb Kirkmeyer. Sounds to have a good amendment along with a Democrat from Aurora, I believe. So they're calling it bipartisan. It largely strips the bill, and it would be going to town by town to do a affordability inventory. And they keep saying this is much more in line with what Governor Romer did in the 90s, and going town by town to advocate. And I guess that's how Great Outdoors Colorado was started with the tax money. So that would be a really nice thing to see. I heard unofficially that she has the votes on both sides. but I read the other day, that it's just a proposal, so, we'll see if she actually has the votes to do that. But that was more news. And otherwise, that's it. Thanks. Turn it over to staff.
I sent you guys some updates via email this morning. I'll send you a couple more, tomorrow, rather than go through them tonight unless you guys have any extra questions.
Those are all stellar.
Yeah.
Like every one of those bullet points, I was like jaw drop. Especially we got the congresswoman. I should say that out loud.
Well, we should.
So are they not talking?
No,
or
they've released press releases, and so I think it's okay. We can announce it here.
No, like are they not talking the Senate and the House? Could we have a possibility
So
of double dipping?
They encourage you to apply to both your House representative and your senator for all of your projects.
Oh,
So
okay.
We did.
Okay, so and they're largely probably communicating with one
I was
another.
surprised we got selected for both.
Yeah.
And I think what will happen is
We'll take $2 million
these
then.
things get sorted out in committee, right? So they'll get sent to their respective funding committees in the House and the Senate, and then there'll be some, for the federal annual spending bill, all these congressionally directed spending requests. I think they'll get sorted out. We'll probably just get funded through one of them. But in either case, I think there's a really high likelihood we will receive close to $900,000 for microtransit to implement a microtransit program. That will be a pilot program that really doesn't exist anywhere else. in a
You're saying you
community like
visited
ours.
Superior's? Is theirs private or?
We visited Lone Trees.
Lone Trees.
And theirs is very similar, or nearly exactly the same as what we do here. The difference is the Lone Trees, while it's a small city in terms of population, they have 30,000 people that come to Lone Tree every day for work from other places, right? So where we're exporting jobs, 85% of Berthoud works outside of Berthoud. The alternative is true with Lone Tree. The vast majority of their daytime residents are people that don't live there, and they just work in Lone Tree. And so their system is unique in that way, and that it, but for a small town like ours and a bedroom community to operate a microtransit system, there's not a lot of good examples out there like that. So
Really cool.
it would be pretty cool.
With open lands, was there any conversation at all about Jaskowski?
We did talk about Jaskowski a little
Great.
bit. It unfortunately didn't help us get any farther along. Yeah, it was. We had a great meeting with Carmen Farmer from Colorado Open Lands. I think there's some really cool opportunities, largely driven by some federal legislation that would allow local municipalities to collect funding through NRCS for conservation easements, which we are not currently allowed to do.
Like funding,
But that
okay.
would basically mean that we could buy properties, conserve them, and get paid for that conservation easement.
By NRCS?
We can't currently accept NRCS funding for conservation easements. So it has to be done through private hands. But we could buy a property and then get 80% of the value of that via conservation easement, then turn around and sell it after it's already been conserved to somebody else, make up the difference and get all of our money back.
Yeah, sell it with a conservation easement.
I think they've realized that there could be a huge opportunity for agricultural preservation and land preservation under those conditions. So Carmen's gonna keep us up to date on how that legislation goes, but it would completely change the landscape for how the town could be involved in agricultural preservation where we really are limited now.
If you don't mind, with Jaskowski, why, was it just vague? She didn't like the
No,
golf?
it's just
disc
the
golf?
same, it's the same issues we've talked about.
Didn't have any answer to the parking or to the disc golf? They just kind of
No.
flew you off?
Just it's always the same answer. And in their defense, I understand where they're coming from, but they always say, "Well, show us what you want to do." And we've sent them over a concept plan. They said, "Okay, now take that and refine it, and then we'll let you know what you want to do or what you're allowed to do." And their big concern is like disc golf. She said, "Hey, disc golf sounds good, but what happens in a disc golf scenario is just people walk everywhere because your discs are flying everywhere, and how are you going to protect the water resources, and how are you going to keep people from wandering over and destroying areas they really aren't supposed to be in?" And there's a million questions that come up with every proposed idea, and the answer is never, "Yeah, that sounds great."
Okay, thanks. Yeah, not your fault.
No, but
was
it
curious.
was a good conversation.
So I guess the next step would be sending a very precise thing through Port.
Yeah, I mean, we really need to just put together a very specific plan.
Okay, thanks. Just curious.
We have a lot of CDOT updates, but I won't bore you with them tonight.
It's not boring. Any highlights with Bertha Parkway crossing or?
No, we did get typed this all out so I wouldn't have to try to remember it all, and there it is.
Thanks for getting so quickly onto that Justin Bauer sign, Chris. That was
Oh, yeah, no
really great.
worries.
It meant a lot to them.
I hope
Car
that
spec, some of us are seriously fading.
Okay.
I'm like wanting, I care so much about this, so I'm like, stay focused.
Okay, let's
Stay
ignore the
focused.
I can
CDOT.
do this in 30 seconds or less. Ready? Our access permit for roundabout artwork and landscaping was finally approved today, so we can bid out the project for the artwork at the roundabouts at I-25 and all the landscaping. We are waiting for a response from them about space over the Little Thompson Bridge. I know you asked about that at a general update presentation, so we're trying to get that coordinated.
Great.
We're having issues with the parklets, that's why they're not back out on the street, and that's not because of us or CDOT, it's actually an FHWA issue. They're saying we can't put them back out. And that's not just us, it's statewide, and we're working through that, and then we're still waiting for a response from them on a request for devolution of Highway 56.
CDOT, okay.
And that's been.
That's great to know. A copy was
That's
asked
been, I
about
think,
that.
like 9 months, and they
It's
still
hard.
haven't responded to us, even though we ask like every 3 weeks.
And then they'll blame it on COVID, even though it's over. Attorney Smith?
I have nothing, Your Honor. I do have this for your
Thank you very
executive
much.
session.
All right, would anyone like to move us into executive session?
I'll do it.
Is there any way of postponing
Nobody wants to.
I think we should do this tonight. Administrator Kirk's, well, we got another month, but it's up to the board. Do we want it? I guess Administrator Kirk, we could, right?
You guys could do whatever you want.
I wanna make a
Yeah, I
sound
wanna keep you here,
decision.
though.
I wanna
it's-
make a sound decision, and I think at midnight, it's gonna be challenging.
Man,
Yeah.
I guess I had a second wind. I didn't know where.
Yeah, come on, Will.
Can we wait 3 minutes and get to
Your
a new?
machine.
Okay, well.
Municipal government gets you going.
So what I'll say here is that we're pushing Administrator Kirk's contract down to the wire with 1 month left, so we really gotta get on this next, and this isn't really a huge decision.
It's important.
We obviously like Administrator Kirk, these are just with some amendments to his contract, but if we wanna push it, we'll push it. Alright, well, let's just skip that then.
Does
Sorry,
that have to be a
Administrator
motion? Does that have to be a motion to table it for next week?
No.
No.
Okay. And then I'll just adjourn the meeting.